I'm the Youth League Class Secretary for Finance Class 1, freshman year, Yangqing University. That afternoon, I walked into room 302 of the admin building for the third time, all just to get one stamp. Ms. Huang sat there with her legs crossed, sipping coffee, not even looking up. I can't stamp that here. You should go. I said, Ms. Huang, I came before 2 days ago, and you said it was too late, told me to wait a couple days. Now I'm back and you're saying you can't do it at all. Why? Whoever sent you here, go take it up with them. I really can't stamp it. Sorry, my academic advisor said you're the one who stamps it. That set her off. Is there something wrong with your head? I said I can't do it. What part of that don't you understand? Talking to you is giving me a headache. The look in her eyes was pure disgust. I sighed. This wasn't the first time she jerked me around. Last time it was the paperwork for the school's evening gala. Same thing. She was supposed to stamp it, and I ended up running between 4 or 5 buildings and wasting over a week. In the end, my advisor had to go handle it herself. So I knew exactly what was going on. She could stamp it. She just wouldn't. Not for me. What are you still standing there for? I have to clock out and pick up my kid. Go on, get out. I checked my watch. It's only 4:30. You people get off at 5. A teacher at the desk in front turned around to back her up. She already told you she can't do it, and you're still pushing her? Have some shame. If she can't pick up her kid and something happens, are you going to take responsibility? I fought the urge to slap her and took a deep breath. Clearly, this stamp wasn't happening for at least another week or two. On my way out, I caught the two of them talking behind my back. College kids these days have zero manners. Not one of them can follow simple instructions. Dumb as rocks. Tell me about it. With an attitude like that, I wouldn't stamp it even if I could. I don't get it. It's one stamp. Why does it have to be this hard? I messaged my advisor, Lina, on WeChat and told her what happened. She replied, okay, got it. I'll go see her myself tomorrow. From now on, I'll handle this stamping stuff. Thanks for putting up with it, Pingsheng. Right after that, a red envelope, 88.88 yuan. And just like that, my bad mood evaporated. For a college student, that's serious money. It's also exactly why I'm willing to run around doing things for advisorly. Sometimes even for stuff that's technically my own job, there's a decent payoff. Then she added, could you and the class president, Yi Wanxing, keep order during evening study hall tonight and take attendance? I sent back a thank you. At our school, freshmen have mandatory evening study hall every night, plus morning exercise runs. During study hall, you can play on your phone, game, do whatever. You just have to physically be there. Honestly, I've never figured out the point of evening study hall. Is it an obedience test? Pure box checking? Every time I remember my senior year teachers saying, once you get to college, it'll be easy, I want to laugh. That night in study hall, I was playing Honor of Kings and quietly cursing out my teammates. Yeah, I was supposed to be keeping order, but you know how it is. As long as nobody gets too loud, nobody cares. And that's when a cold, mechanical voice went off inside everyone's head at once. Schools today do not educate. They perform. The optics are polished, the regulations sound noble on paper, but by the time any of it reaches the students, all that's left is hollow procedure and half-hearted indifference. Form over substance rules everything. Bullying is rampant. Incompetent teachers who abuse their students are beyond counting. In my judgment, schools like these cannot produce genuine talent. I am the heavenly way. Therefore, I have decided that every school on earth will now undergo school survival. Each campus will be sealed, and through the issuing of special assignments, true talent will be forged. The rules are as follows. 1. All schools are sealed. Anyone who steps beyond the campus gates dies. 2. All principals, teachers, and academic advisors lose their authority and are reassigned to classes as students. Each class will randomly produce one new class president. Any student who kills the new class president becomes the new class president. 3. Each day, the new class president selects one assignment. If the student completes it, the entire class receives survival supplies. If not, that student is punished. 4. From 22 to 6 o'clock, no one may go outside. You must remain in your dormitory or classroom. Otherwise, strange things will happen. 5. Every student has a 1% chance of receiving a talent. The class president is guaranteed a talent. 6. A newbie protection period is now in effect, lasting 3 days. 7. During the protection period, the chat channel, trading market, and attribute panel are open. When the voice stopped, I just sat there stunned. School survival? What the hell was this? The whole classroom was reeling. Obviously, everyone had heard it. What just happened? School survival. Sealing the campus. This has to be a prank, right? What prank talks straight inside your head? Something's coming. I mean, it kind of had a point, though. College these days. Don't say that out loud. Shoo. I looked out the window. There was a streak of red light in the sky, blanketing all of Yangqing University. It was past 7 in the evening, and that eerie red glow was definitely connected to this survival game. Then another notification sounded in my ear. Student Gu Pingsheng, you are about to become the new class president of Yangqing University, Freshman Finance Class 1, Room 1221. Talent acquired. S rank, Void Veil. You may turn invisible, and while invisible you also become intangible. No living creature can see or touch you. Note: invisibility consumes stamina rapidly. Please select today's class assignment. Assignment 1. Lin Yao and Li Jun fight a duel to the death until one of them dies. Penalty for non-completion, erasure. Assignment 2. Gu Pingxing does 10 push-ups. Penalty for non-completion, erasure. Ice water ran through me. I'd actually become the new class president. And I'd heard every single rule loud and clear. If a classmate killed me, that classmate would become the new class president. Thankfully, my talent was incredible for staying alive. As long as I was careful, I'd basically be safe. But until I had real power, I could not let anyone find out I was the class president. Who knew who might start eyeing me? Then there were the 2 assignments. What kind of sick joke was assignment 1? Lin Yao is the beauty of our class. Great face, great figure, but physically fragile. Li Jun is a varsity athlete. If those 2 actually fought to the death, Lin Yao was guaranteed to be the one who died. And with erasure as the penalty, it could easily end with both of them dead. I shook my head. No way was I choosing assignment 1. Picking it meant a classmate dies. I quickly selected assignment 2. Just push-ups. Easy enough, and I'd get survival supplies out of it. I had to go for it. The instant I made my choice, the noisy classroom fell dead silent, because 2 lines of bloody red text had appeared on the blackboard, spelling out those exact 2 assignments. Then came another line. Based on the class president's choice, today's assignment for Finance Class 1221 is assignment 2. A moment later, assignment 1 slowly faded away. Lin Yao, the campus beauty, had gone white as a sheet, trembling from head to toe. She had come within a hair of dying. Li Jun, the athlete, looked just as grim. To save his own life, his only option would have been to kill Lin Yao, and he'd have carried that guilt for the rest of his life. Thank God the new class president hadn't picked assignment 1. Whoever they were, they had a conscience. I don't know who the new class president is, but whoever you are, thank you. Thank you from Lin Yao, she called out quickly. Hey, new class president, why don't you show yourself? Are you stupid? What if they get killed the second they show their face? The new class president absolutely cannot reveal their identity. True. Hey, did anybody get a talent? Whoever has a talent is probably the class president. Only 1% of students get talents, and there are only 42 of us. Su Yang jumped in. No, if you got a talent, don't say anything either. What if people assume you're the class president? Everyone exchanged uneasy glances. That was when Yi Wanxing, the former class president, sitting behind me, tapped my shoulder. Gu Pingsheng, what are you waiting around for? Go to your 10 push-ups. Supernatural stuff like this isn't something to mess around with. Better safe than sorry. I played along, putting on a dazed expression. Right, I'll go do them now. You've got this, Gu Pingsheng. I know you can do it. A petite girl beside me cheered me on in a small voice. Her name was Luo Qingxue. We'd been classmates all through middle school and high school, then tested into Yangqing University together. She was the girl I was closest to in the class. I nodded and walked out into the hallway to start my push-ups. I'd been working out for a while, so I finished quickly, and I made sure my chest touched the floor every single rep. The last thing I wanted was to get failed on a technicality. The moment I finished, a prompt rang in every student's ears. Gu Pingxing has completed the class assignment. Reward for every student in the class. Compressed biscuits times 3, instant noodles times 3, 500 milliliters water times 4. Assignment grade. A. Gu Pingxing's rewards are doubled, plus 1 free attribute point. Rewards have been placed in your personal inventory. A flicker of delight crossed my eyes. Just as I guessed, completing an assignment got you supplies, and the person who actually did it got more. I hadn't expected a grade, though. An A. Was that because my form was clean? So the better the grade, the bigger the reward. 3 servings of compressed biscuits, 3 cups of instant noodles, and 2 liters of water. That was roughly a full day's food and drink for one person. The campus convenience store and cafeteria had stock too, but fighting over it would easily lead to conflict, maybe even deaths. And class unity mattered enormously right now. As things stood, I couldn't even be sure whether anyone else in the class had gotten a talent. A tribute panel? Personal inventory? What are those? A classmate asked. Yi Wanxing called out. The game panel is in the upper left corner of your vision. Open it, and you'll find your attribute panel. You can check your own stats there. The inventory's inside too. I opened my game panel. 3 options appeared. Chat channel, trading market, and attribute panel. Curious, I tapped the last one. Gu Pingsheng, attribute panel school, Yangqing University class, finance 1221 role, class president. Talent, S rank, void concealment. HP, 100%, death at 0. Constitution, 11. Stamina, 12, sudden death at 0. Sanity, 13, drops when frightened. Below 5 causes daze. Below 2 causes madness. 0 means brain death. Average for an ordinary person is 10. Skills, none titles, none assignments completed, 1 status. Good. Inventory, compressed biscuits times 6, instant noodles times 6, 500 milliliters water times 8, free attribute point times 1. After thinking it over, I dumped the point into Constitution. In a survival game like this, the real danger is dealing with other people. Constitution went from 11 to 12, and instantly my whole body felt flooded with strength. That sensation of getting stronger, it felt incredible. I could get addicted to this. I knew you could do it, Pingxing. Luo Qingxue beamed at me. Her little face lit up with happiness. I nodded. Just got lucky. If the assignment had been any harder, who knows? Still, that's impressive. I can't even do 1 push-up. I glanced at her slender, pale arms and thought quietly to myself. Yeah, she definitely couldn't have pulled off those push-ups. If assignment 2 had been assigned to her instead, which one would I have chosen? Lin Yao and I barely knew each other. Luo Qingxue was my closest friend. I let out a soft sigh. Honestly, I had no idea what I would have chosen. By now the whole class was looking around at each other. Nobody sure what we were supposed to do next. Today's assignment was already done. Just then, a few guys in the back row got up to leave together. The one leading them, a kid with bleached blonde hair, was Huang Jiahao, the class troublemaker. He skipped class constantly, got into fights, smoked, drank, and had racked up multiple disciplinary warnings. Surprising that he'd even bothered showing up to evening study hall tonight. Huang Jiahao, where do you think you're going? Evening study hall isn't over, Yi Wanqing called. Huang Jiahao stuck a cigarette in his mouth, lit it, and gave her a sidelong look. So you're the new class president now? Yi Wanqing paled. I'm not. Of course, she couldn't admit to being the new class president. But she just happened to be the old one. Then there you go. It's almost 8, the assignment's done. Why wouldn't we head back to the dorms? You want to spend the night in the classroom? After 10, the only places we can go are the classroom and the dorms. This school has changed. There's a whole new order now. You keep throwing around that old class president authority, and I'm not going to humor you. Evening study hall normally ended at 9:30, and heading back to the dorms that late would be cutting it close. Yi Wanqing flushed red, but she had to admit he had a point. You're right. All right, everyone, go ahead and head out. I don't know who the new class president is, but as the former one, I still have a responsibility to keep some order. Tomorrow morning at 8, we all come back to this same classroom, agreed. We were in room 208 of the main building. University classes didn't have fixed rooms, but nobody could say for certain whether the assignment would still appear on the blackboard if we changed rooms. The safest bet was to change nothing and come back to the same place. Yi Wanqing had built up some real respect as the old class president. Everyone nodded and began filing out. Once Yi Wanqing had finished speaking, the crowd broke up bit by bit, everyone heading back to the dorms. Me too. Luo Qingxue said goodbye and left with her roommates. That's when Huang Jiahao sidled up to me. Hey, Gu Pingxing, what do you want? I asked. I barely knew the guy. You want in? We're going to raid the campus store for food. You know how it is. This is a survival game now, life or death. No telling whether the students after us will finish their assignments, or whether we'll all end up starving. Why me? I asked warily. I watched you knock out those push-ups just now, clean form fast. Plus you did 18 pull-ups on the fitness test. You're in good shape. Figured I'd bring you in. He flashed a grin. I shook my head. I'll pass. It wasn't just the moral baggage. Stealing food makes you enemies, and I wanted to keep my head down. Besides, I wasn't short on food right now. More importantly, I didn't want to run with him. I'd personally watch this crew drag a scrawny kid into the bathroom and work him over. Long Hai, standing next to him, jabbed a finger in my face. Don't you fucking push your luck, asshole. My eyes went cold. Say one more word and your whole family dies tonight. Please. I've hit 2,300 in honor of King's Peak ranked. Everybody knows how to talk trash. Long Hai's face went beet red. Right then my 3 roommates, Li Jian, Lu Chang, and Huang Tian, came over and formed up around me. We weren't especially close, but when somebody comes after your roommate, you show up. Watch your goddamn mouth, you piece of shit. Li Jian shouted. Turned out they'd noticed Huang Jiahao approaching me a while ago and had come over to back me up. Fine. Real fine. Long Hai was so mad his face was twisting. Long Hai. Huang Jiahao barked at him and held him back. We're all classmates here. No need to sour things. I'll apologize on his behalf. Sorry about that. Gu Pingxing. Just then, screaming and the sound of desks crashing came from the classroom next door. We forgot all about our standoff and ran over. Inside the neighboring classroom, a heavy-set guy was holding a stool, smashing it down again and again onto the head of a girl lying on the floor. Don't blame me. I had no choice. I really had no choice, he was yelling as he swung. eyes wild with terror. Her skull was already caved in, blood pooling across the floor, her eyes unfocused. She was clearly gone. The other students stood around, frozen in shock. Nobody dared step in. What if they got caught up in it too? Seeing that, I blanked out for a second. Then a wave of nausea hit me, and I almost threw up. Somebody nearby actually did, clapping a hand over their mouth and running off, eyes full of horror. Li Jian muttered, "This is it. Everything's really changed. This damn survival game. Are they seriously telling us this is how you develop talent?" Huang Tian was shaking, too. "I'd take the old days over this. Go to class, play some games, take it easy, and now. Quit complaining and get back to the dorm," I said, forcing my emotions down. "Complaining doesn't help anything right now. Let's go. Time to get that food." Huang Jiahao gave the room a cool glance and played it calm, but his face was dead white. He'd been a thug, he'd beaten people up, but he'd never beaten anyone to death. The two groups split up there. Back at the dorm, it was dead silent. Nobody talked. Every face was dazed and terrified. Lu Chang spoke first. "You guys think that class next door? Could they have avoided that?" "What do you mean?" Li Jian asked. I explained. Our class got 2 assignments. One would have killed someone, the other was easy. But that class next door had someone die, and I recognize a few of those students. I'm pretty sure that's finance class 2. So if every class gets roughly the same kind of setup, then finance class 2's new class president is probably some twisted psycho. Lu Chang said seriously, "Sure. Or both of their assignments were lethal, and they had to pick one. Nobody told us what happens if the class president refuses to choose. But this so-called heavenly way definitely isn't going to leave us a loophole like that." I let out a sigh. I pulled out my phone and dialed 110. Didn't go through. Called home. Didn't go through either. I've got a sister in her last year of high school and a brother in 8th grade. No idea how they were doing. If schools all over the world were running this survival thing, then I didn't want to think about it. Mom, Dad, my brother, my sister, none of their numbers would connect. Nothing outside got through at all. But my roommates' phones worked fine. The signal only reached as far as campus. I opened up that chat channel again. I was curious. There were 4 in total, all school, class, DMs from strangers, and DMs from friends. The last 2 were empty. I tapped into the all-school channel. Mechatronics 1213 Li Chong. "What's going on, everyone? Is this a prank or what?" Finance 1222 Mo Xiaoli. "It's definitely not a prank. Our new class president picked the assignment that killed someone, and then my best friend died. Half an hour after she died, her body just vanished. Anybody who was on the 2nd floor of the main building had to have heard it. This really is a horrifying survival world." Landscaping 1215 Wang Hua. "Holy shit. Your class president must be a psycho." Ours were. Assignment 1, one guy gouges out another guy's eyes. Assignment 2, one girl does 20 squats. We picked 2. So it sounds like everyone got the same format. One bloody, one normal. Adamo Xiaoli, any chance the victim had beef with your new class president? Maybe you can follow that thread and figure out who they are. Anybody get a talent yet? Mind telling me what it is? Are you stupid? Who's going to post their private info in an open channel for no reason? Reading that, something clicked for me. 9 times out of 10, that's exactly what happened. They were talking about finance class 2, right next door. That victim must have had a grudge with the new class president. Otherwise, who kills someone for nothing? Of course, I couldn't rule out that the new class president was just a straight-up psychopath. I scrolled down and saw that in some classes, students who hadn't completed their assignments had killed themselves in all kinds of ways. Jumping off buildings, driving a knife into their own skulls. Plenty of people were posting photos in the channel. There was zero moderation in this place. The bottom line was simple. Fail the assignment the class president picks, and you get punished. And the punishment is, apparently, death. Right then, Counselor Lee called me on WeChat. I picked up. "Pingsheng, are you okay over there? I heard someone died on campus. This survival thing is real." Lina used to be our academic counselor, but now she'd been turned into a student in Finance 1221 too. Under the rules, it didn't matter if you were the principal, translation, professor, or academic advisor. It didn't matter. Their status was the same as ours now. They had to take part in the class assignments too. "We're doing okay over here." I gave a bitter laugh and filled her in on what had just happened. "That's good. Do you know who the new class monitor is?" She wanted to talk to them. "Counselor Lee, under these circumstances, do you really think the new monitor would dare reveal themselves?" True. I hear we're supposed to be in the evening study classroom at 8 tomorrow morning. I'll be there too." "Got it, counselor." I hung up. Even the counselor was panicking now. When you got down to it, she was just a 28-year-old woman. One by one, the 4 of us finished washing up. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling. I'd had dinner, so I wasn't hungry. Normally at this hour, I'd be gaming with my roommates, Valorant, or something co-op on Steam, but right now I had zero interest. Earlier, in the shower room, I'd tested out my Void Veil ability. When I used it, my whole body vanished. Exactly like real invisibility. My clothes went with me, and so did small objects in my hands. Face wash, shampoo, whatever. That alone made it strong. Think about it. Go invisible, grab a knife, slip around behind someone. Wouldn't that make them pretty easy to take out? I had a whole new appreciation for how powerful my talent was. As for duration, it burned about 1 point of stamina every 3 minutes. By my estimate, a person's normal daily activity only used up around 5 points, and sitting, resting, or sleeping restored it. Which meant that, after accounting for daily life, I had at most 7 points to spend on invisibility, 21 minutes. Way too short in the early stages. Better not to use it unless I had to. I made a mental note. That's when Luo Qingxue messaged me on WeChat. Luo Qingxue, are you asleep? Me. Not yet. Can't sleep. Luo Qingxue, it sounds like a lot of people died. It's terrifying. I'm really scared. Me, it's okay. You're going to be fine. Luo Qingxue, okay. You too. Pingsheng, we both have to make it through this safe, promise? Reading that, I couldn't help picturing that sweet, slightly goofy look she always had. We'd known each other for almost 7 years, from middle school all the way to college, and we'd often been desk mates. If an assignment ever came up involving her, and she couldn't finish it, I'd protect her. I swore it to myself. Luo Qingxue. Oh right, Pingsheng, my talent is A-rank healing. So if you get hurt, come find me. My pupils contracted. She had a talent? Wait, and she was telling me? Me. Are you out of your mind? Luo Qingxue, what's wrong? Me. You just admitted you have a talent. Aren't you afraid people will think you're the new class monitor? Luo Qingxue, I trust you. Those 4 words shut me up. Me. You can tell me, but you absolutely cannot tell anyone else. Not even your roommates. You might not be the new monitor, but you'd be a suspect. And nobody knows yet whether killing the new monitor lets you steal their talent. What if someone decides to gamble on it? Delete these messages too. Understood? Luo Qingxue. Yeah, don't worry. I haven't even told my roommates or my best friend. And stop lecturing me. You sound like my mom. Anyway, if you need healing, come to me. Get some sleep. We have to be up early for class. Night, Pingsheng. We're going to survive this. Me, Just be careful. Got it. Good night. Meanwhile, in the top bunk of a certain girl's dorm, Luo Qingxue curled up under her pink comforter, looked at the good night I'd sent, and smiled to herself. In the background of our WeChat chat window happened to be a photo of me. When she closed WeChat, her phone wallpaper was too. The whole night was chaos. Some students thought the whole thing was a prank and tried to escape campus. But the moment they stepped past the school gates, blood poured from their eyes, ears, noses, and mouths, and they dropped dead. Climbing the wall got the same result. One athletic guy tried to run for it. He'd just reached the top of the wall when the blood started gushing and he fell. After 10 at night, some students were still wandering around campus. Then they vanished. More people died that night than had died from the assignments. At exactly 7 the next morning, before I was even awake, that ice-cold notification voice rang out. Last night, a considerable number of Yangqing University students refused to obey the rules. Deaths from attempting to flee campus, 257. Deaths from remaining outside a classroom or dormitory after 10 p.m., 123. Among them, one vice president of Yangqing University and several faculty members. Take note, before this survival game, you may have been principals and teachers. Now your status is identical to the students. You are the new students of school survival. Any trace of sleepiness was gone. What the hell? Nearly 400 people died last night. The rules literally said you can't leave campus and can't be out after 10. How did that many people still break them? I couldn't wrap my head around it. Big forest, all kinds of birds. Those people got what was coming to them. Killing is wrong, sure. But if that murderous, heavenly way or whatever laid down the rules, why wouldn't you follow them? Lu Chang, in the bunk below me, cut straight to the heart of it the second he woke up. Yeah, seriously, there are rule breakers everywhere. No, wait. Idiots is the better word, Li Jian said, shaking his head. In the chat channel, alongside all the panicking students, plenty of people were cursing out the dead. Come on, no point talking about it. Let's grab something to eat and head to the classroom. I let out a sigh. Whatever the case, we were supposed to be enjoying college, not dying like this, for no reason anyone could explain. For breakfast, I ate a compressed ration biscuit and drank half a bottle of water. Passing a few of the campus convenience stores, my stomach turned. Almost everyone had been picked clean, and there were bloodstains everywhere. Fights over supplies, probably. I shook my head and looked away. When I got to room 208 in the main building, a lot of people were already seated. Keep in mind it was only just past 7. In the old days, for an 8 o'clock class, you might not even have half the class there by 7:50, and people were always late. Some just skipped entirely to eat breakfast at the dining hall. Not anymore. After the brutality of last night, everyone had suddenly become extremely punctual. By around 7:40, everyone had arrived. Counselor Li Na showed up too. She stood beside the podium, expression grim, counting heads. Last night had happened too fast for her to get over here. When she finished the count and found everyone present, she let out a breath of relief. Our class hadn't lost anyone like the students last night. Everyone was still alive. And right then, the notification sounded. Class monitor Gu Pingxing, please select today's class assignment. Assignment 1. Huang Fan performs 20 proper pull-ups. Failure, erasure. Assignment 2. Li Na removes all of her clothing and stands on the podium. Failure, erasure. Assignment 3. Wang Zihan stands on the podium and barks like a dog 10 times. Failure, erasure. Today, translation. Today was different from yesterday. Yesterday, the red words that surfaced on the blackboard read. Gu Pingxing has completed his choice. This time, the blackboard went straight to listing 3 assignments. And the line about me, the new class president, having to make a choice never appeared. It just laid out the 3 options. Honestly, it didn't matter to me which one I picked. Either way, as the new class president, I had to choose one of the 3. I glanced at Huang Fan first. The guy weighs over 300 pounds, the biggest stomach in the whole class. Ask him to do 20 proper pull-ups? You might as well just tell him to drop dead. Sure enough, Huang Fan dropped to his knees with a thud and started bowing his head to the floor. Class president, I'm begging you, not the pull-ups, not me. You do this for me and you're my second father, my godfather, my godmother, whatever you want. I felt secondhand embarrassment. But assignment 2 wasn't an option either. Li Na is our class advisor. Making her strip naked and stand at the front of the room might as well be a death sentence. Her face had gone bone white. I'm guessing that's the moment it finally hit her what the same status as a student actually meant. What if this new class president was some kind of sick pervert? She knows she's got looks, and she likes wearing black stockings to class. She's fully aware of what a few of the guys in this room are thinking about her. If assignment 2 got picked, whoever you are, new class president, pick assignment 3. It's the best choice, obviously. Yi Wanqing, the former class president, stood up and shouted. Wang Zihan went off like a bomb, jabbing a finger at Yi Wanqing's face. Excuse me? You want me to get up there and bark like a dog? Someone shot back at her. At least you don't have to do pull-ups or take your clothes off. Yeah, assignment 3 makes the most sense. Or hey, assignment 2 works too. A few of the guys muttered among themselves. Li Na went even paler. She'd never even been in a relationship, and now the entire class was going to see her naked? That's when Wang Zihan's best friend, Zhao Ting, suddenly stood up. Huang Fan's a guy, why not pick Huang Fan? Be a man and do the 20 pull-ups. Making Ms. Li strip, making Wang Zihan bark. That's straight-up public humiliation. The chubby girl with the acne-covered face piled on. Right? Huang Fan's a grown man, and he can't even do a pull-up? Huang Fan just froze. He looked down at his own gut, on the verge of tears. If I could do it, I wouldn't be trying to get out of it. Suyang lost it right then and there. The guy's 300 pounds, and he's scored under 40 on the fitness test every year of his life. How is he supposed to do pull-ups? Throwing him off the 3rd floor would be easier. With that much fat, he wouldn't even come away with a scratch. And you think 20 proper pull-ups is easy? Newsflash, 99% of guys can't do that. Yeah, you girls are just openly trying to get Huang Fan killed. New class president, if you're a woman, pick assignment 1. What happened to women supporting women? Huang Fan's problem is his own. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean nobody can. What does gender even have to do with this? Huang Fan genuinely can't do it. Pick assignment 1, and he dies. The classroom devolved into a shouting match. I let out a cold laugh and made a mental note of every single one of those girls. That's human ugliness for you. Huang Fan is fat and unattractive, so nobody in this class likes him. And that's all it takes for these girls to write him off. This is a human life we're talking about. Failing an assignment means getting erased. Assignments 2 and 3, at least nobody dies. And I'd already noticed something. Nowhere in the assignment descriptions did it say all the students had to be present. Which means Li Na or Wang Zihan could easily complete it with nobody in the room. Nobody had to die here. Absolute idiots, all of them. I didn't hesitate. I picked assignment 3. Blood red words surfaced. Per the class president's selection, today's assignment for finance class 1221 is assignment 3. The other 2 assignments slowly faded away. Wang Zihan was so furious her face contorted. This new class president is definitely a guy? Disgusting piece of trash. Who is he to make me bark like a dog? Repulsive creep. Suyang scoffed. Or, crazy idea. Maybe they're just a normal person? Anyone with half a brain can see 3 is the best option. You think it's humiliating? You complete it, and you get a reward. All you have to do is bark. If it were me, I'd be fighting for the chance. The other guys were all glaring at her now too. Huang Jiahao stood straight up, walked over to Wang Zihan, and slapped her hard enough to make her see stars. I don't like what you just said. Next time I hear that gender war garbage come out of your mouth, I'll strip you naked and dump you on the sports field. Wang Zihan deflated instantly. I get it. How please? Don't take my clothes. Suddenly, she was meek as a lamb. Thugs aren't people she can afford to provoke, especially not now. The law stopped matching a long time ago. That's enough, Huang Jiahao. Hitting people is never right. Lina stepped in to smooth things over. Huang Jiahao gave her that much face and sat back down. He knew the score. Survival had only just begun, and the advisor and the class president still carried some authority. A head-on clash wasn't worth it. Of course, give it enough time, and if they turned out to be useless, that little bit of authority would evaporate soon enough. Everybody clear out of the classroom. Let Wang Zihan do the assignment. Don't stand around watching her, Yi Wanqing said, taking charge. Wang Zihan's eyes lit up. Why hadn't she thought of that? But Su Yang let out a cold snort. Why should we? Wasn't she just going on about how much she hates us guys? So if I don't leave, she can't finish the assignment. Is that it? Yeah. Why should we coddle her after she said all that? Shin Che spoke up, taking his time. Unless she apologizes to our faces, we're not going anywhere. The moment Shin Che said it, several heads turned toward him in surprise. The guy's genuinely impressive. Scored 660 on the Gaokao, was headed for a top-tier university, botched his application choices, and slid all the way down to Yangqing University. That year the finance program's cutoff was barely over 600, meaning he'd scored a full 60 points more than he needed. On top of that, he's a natural at STEM. Perfect score in advanced calculus, so many competition awards and scholarships he's lost count. Already studying grad school material as a freshman. He's the class academic officer. He's just quiet by nature, barely talks, always got his nose in a book, not especially popular. So the fact that he was the one taking the lead caught everyone off guard. Wang Zihan opened her mouth to start cursing. Then her eyes met Huang Jiahao's cold stare, and she swallowed it back down. Helpless, she looked to Yi Wanqing for backup. But Yi Wanqing nodded too. They have a point. What you said just now really was out of line. One thing at a time. You should apologize to the guys in this class and to the new class president. Wang Zihan. The girls around her instantly turned and stared at Yi Wanqing like she was a traitor. Luo Qingxue leaned close to my ear and whispered, Class president really has her head on straight. I think Wanqing's biggest strength is that she's objective and actually listens to reason. I kept my voice low. Stay away from those feminist crusader types. There's no law holding anyone back now who knows what they're capable of. Don't worry, Pingsheng. I've never liked those girls. I don't even have them on WeChat. In the end, Wang Zihan did apologize, in a voice so tiny it might as well have been a mosquito, and without an ounce of sincerity. Su Yang made her redo it several times before she managed something that barely passed for sincere. The whole class waited outside. Not long after, a few inhuman noises came from inside the classroom. Wang Zihan has completed the class assignment. Reward: 3 loaves of bread, 3 self-heating rice meals, and 4 bottles of 500 milliliters water per student. Assignment grade: C. Wang Zihan receives a bonus 500 milliliters water times 1 dot. One look at the grade, and Wang Zihan just froze. 10 dog barks, and all she got was a C. How the hell did Gu Pingxing pull an A yesterday? The more she thought about it, the more jealous she got, and the uglier her expression became. The C-grade reward was basically the same as everyone else's, 1 extra bottle of water. Su Yang smirked. That's what you get for clinging to your pride. I think I've figured out how these assignments are graded. Barking like a dog is fundamentally a humiliating act, so what's really being tested is how thick your skin is. The thicker, the higher the score. She did it in an empty classroom with 0 audience. Honestly, a C is generous. Shin Che nodded. Same conclusion. If it were me, I'd have made the whole class watch. A grade minimum. Attribute points matter way too much. Gu Pingxing just got seriously lucky yesterday. Privately, I agreed. Assignments aren't easy to ace. It depends on the type, and you have to understand exactly what's being measured. Push-ups and pull-ups are physical tests. The better your form, the higher the score. A shame threshold test is purely about whether you can let go. Plenty of people are terrified of embarrassment these days. They shake all over during a presentation. They squirm when a teacher calls on them. If you want a high score, you have to throw your sense of shame out the window. Your head has to be rock solid. I glanced at Su Yang. The guy's sharp too. He can't compete with Shun Che academically, but he scored above 95 on fitness tests for years, sits in the top 1,000 on the Honor of Kings leaderboard season after season, peaked around 2,400. I've duo queued with him. Dude's a beast. Tall, good-looking, plenty of girls in class have a thing for him, but he's always been single. Never heard a single rumor about him. Wang Zihan came out of the classroom looking like her soul had left her body. Aside from a few close friends offering comfort, basically nobody paid her any attention. All right, assignment's done. Counselor Li, Class President Yi, can we go now? Huang Jiahao shrugged. Lina snapped out of it. She'd prepared a whole speech. All about sticking together, working hard, waiting for the government to send rescue, choosing missions that benefited the group. She'd been planning to hold a meeting and really lay it all out. But now, she wasn't even sure how much authority she had left with these students. By the school's survival rules, she and her students were exactly the same rank now. Go on back. Just be here at this time tomorrow to complete the assignment. Lina gave a bitter smile. Her heart was still pounding. If that new class president had actually made her strip naked and stand at the podium. Once the counselor gave the word, the students scattered. Most left in groups, a few went off alone. There were quite a few little cliques. Hardly anyone walked out solo. At the top of the list was Huang Jiahao's crew, 8 guys including Li Jun and Long Hai. Every one of them built, either athletes or longtime gym rats. He hadn't had this many people yesterday. He must have reached out to others last night besides me. That was the biggest group in class. Next came Wang Zihan's feminist crew, 6 girls. Honestly, the ones that got on my nerves most weren't Huang Jiahao's people, it was Wang Zihan's. I definitely made enemies of them with this mission, and if they ever found out I was the new class president, that's dangerous. Maybe find an opportunity to take these few tumors out? I don't think my talent is anything to sneeze at. Grab a knife, slip up behind them without a sound. But I shook my head almost immediately. Killing people is still wrong, and they hadn't crossed that line yet. Beyond those two, there was one more small group, Su Yang and Shin Che. The two of them get along well, and even though they're not in the same dorm, the 8 guys from their 2 dorms had joined up. Everyone else hadn't formed anything yet. Most likely they'd cluster by dorm, for to a group minimum. Like me, Li Jian, Lu Chang, and Huang Tian. There are real advantages to a group, if only for the leverage. So beyond my roommates, I needed to recruit a few more people. At that thought, 3 girls' names popped into my head. I was confident I could build the biggest group in the class. Li Na, Yi Wanqing, Luo Qingxue. Li Na was the counselor. Yi Wanqing was the former class president. Luo Qingxue had a powerful A-grade talent and had been my childhood friend. If I could pull all 3 of them in, our survival odds would jump enormously. Recruiting the class president and the counselor was a clear win. In the early stage of this survival game, they still carried authority. That authority would fade with time, of course, until they were no different from any other student, but not yet. I laid out my thinking for Li Jian and the others. Lu Chang spoke first. It's a good plan, but how do we actually recruit them? Li Jian nodded. And we need to move fast. Class president and counselor are heavy titles. The other groups are definitely looking for the same opening. Huang Tian said, I've got a childhood buddy I'm really tight with. Guy's a monster in a fight. You all know him. Li Jie. The 4 of us pictured him instantly. The tall, quiet guy in class with the buzz cut he'd kept for years. Best physical condition in the entire class. Fitness test score of 108. Over a perfect score. Pull-ups and distance running both offer bonus points. And Li Jie maxed out both. The number was absurd. If we can land him, great, I said. Huang Tian nodded. I'll give it a shot. No promises. We split up. First I stopped Yi Wanqing before she could leave. Yi Wanqing wasn't especially popular in class. Being class president means making enemies, and on top of that, Wang Zihan's crowd couldn't stand her, said she was too rigid. Still, she took her responsibilities seriously, which earned her a certain amount of respect. Gu Pingsheng. She looked at me curiously. I explained the situation and what I wanted. She hesitated. Huang Jiahao messaged me about the same thing last night, but his group is all guys. I wasn't comfortable with it, so I turned him down. If your side is, there are girls. I paused. Damn, Huang Jiahao moved fast. I'm going to try to recruit our advisor, and also my friend Luo Qingxue. Yi Wanqing nodded. Then count me in. Let's look out for each other from here on. She didn't really have friends to begin with, so having us in her corner was more than welcome. Gu Pingsheng, is Luo Qingxue really just a friend? Because from where I'm sitting, there's more going on there. She sits next to you in every single class. She was clearly fishing for gossip. I brushed her off with a few vague words and left. Friend? Sure, I guess. Nothing special between us. The most we'd ever done was walk side by side around the track. Luo Qingxue was even easier. One mention, and she was in. That left the advisor. She'd already left the main building, so I just messaged her on WeChat. Li Na replied, Gu Pingsheng, I know what you're getting at. But what I'd really like is for all 42 students in this class to come together. Do you understand? Me. That's not realistic. 3 assignments today, and the class was already at each other's throats. Do you honestly think finance class 1 can pull together? Li Na. I'm going to try, Pingsheng. She wouldn't budge. So I let it go? Maybe she still couldn't let go of being the advisor. Or maybe some other faction was already courting her. Me. Understood. You can't force these things. Landing Yi Wanqing and Luo Qingxue was already a solid result, especially with Luo Qingxue's A-rank talent. But that had to stay buried for now, mine too. Still, as the assignments got harder, it would come out sooner or later. A heavy, suffocating mood hung over the campus. From some classrooms came shouting, even the sounds of fighting. In one class, a student threw himself straight out the window, head first. He hit the ground and burst open like a watermelon, blood spreading everywhere. Probably the penalty for failing an assignment. I caught a glimpse and forced down the nausea. Instead of going back to the dorm, I headed straight for the track. My constitution and stamina were both at 12. Now that physical ability had actual numbers attached to it, could training push those numbers up? I wanted to find out. Your body is your only real capital. By the time I finished, it was noon. Back at the dorm, I made myself a hot cup of instant noodles. The power was still on, and we had a kettle in the room. No idea where the electricity was even coming from. The school was completely cut off from the outside world. Not my problem right now. First, food. That afternoon, Huang Tian brought good news. Li Jie was in. According to Li Jie, Huang Jiahao had tried to recruit him too, but after weighing his options, he'd picked us. That made 7 of us. I set up a group chat on WeChat to keep everyone connected. If anyone in the group ran into trouble, the rest were obligated to help. That was the understanding. Yi Wanxing noticed advisor Li wasn't in the group and knew I hadn't convinced her, but seeing Li Jie there put her at ease. The day passed quietly. I went through 2 bottles of water and 2 cups of instant noodles, plus a pack of compressed biscuits the next morning. Early the next day, the Heavenly Tao once again announced the list of students who died from violations. Only a handful this time. The whole school had learned to behave. By the rules, today was the last day of the newbie protection period. We ate bread on the walk to the classroom. Just ordinary bread, maybe 100 grams, dry as sand. You needed water to choke it down. I checked my personal inventory. Compressed biscuits times 5, instant noodles times 4, 500 milliliters water times 10, bread times 2, self-heating rice times 3. Completing the assignment on day 1 had doubled my supplies, so I was still in decent shape. A thought struck me. Ideally, today's assignment would be another one I could handle. Then I'd be even better stocked. A bite of bread, a swig of water, and I finished just as we reached the classroom. Most of the class had already arrived, every face blank and numb. Some of them looked like they'd given up on living entirely. In yesterday's chat channel, students and teachers across the school had reported all kinds of bizarre assignments. One was jumping from the 3rd floor, break a leg if you were lucky, end up paralyzed from the waist down if you weren't. Failing an assignment meant death, so most people just prayed they wouldn't be picked, hoping someone else would do it while the whole class split the rewards. Gu Pingsheng, over here. Luo Qingxua waved. Yi Wanxing was beside her. I nodded and sat down with them. My 3 roommates and Li Jie, the guy with the buzz cut, took the seats behind us. Looking around, the factions had all clustered together. Huang Jiahao's group, Wang Zihan's all-girls group, Xin Che and Su Yang's group, and ours. For factions accounted for most of the class. 42 students total, 43 counting advisor Li Na. Li Na stood beside the podium, her expression grim. Everyone was waiting for the assignment. There was no pattern to when assignments appeared. According to the chat channel, some classes got theirs in the morning, some at noon, some not until night. Until it showed up, all anyone could do was sit in the classroom and wait. Just then, there was a commotion in the hallway. A male student burst in, panicked, clutching a knife. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Li Na tensed. The next second, he lunged straight at Li Na, the closest person to him, and stabbed. She flinched, twisted aside, and drove a kick into his stomach. He staggered, then came at her again, forcing her to circle behind the podium. Huang Jiahao, Li Jie, and I were on our feet instantly. The other guy stood up too. I was in the front row, closest. I grabbed a stool and charged, swinging it right at his head. With a weapon in my hands and my talent backing me up, I wasn't the least bit afraid of him. Act! I followed up with a kick to his groin, and while he was doubled over, I slammed the stool into his head a few more times and wrenched the knife away. What the hell are you doing? I asked coldly. Huang Jiahao and the others swarmed in and pinned him down. A few of the guys got a few good kicks in. Anyone could see it. He'd come here to kill. I didn't have a choice. I'm from finance class 2, next door. Our new class rep picked an assignment. Kill one person from class 1 within 10 minutes. Student or advisor, either works. I was forced into it. I don't want to die, he howled, clutching himself. So you decided to kill me? Do you have any idea who I am? Li Na was furious and shaken, the fear catching up to her. If I hadn't rushed in when I did, she might really be dead. You're the class 1 advisor. So what? Can you fix what's happening to this school? Killing you means I get to live. So why the hell wouldn't I? The guy shouted. Attempted murder and still running your mouth. You really think this class is a pushover? Huang Jiahao backhanded him across the face and scoffed. If it were me, I'd have lured someone out of the classroom first. Waltzing in here with a knife in your hand, an idiot could tell what you were up to. By now, plenty of students from finance class 2 next door had come out of their room and were crowding around the doorway. Just to watch the show? Chen Han failed. I told you there was no way that scrawny little body of his could pull it off. Is the new class president some kind of psycho? Why would he pick that assignment? Chen Han's a dead man, right? He could have picked something way better. They whispered among themselves out in the hallway. The moment the 10 minutes were up, Chen Han, still pinned to the floor, suddenly broke free, with strength so overwhelming that even Li Jia couldn't hold him down. This guy, Li Jia froze, clearly not expecting his strength to spike like that out of nowhere. Sensing something was off, I backed up a few steps. Chen Han gave everyone an eerie smile, raised the knife, and drew it across his own throat. He cut the artery. Blood shot out like a fountain. Everyone standing near the front got sprayed head to toe. You've got to be kidding me. Even Huang Jiahao's scalp crawled. In that last moment, Chen Han had looked like something had possessed him. Everyone was horrified. It was the first time any of us had faced death this close up. Screams from the girls came one after another. Chen Han's dead. Let's get out of here. Man. The class 2 students who'd come to gawk scattered too. Everyone returned to their seats, each of them looking stunned out of their minds. Luo Qingxue tugged at my arm, her face pale. I broke the silence first. Better him than one of us. Were we supposed to just stand there and watch him kill our counselor? Yi Wanqing backed me up. Exactly. Don't beat yourselves up over it. He had it coming. Who said some guy from the class next door gets to push us around? You're not wrong, but he died right in front of us. It's still terrifying. A classmate mumbled. Just then, the chimes sounded in our ears, and red text surfaced on the blackboard. Day 3's assignment had arrived. Class President Gu Pingxing, please select your class's assignment for today. Assignment 1. Su Lu and Tan Lily will play rock, paper, scissors. The winner completes the assignment. The loser dies. Assignment 2. Xin Che and Long Hai will play a game of Chinese chess. The winner completes the assignment. The loser dies. Assignment 3. Either Yi Wanqing or Luo Qingxue must jump from the 6th floor. Penalty for failure to complete. Erasured. The moment the 3 options appeared, everyone was dumbstruck. So was I? No matter which one I picked, someone was guaranteed to die. Damn the heavenly way. But I calmed down fast. Can't panic. Can't let anyone see it on my face. As the decision maker, I had to make the choice that benefited the group most. What do we do? Don't pick me. I don't want to die. Tan Lily was the first to fall apart. She'd never in her wildest dreams imagined she'd be one of the chosen. Mr. Class President, I'm begging you, don't pick assignment 1, she cried out, then gritted her teeth and added, if you don't pick me, I'll do anything for you. Anything you want to do to me. You can do it. Long Hai was panicking just as badly. He'd studied Chinese chess, but there was still a chance he'd lose, and losing meant dying. Worse, his opponent was Xin Che, the top student in the class. How the hell was he supposed to win? He shouted. New class president, whoever the hell you are, don't you dare pick assignment 2. Pick 3. Jumping off the 6th floor doesn't necessarily kill you. If you pick 2, I'll figure out who you are, and I swear I'll kill you. Off to the side, Huang Jiahao just stared, dumbfounded. He hadn't realized Long Hai was this stupid. That's the 6th floor, Long Hai. Yi Wanqing yelled. So what? I'm not dying. You want somebody to die, you go do it. Long Hai screamed back at her, getting more worked up by the second. Huang Jiahao just covered his face, not wanting to look at him. I let a small smile tug at the corner of my mouth. I'd actually felt a little guilty before, but now? Assignment 2 was clearly the best choice. Besides, Long Hai had already crossed me once. My eyes went cold. This kind of power, holding the entire class's lives in my hands, was genuinely addictive. From now on, anyone who messed with me, as long as an assignment involved them, honestly, it felt pretty good. I choose assignment 2. I recited it silently in my head. The red text shifted, and assignment 2 remained on the blackboard. The next instant, a Chinese chess set materialized out of thin air on the podium. Xin Che, Long Hai, please complete the assignment within 30 minutes. Long Hai, looks like you ticked off the new class president. Come on, let's play. Xin Che stood up, his tone level. Long Hai lost it. Like hell I'm playing. New class president, grow a pair and show yourself? I'll end you. Xin Che shrugged. You die either way if you don't play. Then we'll both die? Long Hai sneered. You're the best student in this class. If I'm playing chess against you, I might as well drag you down with me. I still come out ahead. Xin Che was speechless. Could someone really be that shameless? How do you have no shame at all? You want to drag someone down with you? Yi Wanqing said furiously. Long Hai grabbed a chair and started toward her. Bitch, who the hell do you think you are? Li Jia stepped in front of Yi Wanqing. Hot-headed, Long Hai swung the chair straight at him. Li Jia caught it, wrenched it away, tossed it aside, and drove a straight punch into Long Hai's nose. Long Hai staggered back several steps. Li Jia hit even harder than Huang Jiahao, no question. Long Hai had acted on impulse. Li Jia closed the distance in an instant and front kicked him to the floor. Long Hai curled up, clutching his stomach, coughing dryly, in real pain. All right, that's enough. I can't exactly pretend I didn't see that. Huang Jiahao and a few others stood up and moved in front of Long Hai. You're not in my league, Li Jia said flatly. Huang Jiahao narrowed his eyes. You think you can take on 7 guys? Numbers won't help you. Just then, my 3 roommates and I stood up and moved to Li Jia's side. Yi Wanqing and Luo Qingxue came over too. And so did Luo Qingxue's 3 female roommates. The 5 girls were useless in a fight, but they had real loyalty. With both sides on the verge of blows, Huang Jiahao's group was suddenly the one at a disadvantage. Counselor Li Na was frantic, but she had no idea what to do. Everybody, hear me out. Shen Che squeezed his way in. How? You're a reasonable guy. Long Hai's welching on this is way out of line. He's guaranteed to die if he keeps this up. Might as well give him a shot. Besides, I've barely studied Chinese chess. I don't even know all the rules. He might actually win. There were only 30 minutes left. If they didn't play, they'd both die. Huang Jiahao pulled Long Hai to his feet. Go play. Otherwise you're dead for sure. Long Hai eyed Shen Che suspiciously. You really don't know how? I know a little, Shen Che said. If you've got the rules down cold, your odds are good. Fine. But if you're lying to me, you're going to die screaming. The 2 of them went up to the podium and sat on either side. Long Hai grabbed the first move, red side, and red moves first, which means the advantage. Quite a crowd had gathered to watch. A few exchanges in, Long Hai had taken one of Shen Che's chariots, both his cannons, and 2 pawns. A crushing lead. It really did look like Shen Che had no idea what he was doing. Long Hai got cocky. Shen Che, oh Shen Che, you're such a great student. How are you this terrible at chess? Shen Che gave a wry smile. Don't laugh at me, Hai. I'm just a bookworm. All I do is camp out in the library. When it comes to actual brains, I'm no match for you. I shot Shen Che a sideways glance, my expression a little odd, then caught Su Yang's eye. Su Yang was Shen Che's guy. On the surface he looked worried, but there was a hint of amusement buried in his eyes. This Shen Che was definitely not as simple as he seemed. If you were really so smart, how'd you end up at Yangyu with the rest of us? Huh, book-brained idiot. Long Hai pressed his attack harder and harder. But partway through, things started to go sideways. Shen Che began clawing back the initiative. Long Hai lost a chariot and both of his horses. Whoa, Long Hai's out of horses, someone murmured. The late game was basically an endgame. Cannons need a screen piece to capture, and in an endgame, with so few pieces left on the board, there's nothing to shoot over. Their power drops off a cliff. But horses move in an L, and with fewer pieces blocking their path, they only get stronger. Cannons are strong early and weak late. Horses are weak early and strong late. Checkmate. Sorry, Long Hai. You got careless. Shen Che had completely turned the game around. He'd deliberately thrown away both cannons in the opening to make Long Hai overconfident, then picked off both horses and both chariots one step at a time. By the endgame, Long Hai had nothing but cannons left. He never stood a chance. No, that's impossible. Long Hai's eyes went unfocused. He let out a ghastly laugh. You lied to me. Said you couldn't play chess, and then you do this to me. I really can't play. I just know the rules a little. Shen Che tensed up, worried Long Hai might snap. Boss, you have to survive. Long Hai grabbed Huang Jiahao's arm, using the last of his strength. Yi Wanqing, Li Jia, everyone, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for all the trouble I caused you. The words were barely out of his mouth when blood streamed from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. He slumped against Huang Jiahao dead. Huang Jiahao held the body, his face like ice. A dying man speaks kindly. That old saying held true for Long Hai. Earlier he'd shamelessly tried to drag Shen Che down with him. And at the end, he'd found a conscience. Damn it, damn this heavenly Tao. Huang Jiahao snarled through heavy breaths, then scooped Long Hai up to carry him away. His body's going to vanish in half an hour anyway. Why bother? Shen Che asked. Get lost. One of the underlings jabbed a finger at Shen Che's face. I would love to kill you. And that new class president too. The second we find out who he is, he's dead. Shen Che didn't argue. Talking back now would only pour oil on the fire. Cool it. He was just saving his own life, Su Yang said with a frown. That's when the chimes sounded in everyone's ears. Shen Che has completed the class assignment. Reward for every student in the class. Whole wheat bread times 3, 500 milliliters water times 4, packaged chicken breast times 3. Grade B. Shen Che's reward is doubled. Shen Che blinked. A B. Probably because Long Hai had dragged things out for so long and burned too much time. Physical assignments really are the easy ones. Gu Pingxin got a sweet deal, Shen Che thought. Everyone else was thinking the same thing. Each reward was barely enough food to stay alive. Sooner or later, someone was going to fail an assignment. All right, break it up, someone shouted. The crowd scattered in seconds. I was about to leave too, but Counselor Li Na stopped me. What is it, Counselor? Pingsheng, I've made up my mind. I'm joining you. Li Na's expression was resigned. And stop calling me Counselor. Just call me Li Na. We help each other out. Deal. She was genuinely scared. So what if she was a counselor? How was she any different from a regular student? People from the class next door pushed her around at will. One of them even came at her with a knife. If I hadn't shown up when I did today, then we're on the same team. I nodded. Huang Jiahao's crew, the class next door. Any of them could be our enemy. We support each other, and we survive. Thank you, Pingsheng. She managed a thin smile, then pulled a box of self-heating rice from her backpack and handed it to me. For saving me back there. I'm counting on you from now on. Her expression was a little strained. Maybe it was the shock. Or maybe she just couldn't stomach having to butter up a former student. I ran laps at the track for 2 hours, my head still spinning a little. The counselor who used to look down on all of us was now trying to get on my good side. Though when I thought about it, it made sense. What she wanted was our team's potential. Li Jia especially, the best fighter in the class. Back at the dorm, after lunch, I added the counselor to our small group chat. I did consider adding Luo Qingshue's 3 roommates, but decided against it. More people isn't always better. The rest of the day passed. Dinner, a walk, back in the dorm before 10. Then the chime hit again. The rookie protection period ends tomorrow. The following changes take effect. 1. Starting tomorrow, days are defined on a 7-day week beginning with Monday. Monday through Friday, standard class assignments, once per day. Saturday, team assignment, once per week. Sunday, rest day, no assignments, free movement permitted on campus. 2. Between 2200 hours and 6 o'clock, treasure chests will spawn in the corners of campus, containing supplies or special items. 3. Killing another class's new class president guarantees a random tier talent. Presidents are advised to guard their identities. 4. Campus survival officially begins. All phones and other communication devices are now disabled. Online contact is limited to the chat channel and private messages. My expression darkened. The changes starting tomorrow were massive. I'd have to bury my identity as class president even deeper. Killing me was worth a talent. But flip that around. If I killed another class's president, wouldn't that get me a second talent too? And most importantly, chests at night. From 22 to 6 o'clock, things would be prowling the campus, killing anyone who didn't make it back to a classroom or dorm in time. But that was also exactly when the chests would spawn. My pulse picked up. My talent, hidden void. Could I make it work here? Slip into intangibility whenever danger showed up, let it pass right by me, and then go loot chests. Because once hidden void was active, nothing alive could see me. At 10 that night, I said goodnight to Luo Qingxue and lay in bed, tossing and turning. The Heavenly Tao had said tomorrow counted as Monday, which meant the chests probably wouldn't start showing up until tomorrow night. But I had to go out and test it tonight anyway. I needed to know whether my idea actually held up. Whether hidden void could really get me past the things out there. Dangerous. It's risky, but I'm betting those monsters can't detect me while I'm in Phantom Vale. Besides, the main building, Building 2, and Building 3 are packed with classrooms, and classrooms are safe zones. If my stamina runs out, I can duck into one and rest anytime. One by one, my roommates started snoring. They were all out cold. A single thought, and I activated Phantom Veil. The next instant, I went invisible, my whole body turning intangible. I slipped down out of my bunk, passed straight through the dorm wall, and came out in the hallway. It felt strange, cool, and tingling. My stamina was draining fast, too. I only had about 20 minutes of invisibility, so I had to use it in bursts. Cloak for a bit, drop it for a bit, sit on the floor, and let my stamina recover. That was the most efficient way. The dorm hallway was definitely empty this late at night. Once I was outside our door, I dropped the veil and stood with my back against the wall. The dorm was right on the other side of that wall. If anything happened, I could slip back in instantly. Early spring nights were still chilly. I stood there in nothing but thin pajamas, waiting, second by second. Nothing happened. So going out only carried a chance of danger. Get lucky, and you'd never run into any of those wandering monsters. Just as I was getting sleepy and about to head back to bed, eerie footsteps echoed down the hallway. Thud, thud, thud. The rhythm was too regular. No human could walk like that. I held my breath. Room 303 was on the 3rd floor. What the hell was out there in this hallway? The footsteps got closer and closer, and a tall man slowly emerged at the top of the stairwell. His face was covered. He was carrying a blood-red axe, and he reeked of rotting corpse. Your sanity has decreased by 2. Current sanity, 11 da. My expression changed. So that's how you lose sanity. The moment the Axeman saw me, he let out a roar and charged. Almost simultaneously, I activated Phantom Veil. He froze in place, unable to find his target. We were incredibly close to each other. My face scrunched up. The thing stank beyond belief. Corpse rot mixed with the smell of something left baking in the sun. I could even make out the insects crawling all over him. This was definitely not a living human. Then what was it? A ghost? Ghosts actually exist. The thought jolted me. And yeah, It scared me a little. But then again, if a bizarre campus survival game could exist, ghosts weren't much of a stretch. Unable to find me, the Axeman turned and walked away. And after he left, my sanity didn't drop any further. So sanity only got docked the first time you saw a given monster. The corner of my mouth curled up. I'd bet right. Phantom Veil actually worked. From now on, every treasure chest in this school was mine. I'd assumed my talent would be hard to use early on. Turns out I was completely wrong. I could take off right from the start. I was going to survive to the end. I was going to walk out of this school, go home, and find my parents, my little brother, and my sisters. Back in the dorm, I was down to 3 stamina. That last stretch had cost me 1. I lay down and fell asleep not long after. I woke up naturally the next morning with both stamina and sanity fully restored. Looked like both stats recovered with rest. Just then, I heard my roommates talking below my bunk. Huang Tian's voice was shaking. Guys, did any of you hear a monster roaring last night? Lu Chong nodded. Yeah, if I had to guess, that was one of those monsters that wander around at night. Li Jian said. I just checked the chat channel. A few other people heard some kind of inhuman roaring last night too. Sounds like the campus is absolutely terrifying after dark. We can't go outside, period. I climbed down from the top bunk, keeping my face neutral. Of course I knew exactly why, because I'd provoked that masked Axeman. But I wasn't about to say that. Let's go. It's Monday. Time to hit the classroom and do our homework. The 3 of them followed me out the door. The atmosphere in the classroom was suffocating. A lot of the girls were pale and still trembling. The guys were holding up better, but they were scared out of their minds too. Finance class 1 was mostly female, 20-some girls to about 10 guys. Morning, Pingsheng. Did you sleep okay? Luo Qingxue looked up and asked. Well enough. Good. Pingsheng, could I go running on the track with you today? I saw you working out there yesterday. There was hope in her voice. I blinked. Sure, of course. Count me in. I need to work on my conditioning too. Yi Wanqing chimed in from beside us. Luo Qingxue opened her mouth, then couldn't bring herself to say no, but she clearly wasn't happy about it. No wonder Yi Wanqing wasn't popular. With emotional intelligence like that, it'd be a miracle if she were. Right then, Li Na came in through the door, looking worried, and sat down right next to us. The whole class froze. The class president and the academic advisor, both in my group. It was almost 8, and nearly everyone had arrived. Li Na did a head count, then stood up frowning. Everyone, we're 1 person short. 1 short? What happened? Could it be Long Hai? Didn't he already bite it? Advisor, are you sure? Su Yang's expression turned serious. She's right, we're short. With Ms. Li that should make 43. We've only got 41. Looks like it's a guy who's missing. A check turned up the name, Zhao Ming. The guy had basically 0 presence in class. If Li Na weren't in the habit of taking attendance every time, no one would have noticed. Who are Zhao Ming's roommates? Do you know what happened? Li Na asked. Someone who knew him spoke up. Zhao Ming lives off campus. Plenty of college students rent apartments off campus. No roommates. At that moment, the classroom door was kicked open by a group of people. Leading them was Liang from finance class 2 next door, a fat, ugly guy whose face was covered in acne and pockmarks. He barely ever showered, so he always smelled, and he was constantly making crude jokes at the girls. The girls in class 2 couldn't stand him. They treated him like a walking lump of rotten meat. Let me introduce myself. I'm the new class president of class 2, Liang. He chuckled. His eyes swept over the girls in our class, finally landing on Li Na, and a flash of admiration crossed his face. The room was stunned. Class 2's new president just outed himself that easily? What was he doing in our classroom? My pupils contracted, but I composed myself quickly. If he really was a new class president, would taking him out net me a new talent? No, wait. The fact that he was bold enough to expose himself meant he was either reckless, or his talent was strong enough that killing people was easy for him. Goosebumps rose on Li Na's arms. That stare made her deeply uncomfortable. Liang, you're class 2's new president? You just reveal that outright? What do you want with our class? What's there to be scared of? Ong Li laughed out loud. I came here for one reason only. To tell you people that I killed Ming Zhao. The whole class exploded. Huang Jiahao, Su Yang, Li Jie, and I all shot to our feet at once. Huang Jiahao narrowed his eyes. You killed Ming Zhao? Why? Did he do something to you? Yesterday you killed one of our classmates. Call an eye for an eye. Everyone immediately thought of Chen Han, the guy who'd barged in the day before. Li Na was shaking with rage. Chen Han was trying to kill me. And wasn't that the assignment you people picked yourselves? How can you be so unreasonable? So what? Ong Li grinned. Couldn't you have just laid down and died like a good girl? If it weren't for you, Chen Han would still be alive. I'm avenging him. Now he can rest in peace. You animal. Huang Jiahao grabbed a chair and was about to charge, but Su Yang held him back. What are you doing, Su Yang? They're walking all over our classmates, and you can just stand there and take it? He might have a strong talent, Su Yang said slowly. Don't do anything rash. Huang Jiahao cooled off. If Ong Li was bold enough to reveal his identity, he definitely had something to back it up. Ha, smart kid. Ong Li smirked. Truth was, he couldn't gauge whether our class had anyone with a strong talent either, so he didn't dare push too far. Actually, he had another reason for coming to provoke us. He wanted to smoke out who Class 1's new class president was. Once he knew, he could kill that person outright and take their talent. Unfortunately for him, I kept my head down. He ran his mouth the whole time, and I never surfaced. All right, from now on, Class 2 is under my rule. I'm the strongest in Class 2, and soon I'll be running this whole school. If any of the good-looking girls in Class 1 want to come over to my side, come early. Spots are limited. He swept a meaningful look over the pretty girls in our class, lingering on Li Na. With that, he and his crew strutted out. Everybody, there's no way we're swallowing this, right? Su Yang said slowly. How about we post intel on Class 2's new president to the chat channel? Somebody out there will be happy to deal with them. One of the girls was scared. What if he retaliates against us? So we just let him push us around? Huang Jiahao fumed. Worst case, Gu Pingsheng, Su Yang, and I team up, all three groups, and corner Ong Li. I don't believe one guy can hold off two full teams. Li Jie said slowly. We can't move until we know exactly what he's capable of. It's too reckless. Then we go with Su Yang's plan for now and post the intel to the chat channel, Shinshe said. Huang Jiahao had to let it drop, though there was a flicker in his eyes. He knew plenty of upperclassmen, and he had connections of his own. By noon, Monday's assignment finally arrived. Today is Monday. Class President Gu Pingsheng, please select today's class assignment. Assignment 1. Su Yang may not eat any food or drink any water starting now. Settlement at 12 o'clock midnight. Penalty for failure, erasure. Assignment 2. Gu Pingsheng must kill one classmate. Penalty for failure, erasure. Assignment 3. Xing Rong must run 100 laps around the track. Penalty for failure, erasure. Everyone stared at the blackboard in silence. Still, it wasn't as hellish as yesterday. Assignment 2 had me killing a classmate. Assignment 3 had a petite girl running a marathon. Neither was an option. Su Yang said slowly. Given the situation, the only real choice is me. Everyone nodded. Going one day without food is nothing. Go with Su Yang, new prez. I selected assignment 1. The rest was simple. Su Yang couldn't eat or drink anything all day and just had to hold out until midnight. Luckily, he'd eaten something that morning, so it basically amounted to skipping lunch and pushing dinner back. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and a few people even envied Su Yang for landing such an easy task. Su Yang himself, though, was turning something over in his mind. What were the grading criteria for today's assignment? How did you earn a high score? Was it really just about going hungry? He doubted it was that simple. No food, no water. That was really a test of willpower. So how did you get the heavenly Tao to judge your willpower as impressive? Forget it. Maybe for these fixed-type tasks, the reward criteria are fixed too, Shinshe said from beside him. That morning, Luo Qingxue, Yu Wanqing, and I went running on the track. The two girls trailed behind me, panting hard, and I slowed down as much as I could, about a 6-minute mile pace, to go easy on them. After 3 kilometers I stopped. The two of them were gasping like they were about to keel over. For girls who never work out, 3 kilometers is pure torture, even at a 6-minute pace, 6 minutes a kilometer or slower. Still brutal. I can't take any more, Pingsheng. You're too good at this. I really can't. Luo Qingxue wheezed. My face went red. Do you hear yourself? The way you phrase things makes it sound like I did something to you. Yu Wanqing sighed. Thank God that new class president didn't make that girl run 100 laps. That would seriously kill someone. I only made it 8 laps before I gave out. Forget 100. I said, you two need to step up your fitness training. People online say college kids these days are made of glass, but honestly, it's an education problem. 1 PE class a week, 1 fitness test a semester. The school's definitely going to keep handing out physical assignments. We need to build up our conditioning to handle them. Got it. You're right. Yu Wanqing suggested. How about the 3 of us come out here to train every day after we finish the assignments? Luo Qingxue pouted. She wanted to refuse, but couldn't come up with a reason. That afternoon, Li Jie, Luo Qingxue, and I made a pact. Every day, once the assignment was done, we'd work out together. Pull-up bars, chin-ups, push-ups, anything we could train, we'd train. No telling what kind of curveball a future conditioning assignment might throw at us. And while we had our heads down training, things had already gone sideways over in finance class 2. That guy Ong Li was class 2's new president, and its resident tyrant. Unlike the other presidents who kept it under wraps, he'd announced his identity publicly the night before and even showed off a talent that worked like a superpower. The guys in his class became his lackeys. The girls became his personal harem. Anyone who didn't fall in line, he'd punish through assignments, or just handle them himself. At 3 that afternoon, He was strolling down a secluded path on campus with two girls in miniskirts in tow. Both were the kind of girls the class considered top-tier beauties, and reluctance was written all over their faces, but they didn't dare push back. One of them, a girl named Xiaoru, pleaded shakily. Ong Li, please, can we go back to the dorm? Or the classroom, even? Ong Li's face darkened. Call me Mr. President. Mr. President. No. Translation, Xiaoru. If you don't do as you're told, your boyfriend dies. Got it. Right then, a crowd came pouring out up ahead. 15 guys from the sophomore basketball team. Big, tall, every one of them holding either a club or a blade. The one leading them was named Sun Haoran, and he spoke up with all the righteousness in the world. So this is what the new class president does? Uses his authority to push around a female classmate. Leon laughed. Somebody's already coming after me. Guess a new talent really does make people itch. The corner of Sun Haoran's mouth curled up. He let out a nasty little chuckle and suddenly stabbed a finger at Liang. Get him. Whoever kills him gets his talent. The second the word talent left his mouth, every one of his boys lit up. This was something that could change your whole destiny. The ones who'd been hesitating a moment ago went blind with greed on the spot. The guy out front was Zhao Ming, 6'3", built like a slab of muscle, gripping a club as thick as his own arm in both hands. He charged in swinging, taunting as he ran. Scared stiff? Huh. Freshman. Liang didn't move an inch. Crack. The club came down square on Liang's head. And the next second, the grin froze on Zhao Ming's face. Where the club had touched Liang's scalp, a burst of flame exploded out of nowhere. Crimson fire crawled up the shaft and shot straight onto Zhao Ming's hands. Zhao Ming screamed and flung the club away. Liang slowly raised his head. The same fire was burning in his eyes, and his smile was ice cold. You hit me first. So my turn now, right? He drove a fist into Zhao Ming's chest. Boom. Flames erupted across Zhao Ming's body. His t-shirt turned to ash. The fire burrowed into his skin, singed his hair off. Zhao Ming shrieked and rolled on the ground, beating at himself, but nothing would put it out. The air reeked of charred meat. It didn't take long before the screaming stopped. Zhao Ming was dead. The handful of guys who'd rushed in behind him went limp with terror right where they stood, weapons clattering to the ground. Sun Haoran's face changed color too, back at the rear. Thank God, he hadn't gone in himself. He barked move, and led the retreat, shouting, slowest guy's the tank. Liang wanted to chase them, but the talent burned through his stamina, and his physique had been low to begin with. He gave a cold snort, flung out a fireball, caught one of the slower runners, and burned another one to death. By the time everyone had scattered, all he had left were two trembling girls holding him up. His head swam, and he nearly went down. Stamina was at 3. Help me back. Back where? Don't be stupid. The girls' dorm. Any one of them, I don't care. I didn't find out about any of this until that night. Phones had lost signal, so now everybody communicated through the chat channel and DMs on the game panel. I'd started a group of 8. My 3 roommates, Li Jia, our counselor Li Na, Yi Wanqing, Luo Qingxue, and me. The class group chat was buzzing about what had happened that day too. At 8 in the evening, Huang Jiahao suddenly posted in the class group. Got the full story. Liang, finance class 2. His talent is fire manipulation. Extremely powerful. Su Yang. Damn, how'd you find that out? Huang Jiahao. I used those sophomore thugs. Leaked Liang's info to them and told them not to mess with him, and they took the bait instead. 15 guys went in. 2 died. Su Yang, you were right. Better to play it careful. Li Zhan. Wonder if our class president even has what it takes to put Liang down. Wu Hetian. As long as he keeps strutting around like that, he'll turn the whole school against him sooner or later. There are how many classes on this campus? Somebody will handle him. Long Hai. At Huang Jiahao boss, you're as devious as ever, huh? I stared at that message for a few seconds, not processing. The group chat went dead silent. Nobody replied. Long Hai might as well have been getting the cold shoulder. At first I was just confused. Then it clicked, and my eyes went wide. Hold on, hadn't Long Hai been dead for 2 days? A chill crawled up my spine. In the smaller group, Yi Wanqing spoke first. What's going on? Is somebody pranking us? Li Na, no. I just opened the class group and counted. Including me, 43 people. Long Hai is still there. Zhao Ming is still there too. Is the place haunted? Lu Chong. So that's actually the dead Long Hai? How is a dead man talking in the chat channel? Then, in the class group, Zhao Ming spoke. That bastard Liang. He burned me alive. You people have to avenge me. Otherwise you're his accomplices, and the first chance I get, I'll kill every last one of you. Long Hai piled on. Boss, you've got to avenge me too. You're going to kill Shin Che for me, or I'll kill you right along with him. My stomach dropped. Something was off. When Long Hai was alive, he was Huang Jiahao's most loyal dog. There was no way he'd ever say something about killing Huang Jiahao. The dead weren't who they used to be. Either something had possessed them, or they'd come back as vengeful spirits hunting for lives. I typed straight out, "Are you people human or ghosts?" Long hi. At Gu Pingxing I'm dead, so obviously I'm a ghost. You cursed my whole family before. I'm never letting that go. My eyes went cold. I typed out a long one. I'll be waiting. Except right now all you can do is talk tough in the chat channel, isn't it? If you really had the power to kill me, why aren't you here doing it? My guess is you and Zhao Ming are both restricted. The most you can manage is scaring people in the class group. Am I right? After I sent that, neither of the dead men made another sound. No idea whether I'd hit the nail on the head and humiliated them, or whether there are just hard limits on what a dead person can post. I added one more line. At Long Hai at Xiaoming nothing to say? Then I'll take it that all you've got is talk to. Suyang followed up. Nicely done, brother. Those two are just rats hiding in the dark. They're not the Long Hai and Xiaoming we knew at all. Wang Chun, but watch yourself. They might really find a way to get back at you. Huang Jiahao. Long Hai never would have talked to me like that when he was alive. Suyang. That's what I'm saying. It's an imposter. Or their personalities got twisted when they turned into ghosts. That's how it always works in novels. I closed the class group and opened the school-wide chat channel. Sure enough, the whole campus had gone off. A dead guy posted in our class group. What the hell is happening? Same in ours. Almost the exact same time. A girl who died suddenly started screaming that she was going to kill us. It really is haunted. I think this is a game mechanic. Nothing like this happened yesterday or the day before. The newbie protection period ended, and now the dead are alive in a different form. Translation. Turn into ghosts. Do they still have to do homework? And if I get picked, could I end up running into them? That last message made my pupils shrink. It was actually possible. I sighed. This school survival game was getting creepier by the day. If I died someday, would I end up meeting these vengeful ghosts somewhere too? And that place, would it be the underworld? At this point, it was pretty much confirmed. The dead students from every class had started talking in their own class channels. Everyone freaked out at first, but then somebody pointed out that if a survival game could show up out of nowhere, people turning into vengeful ghosts after death wasn't that far-fetched either. I thought about it and figured they had a point. At least none of the dead had shown up in the all-school channel. Otherwise, someone definitely would have brought it up. I scrolled back a long way and didn't see Long Hai or Xiaoming pop up in there. It was almost 10. My 3 roommates were already in bed. Nobody was allowed out of the dorm after 10, and with the whole campus internet cut off, everyone pretty much turned in at this hour. My 3 roommates, who used to pull all-nighters gaming, were now going to bed early like good little kids, one of the few upsides this game had brought. But I wasn't planning to sleep. I was waiting for 10 o'clock. The second it hit 10, I was heading out to look for a treasure chest. My stamina still wasn't high enough, so I didn't dare go far. I'd try my luck around the dorm building, explore for an hour or 2 at most, and if I came up empty, I'd head back. Time was up. I lay in bed until all 3 roommates were snoring softly, then quietly activated Phantom Void and slipped out of the room. Once I hit the hallway, I immediately dropped out of the void state. Until I ran into a monster, I wasn't going to burn my talent for nothing. I had to conserve. I'd napped that afternoon and spent the whole evening sitting around, so I was at 9 points of stamina now, good for 27 minutes. If I used it in bursts, an hour or 2 would be no problem at all. I didn't waste any time and started searching right there in the hallway of the men's dorm. The rule said a chest could appear in any corner of the campus. First floor through 3rd, nothing. I got ready to head up to floors 4 through 6. Every dorm building on campus was 6 stories. Any taller, and they'd have had to install an elevator. Ours was the finance majors building, housing the freshman and sophomore classes. The upperclassmen lived in the building next door. I combed through the hallways on 4, 5, and 6 too. Still no chest. I was standing at the 6th floor stairwell, about to head up to the roof. That's when I heard footsteps. They were soft, but the night was so quiet I could hear them perfectly. They didn't sound human. Too regular. There was something evil about them. I activated Phantom Void immediately. Just in time, a barefoot woman in red came up from the 5th floor to the 6th floor landing. She was walking on her tiptoes, head cocked to one side, clutching a blood-red dagger. Your sanity has dropped by 3 points. Current, 10. The woman was right in front of me, and I could see her clearly. Pure black eyes, blood seeping from her features, skin a terrifying shade of white, not a trace of life about her. Exactly like a vengeful ghost out of a TV drama. No, not like. She was a vengeful ghost. This was my 2nd time seeing a ghost. That is, if the axe man from the first time counted as 1. And it was also the 2nd time I'd lost sanity. The female ghost scanned the area. She'd clearly sensed a living person a moment ago, so why had it suddenly vanished? She kept searching the hallway. After a while, she left. I let out a breath and got ready to drop the void state and head up to the roof. Then the footsteps in the stairwell went from faint to loud. She was coming back. The woman in red was back. Goddamn thing. I cursed her out in my head and didn't dare move. What if she could hear my footsteps? Even in the void state, the soles of my feet were still touching the floor, which meant I could easily make a sound. Wait, if I was completely incorporeal in the void state, could I float? Inspiration struck. The ceiling on how much I could phase out was high. I could go fully incorporeal, soles included. That way I could go anywhere on campus I wanted. I just couldn't get out the front gate. But would gravity just drag me back down? Probably not. Once I phased out, I had no mass, so how could gravity get a grip on me? I gave it a shot. The next instant, my whole body went fully incorporeal, and my feet lifted off the floor. Then my expression changed. This trick burned way more stamina. 1 point used to last 3 minutes. Now it lasted 1. 3 times the drain. Nothing I could do about it. Get to the roof first, worry later. I still had 8 points, and they were draining fast. I needed to cancel it soon. I couldn't be bothered with the ghost pacing the hallway. I just floated straight up and onto the roof. My eyes lit up. A pitch-black chest sat quietly in the middle of the rooftop. So this is a treasure chest. I wanted to open it right away, but realized I was still in the void state. To hold something while incorporeal, I had to be holding it beforehand. Like when I went void while gripping my dagger, the dagger phased out with me, and I'd have to cancel the state to attack anyone. The reverse was also true. To pick up a physical object while incorporeal, I had to cancel first. The ghost was still pacing on the 6th floor, some distance from the roof. Besides, the roof access was normally locked to keep students from jumping. It'd take her a while to get up here. I dropped Phantom Void and opened the chest immediately. Black iron chest, lower grade. Class monitor Gu Ping Sheng. You have obtained 500 milliliters water times 3, sharp knife times 1, fire axe times 1. Class monitor Gu Ping Sheng. You are the first player at Yangqing University to open a treasure chest. Accept the school-wide commendation. The commendation will grant a mystery reward. I went quiet, torn over whether to accept. A school-wide commendation meant telling everyone. My name is Gu Ping Sheng, and I got the first chest. Which meant exposure, that I could move around outside the safe zones at night, that I had a talent. Once I accepted, my name would ring out across the entire campus. If I declined, I'd just miss out on a reward. Should I put my name out there or not? The more I thought about it, the more tempting it got. School commendations used to mean a certificate or a scholarship. But things were different now. The reward was very likely a special item. Screw it. Fortune favors the bold, the timid starve. I take the gamble. School-wide commendation selected. School-wide commendation. Attention, all students. Gu Pingxing of our university is the first player at Yangqing University to obtain a treasure chest, demonstrating an enterprising spirit and the courage to explore. Gu Pingxing is awarded 1 random S-rank skill. All students should follow his example and together embody the youthful response. Ding! The announcement chime rang in everyone's ears, all across campus. Plenty of students who'd already fallen asleep jolted awake. It wasn't even 11 yet, so a lot of people hadn't gone to bed at all. Holy crap, what just happened? A school-wide commendation. Who the hell is Gu Pingxing? Wasn't the treasure chest outside? How did he get it? That's some serious guts. Guy's got a death wish. Damn. A few days ago, people who went out at night got dragged out and turned into corpse decorations, and now this guy goes out at night and walks away with a treasure chest? The school's double standards are unreal. Not double standards. Same process, different outcome. Those people died. This Gu Pingxing lived, and he got the chest. The chat channel exploded. Everyone was asking what year and what class this guy was in. Some people were dismissive. A reward he traded his life for. He'll get himself killed sooner or later. Carrot, maybe the dude's got a decent talent. Ever think of that? Either way, Gu Pingxing is officially famous now. Can Big Bro Gu protect me? I'm a girl. You could be a farm animal, and it wouldn't matter. Why would he protect you? Probably just luck. The chest happened to be right outside his door, and he stumbled onto it. I wasn't reading the chat channel, but I knew I'd blown up. And footsteps were already echoing from the 6th floor stairwell leading up to the roof. That thing was coming. No time to check what the S-rank skill was. It was almost 11. I needed to get back, fast. I went fully intangible again, shoved everything from the chest into my backpack, and drifted straight down, back to my dorm room door. The lights were still on inside. My 3 roommates were staring wide-eyed at my empty bunk, looking at each other. I knocked. Li Jian immediately opened the door, yanked me in, and shut it fast. Li Jian, Huang Tian, Lu Chong. All 3 of them stared at me, stunned. Gu Pingxing, are you out of your mind? You actually went outside at night? Or do you have some crazy talent you've been hiding from your own brothers this whole time? Li Jian spoke first. Seriously, how'd you go from 0 to a school-wide commendation? I explained. I spotted a treasure chest out in the hallway, took a gamble, and opened it. That's all. I had no idea how much of that they believed. We're exactly in the hallway. How'd I see it from inside the dorm? How'd I dare go out with nothing backing me up? The 3 of them exchanged a look. Clearly they weren't buying it. But they didn't press. Everybody's got secrets. Prying would have been rude. I smiled. All right. Look, it's good news either way. I've got an S-rank skill now. Even if another class comes after us, we'll be fine. The skill part was already public. The commendation had announced it. Lu Chong said. So, Gu Pingxing, mind telling us what the skill is? No worries if you'd rather not. I pulled up my S-rank skill first. Skill, Soul Ren/type, Spirit/physical, deals damage to vengeful spirits, solinities, humans, and animals. Quality, S-rank cooldown, 10 seconds on use. Unleashes 5 high damage slashes forward. Homing attack, the target cannot evade. Cost 0.5 stamina. I grinned. S-rank skill Soul Ren/ for offense. S-rank talent Hidden Void for defense. My weak spot was officially covered. That part doesn't matter, I can tell you. My new skill hits everything in front of me with a bunch of slashes. Kind of like Li Bai's ultimate in Honor of Kings, you know the one. I didn't mind revealing the skill, but the talent that keeps me alive, that stays buried. Not because I don't trust them, it's just that a trump card like that is worth hiding for as long as humanly possible. Badass. Just the rank alone sounds insane. Our roommate's gonna be a big shot. Huang Tian was pumped. Li Jian and Lu Chong chimed in, both yelling about riding my coattails. Right then, that little girl DM'd me. Luo Qingxue, Gu Pingxing, was that you? The school-wide commendation just now. Me, yep. Surprised? Shocked. I felt a twinge of guilt after hitting send. Was Luo Qingxue about to grill me about hiding a talent? She'd told me she had one a while back, and I'd never said a word about mine. Should I tell her? Instead, Luo Qingxue. Pingxing, you can't take risks like that again. Do you have any idea how dangerous it is out there at night? How can you not care about your own life? Me. Relax, I know what I'm doing to. Luo Qingxue. If you died, what would I do? Sniff crying face. The little thing suddenly getting clingy on me was honestly kind of funny. Me. What do you mean? What would you do? You keep living. That's what. It's a brutal survival world. Nobody can promise they won't die. Laughing crying. Luo Qingxue. No way. If you die, I'm not living either. Angry face. Me. Don't talk nonsense. It's late. Get some sleep. Luo Qingxue. Nighty night. On the other end, Luo Qingxue was curled up under her blanket, face burning. She had no idea how much that last line sounded like she was ready to follow him to the grave, and she was terrified the big dummy might have picked up on something. Apparently he hadn't. She let out a small sigh of relief. Besides Luo Qingxue, other people I knew reached out too. My academic advisor and the class monitor were both floored by the school-wide commendation. Even Su Yang and Huang Jiahao sent congratulations. Except for Yi Wanqing, the old class monitor, who wouldn't let it go. Everyone else dropped the subject. They knew I had secrets and didn't want to annoy me. Yi Wanqing. Hey, Gu Pingxing, just tell me. How'd you pull it off? Me. There was a treasure chest in the hallway by the door. I opened it. That's it. Yi Wanqing. I don't believe you, just tell me. Me. I sighed. With an old class monitor this socially oblivious, cold silence was the only option. Midnight. Su Yang finished the assignment. He'd skipped meals all day for. A notification rang in the ears of every student in Finance Class 1. Su Yang has completed the class assignment. Reward for every student in the class. Compressed biscuits times 10, 500 milliliters water times 2. Assignment grade, C. Su Yang receives an additional 500 milliliters water times 1. Items have been placed in your personal backpack. While I was at it, I opened my backpack. With all the rewards I'd stockpiled over the past several days, plus the resources and weapons I'd just picked up, I had to be one of the wealthier people in the class. Gu Pingxing, Attribute Panel School, Yangqing University. Class, Finance 1221. Role, Class Monitor. Talent, S-Rank Hidden Void. HP, 100%. Constitution, 12. Stamina, 3 out of 12. Sanity, 13. Skill, S-Rank Soul Ren/. Title, None. Assignments completed, 1. Status, Fatigued. Exhausted. Backpack, Compressed biscuits times 15. Instant noodles times 3, 500 milliliters water times 17, assorted bread, self-heating rice times 3, chicken breast times 2, sharp knife times 1, fire axe times 1. Sharp knife, low-grade black iron. An ordinary small knife. Fire axe, mid-grade black iron. An ordinary fire axe. My food stores would hold out for a while yet. I hadn't been rationing myself. I still ate a solid 1,500 to 2,000 calories a day to keep my body functioning. As long as I kept completing the assignments, food and water weren't anything I needed to lose sleep over. I took a drink of water, hit the bathroom, and got back into bed to rest. Just in case, I slept light, and I tucked the knife under my pillow. A man's got to keep his guard up, especially in a situation like this. Early the next morning, my roommates and I headed to the classroom to wait for the new assignment. The second I walked in, most of the class turned to look at me, some with awe, some with curiosity, some with envy. I kept my expression neutral and went to my seat. TCH, what a show-off. All he did was get lucky and pop open a treasure chest. And why does the guy get the chest instead of a girl? This survival game is such a male-worshipping piece of. Wang Zihan sneered under her breath. She couldn't stand a single male in the class. If Huang Jiahao had been there already, she wouldn't have dared run her mouth like that. She kept muttering curses, her eyes full of jealousy and spite. My eyelid twitched. I walked over to her, slow and deliberate. What did you just say? The sheer pressure of it froze her. She couldn't get a word out. The next instant, my palm cracked across her face hard enough to leave her ears ringing. Her constitution was low to begin with. There was no way she could take a full-strength hit from a guy. Then I pulled out the fire axe and laid the blade against her throat, staring her down coldly. A college girl had never seen anything like this in her life. She went completely blank with terror, that soft pale neck pressed against cold steel. She understood perfectly well. Push me far enough, and her head would be gone in the next second. Warmth ran down the inside of her leg, and a sharp stench spread through the air. She'd wet herself in fear. Never in her wildest imagination had she thought the class's youth league secretary could be this ruthless. Wang Zihan, I've had it up to here with you for a long time now. Get this straight. There's no law left to hold people like us in check. If I decide I don't like your face, I can split your skull with this axe. Understand? She nodded, trembling. Why yes, I'm sorry, please don't kill me. Part of her wanted to demand to know what gave me the right to lay hands on a woman, but the fear pressed down so hard she didn't dare say another syllable. The girls around her were stunned stiff too. Not one of them made a sound. They just stared at me in horror. Wang Zihan looked toward our academic advisor, Li Na, pleading for help. But Li Na sat there perfectly composed, as if she hadn't seen a thing. I put the axe away and backhanded her several more times, only stopping once I'd knocked a tooth loose and her mouth was full of blood. Heh, Pingsheng, you're too cool. Trash like that deserves a good beating. Luo Qingxue sidled over, openly enjoying the show. She was born to stir the pot. Yi Wanqing tried to reason with me. Gu Pingsheng, she was way out of line, I'll give you that, but if you're going to get physical, do it somewhere private. Doing it in the classroom looks bad. Depends how she behaves from here. Relax, Madam Class President. I'm not stupid enough to murder someone in front of witnesses the way Liang did. Nobody knew whether anyone in the class was hiding a talent, so I wasn't about to do anything too extreme. Even Yi Wanqing, with her non-existent social instincts, grasped that much. Unless I could get the whole class completely under my thumb the way Liang had. But the balance of power in this room was still murky. Who was hiding a talent, and what kind, was anyone's guess. At 10:30 a.m., the new assignment arrived. Today is Tuesday. Class President Gu Pingsheng, please select today's class assignment. Assignment 1. Lin Yao, Gu Pingsheng, Su Yang, Ma Xiaoli, Yi Wanqing, and Tan Lily will undertake a flight assignment. One of them will be the hunter, the rest will be escapees. Duration, 10 hours. Hunter's completion condition, kill at least 2 people. Escapees completion condition, kill the hunter, or survive 10 hours. The hunter may not kill during the first hour. Penalty for failure, erasured. Assignment 2. Xin Che, Huang Jiahao, Huang Fan, Li Na, and Luo Qingxue will engage in a death match. At most 2 may survive. Duration, 10 hours. Failure to meet this condition counts as incomplete. Penalty for failure, erasured. Blood-red characters surfaced on the blackboard, and the room went dead silent with shock. Nobody had expected an assignment this brutal. Assignment 1 meant at least 1 or 2 deaths. Assignment 2 was even crueler, at least 3. Luo Qingxue's face drained of color instantly. Li Na panicked too. If assignment 2 went through, the odds she'd survive were slim to none, and she couldn't bring herself to raise a hand against her own former students. My expression darkened. Both options were multi-person assignments. I remembered that Monday through Friday were supposed to be regular assignments, with the class group assignment on Saturday. Wait, it clicked fast. A class group assignment probably didn't mean pulling a handful of people together into a team. It meant the entire class. At minimum, it wouldn't be just a few of us. Cold sweat broke out instantly. When Saturday actually came, how many of us were going to die? But now wasn't the time for that. I didn't hesitate. I chose assignment 1. Luo Qingxue and Li Na were both in assignment 2. If I let that one go live with no interference, the 2 left standing at the end would almost certainly be Xin Che and Huang Jiahao, one with brains, one with muscle. 9 times out of 10 they'd team up and clear the board. As for Huang Fan, that fat shut-in, you could write him off entirely. So assignment 1 was the only option. Yi Wanqing was in assignment 1 too. I'd keep an eye on her when the time came. I glanced her way, privately hoping she wasn't the hunter. Otherwise, I'd have to watch my back around her on top of everything else. The blood-red text of Assignment 2 vanished a moment later, confirming that the new class president had picked Assignment 1. Are you kidding me? Lin Yao shot to her feet. Class president, are you insane? Why would you pick Assignment 1? I don't want to be hunted. Lin Yao, when the assignment didn't have your name on it, you were thanking the class president. What happened? Reality hit too hard, sneered a girl who'd never liked her. Screw you, Lu Jiechi. Easy to talk when you're not the one on the hook. Lin Yao exploded. Shame, isn't it? Not me. Lu Jiechi smirked. Lin Yao was the class beauty. Plenty of guys were into her. Don't be scared, Yao Yao, I'll protect you. A guy named Ma Teng said, thumping his chest. There's only one hunter, and there are 5 of you escapees. Ma Teng, can you really keep me safe? I don't want to die. Lin Yao. Translation, looking utterly helpless and pitiable. Oh, of course. Ma Teng could barely contain his excitement. The goddess of his dreams actually wanted him to protect her. Game start. Student Gu Pingsheng, you are an escapee. The prompt sounded in my ear, and I let out a breath of relief. If I'd been made a hunter, I honestly wouldn't have known where to begin. Actually take a blade to my own classmates? Then again, I figured the hunters probably got some kind of temporary stat boost, constitution, or something else. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a fair fight. Gu Pingsheng, Wanxing, what are you two going to do? Luo Qingxue looked at us with worry in her eyes. What's there to worry about? I said. I'm an escapee. All I have to do is run and stay alive. I'm an escapee too, Pingsheng, Yi Wanxing said softly. Wanxing, stick with me. We were on the same side. The least I could do was give her a hand. Okay, I won't drag you down, I promise. Yi Wanxing and I were the first ones out of the classroom. Where are you going? Lin Yao asked. Where do you think? The hunters can't make a move for the first hour. That window exists so we can go hide. You want to sit around in the classroom waiting to die? And a word of advice. Anyone who isn't part of this assignment should stay far away. Getting caught in the crossfire with a hunter is nobody's idea of a good time. I shrugged and walked out with Yi Wanxing without looking back. Suyang got up and left as well. Ma Xiaoli and Tan Lily, the 2 younger girls, caught on a moment later and followed him out. That left only Lin Yao in the classroom. My parting comment had clearly gotten under her skin. She glanced at Ma Teng, hesitating. Ma Teng, maybe you should just forget about me. This has nothing to do with you. Ma Teng had, in fact, been having second thoughts and was looking for an excuse to bail, but hearing her say that lit a fire under him instead. Lin Yao, a man's word is his bond. I said I'd protect you, so I'm going to see it through to the end. Ma Teng, you're such a good person, Lin Yao said, deeply moved. All 6 people bound to assignment 1 had gone off to find their own hiding places. Yi Wanxing and I headed for the library. Pingsheng, you're planning to hide us in the library? I nodded. The library's the biggest building on campus, bigger than the gymnasium. Every floor has at least 4 study halls, and each study hall has a bunch of side rooms and storage closets. Even if a hunter gets inside, they'd have to search for half the day. That makes sense, Yi Wanxing agreed. Before long, we'd slipped into a storage room off Study Hall C on the 6th floor. It was packed with old books and the study hall's surplus desks and chairs. I sat down on one of the chairs to rest. There were hardly any people in the library at that point. After something like this, who could focus on studying? Still, a few dedicated students and teachers had stayed behind. I'd picked this particular storage room because Study Hall C had the most people in it, and through the little window in the door, I could see both the hall itself and a short stretch of the corridor outside. We just have to stay put here for 10 hours, I said. My reason for looking after Yi Wanxing was simple. As the class league branch secretary, I'd spent a lot of time working alongside her under Li Na before all this survival business started, so we knew each other pretty well. She put real effort into everything she did, and once she'd finished her own work, she'd often pitch in on mine. And there were times the administrative staff gave her a hard time. Even though we weren't in the same clique, I still counted her as a friend. More importantly, if the hunters really did turn out to be terrifyingly strong, having her nearby had its uses. I didn't need to outrun the hunter. I just needed to outrun her. Thank you, Gu Pingsheng. But aren't you afraid I might be a hunter? Yi Wanxing finally asked the question she'd been sitting on. Even if you were, you couldn't kill me, I said. Is it because of that S-rank skill? That's amazing. I wish I had a skill like that. Her eyes lit up. Something like that. I brushed it off. I had no interest in going into detail. She started rambling anyway, fantasizing about how, if she ever got that kind of power, she'd protect her comrades too, protect me, and properly repay the favor she owed me. Yi Wanxing's social awareness could be genuinely awful sometimes. I'd stopped bothering to respond, and she was still going. Sigh. Secretary, sometimes I can't help feeling like nobody in our class really likes me. She snuck a glance at the impatience on my face and let out a small sigh. I looked over at her. She wasn't wrong. Plenty of people in our class disliked her, and it was precisely because she was the class monitor. The department was always putting on those hollow, box-ticking events that nobody wanted to attend, yet every class was required to send bodies. So Yi Wanqing would run a lottery in the class group chat. Whoever got drawn had to go. It made her enemies without her ever realizing it. Then there was roll call in the throwaway elective courses. Other class monitors would turn a blind eye and skip over their friends' names. Not her. She was too honest by half. If you weren't there, she called your name, every single time, no exceptions. Over time, she'd gotten on the bad side of a good number of the girls in our class. I think Wang Zihan's group had even frozen her out at one point. Don't focus on who doesn't like you. Focus on who does. That's enough. There's no way to make everyone happy, I said, trying to comfort her. Then, Pingsheng, do you like me? The words were out before she could stop them, and then she panicked. I didn't mean it like that. You're one of the few friends I have in this class, I answered seriously. Thank you, Pingsheng. I'm really glad you're here. She said it quietly, then fell silent for a long while, occasionally staring at me, lost in thought. After a bit, as if she didn't want the conversation to end, she asked again, Pingsheng, if you were a hunter, would you choose to kill yourself or kill 2 classmates to save your own life? Where's this coming from all of a sudden? I'm just curious. First, I'd check whether anyone I had a grudge against was in the pool. If so, they'd go first. If not, I'd pick whoever I was least close to, I said. I'm not going to nobly lay down my life. That's just phony. I have parents, a younger brother and sister, and friends who matter to me. I will survive to see them again. She nodded, and a flicker of relief crossed her face. We'd been in the storage room another half hour when she flushed red and fidgeted. So, Pingsheng, I need to use the restroom. Go ahead. Message me if anything happens. I take it you don't need me to come with you? And no, I don't. Still blushing, she left. Watching her retreating figure, something shifted faintly in my eyes. Meanwhile, in the men's restroom on the 5th floor of Teaching Building 2, Ma Teng, is hiding in a men's bathroom actually going to work? Lin Yao asked in a low voice, frowning. She glanced at the pockmarks on Ma Teng's face, a flash of distaste in her eyes. Being stuck in a place like this with a short, ugly guy felt like nothing short of an insult to her. Ma Teng explained, definitely. Counting you, there are 6 people total, 2 guys and 4 girls, and the hunters are among those 6. A guy walking into a women's restroom is way more conspicuous than a girl walking into a men's. Translation: girls have thicker skin about it, so the odds of a girl walking into the men's room are low. Besides, the hunter would never guess we're hiding in a bathroom. Just as he said it, footsteps came from the bathroom entrance. Both of them instantly held their breath. Someone just coming to use the toilet? Ma Teng thought. The next second, the door was kicked in and slammed into him. He flinched, curled up on the floor on reflex, wrapped his arms around his head, and absolutely refused to look up. So much for protecting his goddess. That was long gone from his mind. He had exactly one thought. As long as I don't see their face, I won't die. Lin Yao looked up. Her pupils shrank as she got a clear look at the person in the doorway. She opened her mouth to scream, and a pitch-black dagger was already driven straight through her throat. Warm blood sprayed across Ma Teng. The person at the door confirmed that Ma Teng hadn't seen their face, then turned and left. Ma Teng shook for a long while, listening to the footsteps fade, before finally letting out a long breath. He opened his eyes. Lin Yao was dead on the floor, eyes wide open, angled just right to stare straight at him, as if asking why he hadn't saved her. That was definitely the hunter. Thank God I didn't look. Otherwise I'd be dead for sure. He exhaled in relief, looking at his goddess's corpse, and felt a pang of grief. Lin Yao, I'm sorry. I got scared. He said it while lifting her body into his arms. And as he held her, looking at that beautiful face, that soft, still warm body, something stirred in Ma Teng's mind. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, are we really going to be okay, just coming back to the dorm like this? Ma Xiaoli sounded uncertain. We should be fine. The most dangerous place is the safest place. The hunter would never imagine we came back to the dorm. Tan Lily was confident. Right, Lily, that actually makes sense. The two were roommates, both part of Wang Zihan's clique, and with such similar names, they'd become best friends. Lily, if you were the hunter, who would you kill first? Ma Xiaoli asked suddenly. Who else? That bitch Yi Wanqing, obviously. Walking around all high and mighty every day. She actually reported me by name when I skipped class. Makes me sick. Ma Xiaoli nodded. Same. I hope Yi Wanqing dies in this assignment. Sister Wang hates her too. And that Gu Pingsheng, he had the nerve to hit Sister Wang. Best if that whole pair of dogs dies together. If you ask me, none of the class officers are worth anything. Every one of them thinks they're such a big deal. Who knows what they're so smug about? And our academic advisor, strutting around in black stockings all day. No telling how many old men she slept with. Tan Lily got more worked up the more she talked. Oh, and I heard Yi Wanqing's family is dirt poor. She's still using an Oppo A5. Some country girl. and her half-dead grandma is in the hospital. That broke. And when Sister Lin Yao took some piece of junk of hers, she actually went and told the advisor. Damn it. What's a fake bracelet worth $100? And Li Na's an idiot too, writing Sister Lin Yao up for it. Bottom line, she's just a weak little bitch who runs and tattles. Worst class president ever. Ha ha ha, exactly. Their other two roommates had bolted long ago, afraid of getting caught up in it. With no one else around, the two of them got more and more reckless. And right then, bam, the dorm door was kicked open. Who's there? Ma Xiaoli jumped. She looked up. Yi Wanqing stood in the doorway, a pitch-black dagger in her hand, blood still on the blade. That's right. Yi Wanqing was the hunter among the six. Originally, she'd planned to end it herself. At least she'd have me, her one friend, with her at the end. But what I said had woken her up. Or more accurately, she'd already been torn about it, and my words just gave her the courage. She had a grandmother waiting for her at home, and a younger sister still in high school, a sister who might be going through the exact same thing right now. She couldn't run from it. Better than dying, sending everyone who had bullied her, everyone who had insulted her, off one by one. First on the list was Lin Yao, who had stolen her jade bracelet and smashed it on purpose, the bracelet her grandmother had left her. As for Ma Teng, she let him go. He hadn't seen her face, and besides, she had no real grudge against him. Upon becoming the hunter, her constitution had temporarily increased by 20 points, going from 9 to 29, nearly triple that of an average adult male. The system had also issued her a low-grade silver dagger. More importantly, she could get the locations of the other 5. But the tracking came with hard rules. A target had to stay in one place for a full 30 minutes, and moving beyond a 100-meter radius counted as changing location. On top of that, there had to be at least one other person within 10 meters, a student or an outsider, either worked. In other words, if you didn't want to be located, you either hid alone and stayed put, or you moved constantly in groups of 2 or more. The campus was huge. Play by those rules, and the hunter would never find you. Unfortunately, the escapees didn't know the rules. 2 or more people staying together in one spot for half an hour would expose their position. Strictly speaking, I just made that mistake myself. So had Lin Yao's group, and so had Ma Xiaoli and Tan Lily right now. Only Su Yang, hiding alone, was safe for the moment. Why Yi Wanqing, you're the hunter? Ma Xiaoli stared in terror at the blood on the blade. Good guess. Yi Wanqing's face was blank. I was standing right outside the door. I heard everything you said about me. Why you can't kill people. Murder is against the law. Tan Lily was already regretting it. She'd been the one running her mouth the hardest. You too deserve to die? You insulted me, and you insulted my grandmother. Yi Wanqing advanced on them step by step, her eyes full of savagery. Right after she'd killed Lin Yao, she'd walked out of the men's room and thrown up all over the floor, shaking from head to toe. But once she came back to herself, she realized something. That feeling? It felt incredible. Just like I'd said. Killing the people you hate feels so good. She'd headed straight for the second location she'd been given, these two's dorm room. She'd still been undecided about which one to kill. Then she stood outside their door and heard the whole thing. Them trashing her, trashing advisor Li Na, trashing Gu Pingsheng, trashing her grandmother. She made up her mind. Neither of them walks out. You already killed one. One more and the assignment's done. Kill Tan Lily. She's the one who started it. Let me go. Ma Xiaoli pointed at Tan Lily, begging. Tan Lily exploded on the spot. You called the class president a weak little bitch too? You think I didn't hear that? I was just going along with you. I didn't mean it. Going along with my ass, you filthy bitch. Did you forget you snuck into Yi Wanqing's dorm and stole her toothbrush to scrub the toilet with? The two grabbed each other by the hair and started brawling, the insults getting fouler by the second. Yi Wanqing didn't wait for them to finish. She drove the blade into Ma Xiaoli's the neck, then drove the blade straight through Tan Lily's skull. Both of them died almost instantly. She stood up, gasping for air, eyes bloodshot. Then she dropped to her knees and started sobbing, stabbing the two corpses over and over with the dagger while she cried. Once she'd pulled herself together, she wiped her eyes, put the knife away, went back to the dorm to change clothes, and headed to the library. She hesitated, but in the end she came back to the little storage room where I was waiting. Homework done? I asked. She froze for a second. She didn't really know why she'd bothered changing clothes either. I already knew everything anyway. It's done, she said quietly, not daring to look at me. In her own eyes, she was definitely a murderer now. Good. I thought you might need my help. Guess the hunter's abilities were pretty strong. I smiled. You don't blame me? You're not afraid of me. Why would I blame you? You didn't have a choice. If it were me, I'd have killed 2 classmates too. And as for being afraid, if you actually wanted to come after me, you'd have done it already, right? But I killed 3. That's when she finally told me the whole story. Partway through, she broke down again. I hadn't expected it either. She was the class president, and they'd bullied her that badly. I shook my head. If it were me, I'd have done the same thing. Do you remember what the heavenly Tao said at the very beginning? Seeing the blank look on her face, I went on. It said that empty formality reigns supreme, and campus bullying happens over and over. It thinks today's schools can't produce real talent. By the heavenly Tao's logic, if you want to grow into something, you have to get past this. What's done is done. Finish the assignments ahead of us and stay alive. That's our goal right now. She nodded, only half understanding. A little past 5 in the afternoon. 10 hours had gone by. Yi Wanqing didn't kill anyone else. She'd already exceeded the assignment's requirements. I was her partner, and Su Yang had no real grudge with her. Yi Wanqing, Gu Pingsheng, and Su Yang have completed the class assignment. Reward for every student in the class. Compressed biscuits times 3, instant noodles times 3, Coca-Cola 500 milliliters times 4. Grades. Yi Wanqing, A. Gu Pingsheng, B. Su Yang, B. Yi Wanqing's rewards are doubled, plus 3 free attribute points. Gu Pingsheng's and Su Yang's rewards are doubled, plus 1 free attribute point each. I hadn't expected the rewards to be this generous. Even though I only got a B, the payout was about the same as my first A. Though when I thought about it, that made sense. The difficulty of these two assignments wasn't even in the same league. I dumped all my attribute points into stamina. 1 more point of stamina meant my talent could run a little longer. After the upgrade, my stamina hit 13. I smiled. That meant void concealment could hold for another 3 minutes. Building it up bit by bit like this, sooner or later I'd be able to use it freely. Void concealment really was strong. Its only flaw was how brutally it drained my resources. The few of us had collected our rewards, but the class group chat had exploded. Su Yang spoke up first. Why did only 3 people get rewards? Weren't there 6 people involved? Either one person should have died, or 2, right? Huang Jiahao chimed in. Yeah, that is weird. My guess is the hunter killed 1 extra, or the hunter died along with 2 of the escapees. Huang Yonghua said. The second one's way too unlikely. I think the hunter just killed 3 people. Wang Zihan jumped in immediately. Everyone, I think Gu Pingsheng is the murderer. He got an S-rank skill last night. He probably just hates the girls in our class and killed all 3 of them. She was still holding a grudge against me, so she went straight for smearing my name. Luo Qingxu had defended me right away. No way. Gu Pingsheng would never do that. Li Jian backed her up. Right, that's not who Brother Gu is. Besides, killing 2 would have been enough. Why would he kill 3? Lu Chang offered his read. I think the hunter was one of those 3 girls. She killed the 2 escapees, and then took the 3rd escapee down with her. But Shin Che threw cold water on it. Wrong. The hunter wasn't Gu Pingsheng, and it wasn't one of those 3 girls either. Don't forget the assignment grades. The highest one went to class president Yi Wanqing. Grades are based on completion rate. At Yi Wanqing, president, care to come explain yourself? Lu Yin agreed. Exactly. Shin Che's analysis is solid. If Yi Wanqing killed 3, she went past the requirement. So an A is definitely possible. Li Na spoke up for her. Or maybe Wanqing killed the hunter, and that's why she scored so high. Shin Che continued. My guess is that both hunters and escapees have a shot at S rank. Either the hunter kills everyone, or an escapee takes out the hunter. That's what counts as 100% completion. So if Yi Wanqing really had killed the hunter, she should have gotten an S. Of course, that's just my theory. Better to let the person involved explain. At Yi Wanqing. I looked over at Yi Wanqing. Her scalp was crawling, and both her hands were shaking. What was coming had to come sooner or later. I stood right beside her and said slowly, say whatever you want to say. You're not alone. You've got a whole team behind you. She gradually steadied herself and figured out what to say. Yi Wanqing replied, what exactly do I need to explain? Shin Che, don't play dumb. Even just to survive, killing 2 would have been enough. You killed 3. Wang Zihan. Right? Yi Wanqing, you're a murderer. Yi Wanqing finally wrote back. The 3 of them had it coming. Lin Yao stole the jade bracelet my grandmother left me. Ma Xiaoli and Tan Lily used to bully me. All I did was settle the score. The group chat went dead silent. Huang Fan. Using a public assignment to settle a private grudge, is that really okay? Lu Jiejia. I don't see a problem with it. That crowd bullied Yi Wanqing pretty badly in the dorms before. If it were me and I got the chance for payback, I'd take it too. I spoke up. Enough. The assignment's over. Whatever the president did, she didn't come after me or Su Yang, and she didn't use the opportunity to go after anyone outside the assignment. That means she played by the rules. As far as I'm concerned, the president did nothing wrong. Li Jia immediately followed. I agree, the president did nothing wrong. The second I spoke, Li Jia backed me up. He was part of my little circle, so supporting Yi Wanqing was a given. Right after that, my roommates and Luo Qingxu as roommates all weighed in, one after another. The people in the group who wanted to argue didn't have much left to say. Some of the students without teams started to realize just how important a team was, because even if you did something completely outrageous, as long as you had a team, Packaging things up can whitewash them, at least for a while. More and more people were forming cliques. Over in the counselor's dorm, Li Na stared blankly at the chat channel. She hadn't expected Yi Wanqing to actually kill 3 girls. Wanqing, how did you turn into this? As a counselor, she couldn't accept that her most favored student had done something like this. Killing 2. Fine. That was about staying alive. But Yi Wanqing had killed 3. She murmured. Wanqing was pushed into it. It's not like I didn't see her getting bullied. But is she still the Wanqing I knew? In another dorm room, Wang Zihan stared at her screen, more than a little scared. She'd bullied Yi Wanqing too. And there's Gu Pingsheng. Those 2 lowlifes are in it together. She's probably regretting calling me out just now. After all, I knocked her teeth out earlier today. Yi Wanqing using the assignment to settle personal scores had everyone on edge. Was it right or wrong? Nobody could say for sure. But even so, plenty of people in the class still spoke up for her, and plenty of others stayed quiet, while quietly making a mental note to watch their backs around her. At dusk, Li Jie had just finished his run on the track and was heading back to the dorm for a shower. That's when a whole crowd came marching toward him. Li Jie frowned. This didn't happen often, but it wasn't the first time either. Yangqing University wasn't a bad school, but there were still no shortage of thugs like Huang Jiahao. Some of them heard Li Jie could fight and came looking for trouble, and every single time, he sent them packing. Over time, Li Jie had quietly racked up a lot of enemies. Now that school rules and the law were both gone, this kind of thing was only going to get more common. On campus, murder was already the norm. The thug at the front grinned. Li Jie, bet you didn't think I'd be back. Li Jie glanced around. A lot of students were watching. He said flatly, this isn't the place to talk. The thug laughed. Fair enough. You want somewhere private to die? I'll do you the favor. You're the best fighter in the freshman class. I get it, you don't want to lose face. The guy's name was Han Yaozu, a junior and a known troublemaker. Word was he'd gotten an underclassman pregnant and refused to take responsibility. She jumped off a building, and the school buried the whole thing. Because Han Yaozu's father was a school administrator. With that kind of backing, he did whatever he pleased on campus. A while back he'd set his sights on a girl, and she'd confessed to Li Jie instead, so he'd held a grudge ever since. Back when the law still meant something, he'd only sent his lackeys to intimidate Li Jie, and they'd all gotten beaten up. But the world was different now, and he'd landed himself a solid talent. This time he intended to teach Li Jie a lesson he wouldn't forget. The 2 groups moved to a secluded corner of campus. Li Jie kept his hands in his pockets, watching him quietly. Han Yaozu said smugly, didn't see this coming, did you? This survival game is fantastic. Even someone like me got a talent out of it. He didn't care about revealing it. In his eyes, Li Jie was already finished. He swaggered forward, rolled his shoulders, and settled into a stance, telling the men behind him, stay out of it. I want to see for myself just how tough the best fighter in the freshman class really is. Li Jie's eyes swept over the stance, and his brow furrowed slightly. Something was off about it. It wasn't like ordinary boxing. Han Yaozu's hands were held extremely high, almost pressed against either side of his jaw, fists clenched, forearms like 2 iron doors sealing off his face and ribs. His legs were staggered front and back, knees slightly bent, front foot resting lightly on the ball, his whole body drawn tight like a bow. The savagery radiating off him went bone deep. This was no amateur. Li Jie's tone stayed level. When did you learn Muay Thai? Muay Thai, the art of 8 limbs. Fists, elbows, knees, shins, all of them lethal, every strike aimed at a vital point. One of the most brutal fighting systems there is. Nobody stands in a stance like that after a few days of practice. Something flickered in Han Yaozu's eyes. He hadn't expected to be made so fast. He sneered. Not your concern. All you need to know is that you're not walking out of here today. Li Jie chuckled. Because of your talent? Being laughed at by a kid 2 years younger darkened Han Yaozu's face. His right foot pivoted, hips and waist snapping into it, and his left leg swung around like an iron bar, whistling through the air in a roundhouse aimed straight at the ribs. Li Jie's hands stayed in his pockets. He just slid his feet and angled his body a fraction, and the kick grazed past the front of his shirt. Han Yaozu rode the momentum forward, right elbow driving in like a spike, a horizontal strike straight at the bridge of his nose, fast and vicious. Li Jie's expression didn't change. He leaned back at the waist, and the elbow passed him by. Then Han Yaozu went berserk. Knees, hooks, high kicks, everything pouring out like a storm. But Li Jie kept his hands in his pockets the whole time, slipping every single strike with nothing but footwork and a little sway of the upper body. Han Yaozu's mind went blank. He had a B-rank Muay Thai talent. He was the best fighter in his class. So why couldn't he land a single hit? Humiliation turned to rage. Stop dodging, if you've got the guts. The words weren't even out of his mouth before Li Jie's eyes went cold. Without warning, the right hand came out of his pocket and drove a heavy, dull straight punch deep into Han Yaozu's stomach. The instant it landed, Han Yaozu's shouting cut off dead. His pupils went unfocused. It felt like his entire abdomen had been run through. He clutched his gut, dropped to his knees, then collapsed onto his side, moaning. Before his lackeys could react, Li Jie raised a foot and stomped down hard on Han Yaozu's head. The moaning stopped instantly. He kept stomping, over and over, targeting the temple. The lackeys stood there stunned, then snapped out of it. "Boss!" They crowded in, shouting, "What did you do to our boss?" Li Jie ignored them. The notification was already sounding in his head. He'd acquired a new talent. One punch and a few stomps, and Han Yaozu was dead. And Han Yaozu happened to be the newly appointed class president of Finance Class 3, junior year. Kill a class president, get a talent. The lackeys were terrified. They turned and ran. Li Jie went straight after them. 8 o'clock that night. I got back to the dorm, finished dinner, and opened the chat channel. There was something I wanted to confirm about the dead. Over the course of the day, 3 more people in our class had died. Counting the earlier ones, that made 5. I really wanted to know. Would they speak up at this particular hour? I wasn't the only one. A lot of people in the class had the channel open. Sure enough, they started talking. "Lin Yao, I died horribly. At you watching at Ma Teng, I'll never forgive either of you." Su Yang was baffled. "Hold on. At Lin Yao, that doesn't add up. Yi Wanqing killed you today, not Ma Teng. Ma Teng just failed to protect you. Why are you coming after him?" Li Zhen, exactly. Chapter translation, huh? That's weird. Don't tell me Lin Yao's holding it against Ma Teng for not protecting her? Lin Yao, heh. He knows exactly what he did. I'm not letting him off. Ma Teng, you deserve to die even more than Yi Wanqing. I'm going to tear you to pieces. Maybe even ghosts have some pride left. Lin Yao died without ever saying what animal thing Ma Teng had done to her. Shin Che. Holy shit. Did Ma Teng actually do something to Lin Yao? Look at her. She hates him more than she hates Yi Wanqing. Huang Jiahao at Ma Teng, what the hell did you do? She hates your guts. Meanwhile, Ma Teng was trembling in his dorm room. One of his roommates asked, curious, "Ma Teng, what did you actually do? Why does she hate you that much?" Ma Teng forced a bitter smile. I don't know either. I just failed to protect her." He didn't dare say what he'd really done to Lin Yao. Because everything he should never have done, he'd done all of it. Lin Yao didn't say anything more. A lot of people assumed she was just an ungrateful bitch. The guy hadn't done a thing. He just hadn't been able to shield her, and she resented him this much? Ma Xiaoli and Tan Lili showed up too. Apparently, every dead student could speak after 8 at night. Ma Xiaoli, Yi Wanqing, I'm not letting you get away with this. Tan Lili, Yi Wanqing, we died so horribly. Yi Wanqing replied, I'll be waiting. If I could kill you once, I can kill you twice. Long Hai jumped in at Lin Yao, so the 3 of you got killed by Yi Wanqing today? TSK, our class monitor is such a straight arrow. No way she'd murder anyone. You've got the wrong person. Tan Lili, heh. Long Hai, you have no idea what Yi Wanqing did. You're just a dead man. You don't know anything. The words dead man set Long Hai off instantly, and he went straight to obscenities. I'll fuck your mother to death. Aren't you a dead person right now, you piece of shit? Who the hell are you calling dead? Tan Lili, getting worked up, Long Hai? We're all dead here. Relax. We'll get our chance to pay everyone back sooner or later. The class group chat went silent. After that, none of them said another word. Maybe sending messages took some kind of permission. Maybe they just didn't feel like talking anymore. I stared at the profile pictures of my dead classmates, and my skin crawled. The dead could only speak after 8 at night, and only a limited number of times. Every single dead student had venom in their eyes. Every one of them wanted revenge on the living. Maybe that was just what happened once you became a ghost. I shook my head and stopped thinking about it. At 10 o'clock, Huang Jiahao finally came through with the info. He said Liang from class 2 was assigned to room 508, but Liang didn't go back to the men's dorm anymore. Odds were he was in the girls' dorm next door, the one for the finance majors, maybe 302, 108, or 503. The girls in those rooms were higher quality, so that's most likely where he'd spend the night. Then he added, Gu Pingxing, you going for revenge? It's night out there, you know. I wrote back. It's exactly because it's night that it's a good time for revenge. Huang Jiahao was one of the class thugs, and his network was a lot wider than mine. For the past 2 days, I'd had him digging up everything he could on Liang. I'm not a pushover. Class 2 killed one of ours, and that debt was getting paid. Sure, Zhao Ming and I had never been close while he was alive, but we were classmates. Everyone in our class was on edge now, terrified of being the next target. Not that any of that was the real point. The real point was this. Killing a class monitor earned you a new talent. The corner of my mouth curled up. I closed the chat window, sent Luo Qingxue a good night, then opened the door to head out. Li Jian asked, worried, going out at night again? Lu Chang and Huang Tian heard the noise and both poked their heads out from their bunks to look at me. Yeah, I said. Don't worry, I know my limits. Want us to leave the door unlocked? Li Jian asked. I've got my key. I didn't actually need a key at all. but it wasn't time to reveal my talent yet. Every extra day I could keep it hidden was a day gained. A light night breeze was blowing. I hurried downstairs and headed for the girls' dorms. Leong was flashy as hell. I needed to move fast, or somebody else would swoop in and take the prize, and then I'd have wasted the effort. Both girls' dorm buildings housed finance majors, which meant, worst case, I had 6 rooms to search. 302, 108, 503, one at a time. The whole way there, I didn't run into a single monster. The campus at night was dead quiet, the kind of quiet that gets under your skin. Not many people had the nerve to be out wandering like me. At the entrance of the first girls' dorm, I used 1 second of Wraith form and walked straight through the front door. Some dorm supervisors took their jobs seriously. The school had gone to hell, nobody was getting paid, and they still locked the front doors at night. Didn't matter to me. Nothing could keep me out. In theory, as long as I had the stamina, I could go anywhere in the world. I felt my way to 108. The lights inside were already off. I stayed in Wraith form as I went in. Otherwise, a grown man suddenly appearing in a girl's dorm would scare them half to death and expose my ability on top of it. Inside, I could hear 4 girls still whispering to each other in their bunks. One said, "Did you hear? Mo Xiaoli got handed out to Liang's boys as a reward." Another said, "God, that's awful. Liang's a psycho. He doesn't even see us as human." Someone else said, "It's because Mo Xiaoli tried to fight back when Liang raped her. She even tried to kill him. Liang's the king of class 2 now. There's nothing we can do." One girl's voice cracked with tears. "Sob, Liang slept with me 5 times last night. Who's going to come save us? Forget it. Just go to sleep. We're lucky we're still breathing." Nothing but complaints, no useful intel. I left the room. I had to move fast. 302 was empty too. Liang was most likely in 503, or else in the other building. As for the quality of the girls' thing, I couldn't tell the difference. Everyone's got their own taste. Personally, I just thought Luo Qingxue was pretty cute. I was about to head up to the 5th floor when I heard footsteps in the stairwell. My expression changed. That thing was here. A red shape appeared in the stairwell. A woman up on her tiptoes, head tilted at an angle, climbing toward me with a pitch-black dagger in her hand. A ghost. My sanity dropped another 3 points. It had to be that same woman in red from before, second time seeing her. She paced back and forth nearby, hunting for the invisible me. I couldn't be bothered to waste time on her, so I went fully intangible and drifted up into the air. It burned stamina, but this ghost was too vicious. I wasn't sticking around. I floated all the way to the door of 503. Sounds were leaking out of the room, moans and whimpers. Somebody was in the middle of getting it on. Still hidden, I slipped inside and looked up at the top bunk, a fat, bloated body, pinning a slender figure beneath it. That fat guy was Liang. He was still saying something to the girl under him, completely oblivious to the danger. I didn't hesitate. I unleashed Soul Shatter Slash on him. 5 slashes shot across the room in an instant. Liang's expression had barely begun to change when the agony hit. His head, both arms, his torso, his thighs, all severed by 5 consecutive strikes. Right up until the moment he died, it had never occurred to him that he could be killed inside a girl's dorm. Warm blood ran down from the pile of remains, splashing across the terrified face of the girl beneath him. I controlled it well. I did my best not to hurt anyone innocent. For certain girls in class 2, what I'd just done was actually saving them. I turned and walked out, ignoring the girl's hysterical screaming. A notification chimed in my ears. Class Monitor Gu Pingxing. You have killed the monitor of another class. New talent acquired. B rank, double constitution. B rank, double constitution. Constitution is permanently doubled and benefits from attribute point gains. Current constitution, 24 points. It was a bit of a shame I hadn't rolled Liang's flame talent. If I'd gotten flames, I'd have been unstoppable. But the talent you get from killing a monitor is random, so landing a B rank was pretty decent luck. Power surged through my body. 24 points of constitution. I felt like I could kill a bull with 1 punch. Constitution was useless against ghosts, but against people, it was more than enough. On the way back to the dorm, I kept an eye out, but I didn't spot any treasure chests. I'd wanted to search around, but I just didn't have the stamina left. Back in my room, my head felt heavy. I was down to 2 stamina. Talents burn stamina, Soul Shatter Slash burn stamina, and I hadn't rested all day. I rubbed my temples, collapsed onto the bed, and was out cold. Early the next morning, I woke up with my stamina fully restored. I headed to the classroom with my 3 roommates. On the way, Li Jian suddenly yelped. Holy crap, Liang from class 2 got taken out. Huang Tian froze. Last night, Liang was in the middle of banging a girl from his class when somebody chopped him into pieces right on top of her. The whole class group chat is talking about it. Lu Chang chimed in, badass. But the way he looked at me felt off. Huang Tian opened the class group chat. Sure enough, that's all anyone was talking about. Su Yang wrote, good riddance. That animal killed one of our classmates for no reason. Huang Tian piled on. Seriously. I heard he was living like an emperor over in class 2. Pissed me off. Li Jian took a jab. Pissed off? Sounds more like jealous. Xin Shay posted a whole analysis. Regardless, the fact that Liang was killed so suddenly means someone in this school has a terrifying talent. Someone who can enter any dorm and assassinate anyone. People in class 2 said Liang didn't sense any danger at all before he died. This person's talent probably involves invisibility or possibly a long-range curse. Everyone be careful. If he could kill Liang, he can kill anyone. Reading that made my scalp crawl. Damn it. Why does his analysis have to be that thorough? I feel like he stripped me down to my underwear. As for how our class found out so fast, plenty of people in Class 1 and Class 2 already knew each other, so news spread instantly. Nobody in Class 2 cared whether Liang lived or died. The guy was scum. All they cared about was who the new monitor would be. Lu Chang suddenly asked me, Gu Pingsheng, what do you think? I snapped back to attention and smiled. As arrogant as he was, someone was bound to come after him eventually. Even if he'd survived last night, he wouldn't have lasted long. Lu Chang nodded. True. Liang dying is a good thing. He was threatening people in our class before. Just then Huang Jiahao messaged me privately. Gu Pingsheng, you actually pulled it off. He was the only one in class who knew the truth. I was the one who'd asked him for the intel. I replied, without your information, I never would have found him so precisely. Huang Jiahao didn't press me on how I did it. All he knew was that I was already a monster, 2 talents minimum, plus an S-rank skill. He was just relieved that back then he'd only tried to recruit me instead of making an enemy of me. Back in the classroom, everyone was talking about it. Someone said, Liang's really dead. Good. He killed one of ours. Total animal. One guy cursed. Damn it. He raped my girlfriend in class 2, and then he called me that night to brag about it. Dude, how did you put up with that? Obviously I couldn't, but he was the class 2 monitor. Well, it's over now. He's dead, and my girlfriend's back with me. Whoever killed Liang is a good person. Listening to all this, I'd be lying if I said it didn't get to me. These were classmates I'd spent nearly a year with. Hearing everyone relieved that Liang was dead actually made me feel pretty good. I wasn't killing people. I was saving them. The unease from my first kill last night, the days I'd been in since going to bed, all of it evaporated. The psychological weight lifted just like that. Luo Qingxue tilted her head and asked, Pingsheng, did you not sleep well last night? I shook my head. No, I was just thinking about something else. She touched my arm, worried. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. You went out again last night, didn't you? I smiled. Don't worry about me. Nothing's going to happen to me. Her voice trembled. But I do worry. I'm scared of losing you. Now that she knew I'd been going out at night these past 2 days, she was even more anxious. Her words carried, and quite a few people nearby turned to look at us, some with that unmistakable shipping gleam in their eyes. Off to the side, Yuanqing watched us with something odd in her expression. She couldn't even explain where that uncomfortable feeling came from. All she knew was that it hadn't been there yesterday. I patted Luo Qingxue's head. Don't be scared. Even if I lose you, you won't lose me. Wait, that came out wrong. Li Jian nearly sprayed water everywhere. This guy's a poet? Even the perpetually silent Li Jie glanced over at me. Luo Qingxue opened her mouth, then closed it, not knowing what to say. Something about that just felt off. I rubbed my nose. What I mean is, we're both going to keep living. I'll protect you the whole way. Luo Qingxue's face flushed, and she gave me a genuine smile. Then that's good, Pingsheng. She was sitting up high, her little feet not quite reaching the floor, swinging happily back and forth. The morning passed, and today's class assignment arrived. Today is Wednesday. Class Monitor Gu Pingsheng, please select today's assignment. Assignment 1. 3 students will be randomly selected from the class. Tonight, they may not return to their dorms, nor may they remain within the classroom. Penalty for failure, erasure. Assignment 2. Li Jie and Gu Pingsheng will duel to the death until one of them dies. Penalty for failure, erasure. Assignment 3. Huang Jiahao, Wang Gu, and Tang Ziyi will play number bomb, range 1 to 100, according to. Translation, drawn in order. Whoever doesn't get it narrows the range. Whoever draws it dies. Penalty for failing to complete, death. Penalty for drawing the bomb, death. 3 options. Pick one. I froze. Not because the assignment was hard, but because assignment 1 didn't name anyone specific. What did that mean? It meant that from now on, there might be assignments that didn't specify people at all. Random, class-wide. What would I choose then? The blood drained from my face. What if Luo Qingxue got picked? The class erupted. What the hell is assignment 1? That's just telling those 3 to kill themselves. New class president, whatever you do, don't pick assignment 1. If I get drawn, I'm done for. Yeah, if you're picking, pick 2 or 3. Li Jie's expression was grim. He looked at me, unsure. He was strong, sure, but he knew he couldn't take me. Not someone who dared go outside at night, and definitely not now that I had an S-rank skill. He'd rather have me as a teammate than an enemy. Still, he had a theory. The new class president's identity was probably, which meant I was unlikely to pick assignment 2. 2 and 3 both killed exactly one person. If I didn't pick 2, it would all but confirm his hunch. I tapped my fingers on the desk, staring at the 3 options on the blackboard. Luo Qingxue's small face had gone white. She had no idea what I was capable of. All she knew was that Li Jie was the best fighter in the class, so if I picked assignment 2, things looked bad. Not necessarily. Gu Pingxing has a skill too, Yuanqing said, sticking up for me. Even so, he can't pick 2. What if? I sighed inwardly and chose assignment 3. Li Jie was a teammate. No point picking a fight with him. As for the 3 people in assignment 3, sorry, but that's how it is. Huang Jiahao's expression didn't change. He'd seen it coming. The new class president's identity was out in the open now. In my shoes, he'd have chosen the same. The bloody words on the blackboard shifted. Only the assignment 3 line remained. And then that vanished too, leaving just 2 numbers. 1, 100. Number bomb. Officially underway. Let's hope luck's on my side, Huang Jiahao said flatly. Whoever's been drawn, come up to the front with me. Wang Ge stood up, delicate features, thin frame, shaking all over. Tang Zi was just as terrified. She was pretty. She liked Lolita dresses and JK uniforms, went to anime cons, did cosplay, and was popular with the guys in class. Ironically enough, her boyfriend was Wang Ge. They both understood. Once you were chosen, you had to play. Refuse, and all 3 of them died. People in the seats were already whispering. Damn, aren't those 2 dating? And they have to play this. How is this interesting? Doesn't anyone think this is sick? The 3 of them lined up beside the podium. Huang Jiahao's face was blank. Wang Ge held Tang Zi's hand, comforting her. It's okay, Zi. We're not going to die. Tang Zi nodded desperately. Right? We're not going to die. So what you're saying is, I'm the one who dies, Huang Jiahao said coldly. No, that's not what I meant. Wang Ge shook his head quickly. But deep down, he was praying Huang Jiahao would die. That way, he and Tang Zi would both live. It's not up to you. It's not up to me either, Huang Jiahao said. Only the bomb decides. I'll go first. 50. Cut it right down the middle. 100 became 150. Wang Ge went pale. His odds of hitting the bomb had just become 1 in 50. I picked 49. Trying to be clever. No explosion. The range became 149. I picked 3, Tang Zi said. The range became 349. Both of them instinctively believed the edges were safer. 30, Huang Jiahao said. The range shrank to 330. In under a minute, it had been cut to a quarter of its original size. The murmuring died down. Everyone stared at the blackboard. In a normal game of number bomb, the loser sang a song or did a stupid dance. This wasn't a normal game. Here, the loser just died. 28. Wang Ge had meant to say 29, but something made him say 28 instead. To him, 28 and 29 were both edge numbers. Both safe. The next instant, the red numbers didn't become 328. They became 2830, which meant the bomb was down to a single number, 29. And the next person to call was Tang Zi. The whole room held its breath. Tang Zi's face was ghost white. What did you do? She stared at the blackboard in disbelief, then turned to Wang Ge, whose face was just as pale. The man who'd sworn to protect her had just walked her to the guillotine himself. Wang Ge, are you insane? You just killed me. Are you even my boyfriend? Her eyes were red. No, it's not my fault. I didn't know. Wang Ge was in agony. And yet, some part of him was relieved he hadn't said 29. His girlfriend dying meant grieving for a while. Him dying meant it was over. Really over. Tang Zi stared at him hollow. I'll haunt you for the rest of your life. 29. She said the number anyway. Refusing the assignment would drag down Huang Jiahao and Wang Ge with her, and Huang Jiahao was innocent. The words had barely left her mouth when a thin red line surfaced across her pale throat. Her head separated from her neck and fell. Blood erupted from the arteries, spraying the podium crimson. Screams tore through the room. I took Luo Qingxue's hand and walked out. A lot of others followed. Only Huang Jiahao, Wang Ge, and Tang Zi's body were left in the classroom. Huang Jiahao wiped the blood off his face and scoffed at Wang Ge. Never thought you'd be the one to kill your own girlfriend. Tang Zi was decent about it, honestly. If I'd been her, I'd never have said that last number out loud. Might have dragged you down with me instead. Wang Ge dropped to his knees. How was I supposed to know 29 was the bomb? He'd lost her. The girl who'd loved dressing up, loved cosplay. Just yesterday the 2 of them had been out in the little grove behind the school, and afterward he'd sworn he'd protect her and love her for the rest of his life. But the one he'd truly wanted dead was Huang Jiahao, not his sweet girlfriend. Huang Jiahao clapped him on the shoulder. How does the saying go? Better to deal with a bad man than a stupid one. Maybe I like fighting. Maybe I like pushing people around. Maybe I'm a real piece of garbage in your eyes. But I'm still a hell of a lot better than a gutless idiot like you. He left that barb hanging in the air and strolled out. Not long before, that pair of young lovers had been praying for his death. Here's the English translation. Getting kicked while he was down. Wang Gu had brought this on himself. Huang Jiahao and Wang Gu have completed the class assignment. Every student in the class is rewarded. Chocolate times 2, wafer cookies times 5, white sugar times 3. Wang Gu, B. Huang Jiahao. C. Wang Ji supplies are doubled. Huang Jiahao receives an additional white sugar times 3. Huang Jiahao froze for a second. Wang Gu scored higher than him? Then it clicked. Sure, Wang Ji's little move had involved a fair bit of luck, but it happened to catch Tang Zi right in the face. The irony alone was worth extra points. At 8 o'clock tonight, who knew what kind of cursing Tang Zi would unleash on him? But that wasn't Huang Jiahao's problem anymore. That afternoon, Luo Qingxue, Yi Wanqing, and I went running on the track. When we finished, all three of us pulled up, gasping for air. Luo Qingxue braced her hands on her knees and dry heaved, looking absolutely miserable. Not bad, Qingxue. You're way faster than before. You actually broke 5 minutes per kilometer on a 3K. I praised her while patting her back so she wouldn't cramp up. The girl had basically never worked out in her life, soft all over. She used to struggle just to hold a 6-minute pace, and today she'd broken 5. Truth was, she cheated. Running behind me, she'd been completely out of breath, but she was terrified of getting left behind, so she'd secretly used her healing skill to bring herself back from the brink of collapse to normal, over and over, just to barely keep up. Yi Wanqing goes without saying. She dumped 2 attribute points into Constitution and 1 into Stamina, so her physical condition had improved dramatically. Could little Qingxue be some kind of natural athlete? Yi Wanqing stroked her chin thoughtfully. Obviously, Luo Qingxue, having caught her breath, tilted her little chin up, looking thoroughly pleased with herself. After we finished stretching out our legs, I said goodbye to them. I'm heading back to the dorm. See you tomorrow, Pingsheng. Plenty of students on the field were watching me. Envy written all over their faces. Luo Qingxue and Yi Wanqing were both good-looking, and here they were, on such friendly terms with me. After I left, Yi Wanqing walked Luo Qingxue back toward the dorms. With such a big height difference between them, they looked like a big sister leading her little sister along. Neither of them had much to say. It was Yi Wanqing who broke the silence. You really like Gu Pingsheng, don't you? I do not. Luo Qingxue shot back, then instinctively glanced around. Really? Because the way you look at him is different from the way you look at other guys. Yi Wanqing kept needling her, though honestly, she was just a little clueless about social cues. Gu Pingsheng really is a great guy. Of course he is. He's my childhood friend. We grew up together. Luo Qingxue nodded with great seriousness. She still didn't like Yi Wanqing much, but on this point they agreed, and her dislike softened a little. Back at the dorm building, Yi Wanqing returned to her own room. It was completely empty. She'd killed 2 of her roommates with her own hands, and the third had been so terrified she'd moved out. She sat on the edge of her bed, took out the chocolate she'd earned today, and nibbled at it in tiny bites. Sweet, but not cloying. Thinking about running on the track with me that afternoon, she broke into a smile. She used to think she was completely alone, empty dorm, no friends in class. But things were different now. She had me, mysterious, powerful, and apparently the new class president. She had that innocent little childhood friend girl. And she had Teacher Lee, who'd always looked out for her. Somehow, she'd started to hate coming back to the dorm. The thing she looked forward to most each day was going to class in the morning and seeing the people she wanted to see. 8 o'clock that night, the chat channel was in full swing. Several ghosts were going at it in there. Lin Yao said she was going to kill Ma Tong. Long Hai wanted to kill Shin Che, and me. Ma Xiaoli and Tan Lily wanted to kill Yi Wanqing. Every dead classmate had a clear target. Wang Ge stared at the chat channel, heart pounding. His dead girlfriend might be in there somewhere. But he waited a full hour, and Tang Zi never showed up. No cursing, no hatred, not even a threat to kill him. Why? She'd said it herself, right before she died. Then it hit him. This was exactly how their fights used to go. Whenever Tang Zi got angry, she wouldn't say a single word. Sometimes she'd just block him outright. Which meant it wasn't that she didn't want revenge. It was that she wanted it so badly she wouldn't say a word. No, I didn't mean to. He mumbled to himself. His 3 roommates looked at him with pity in their eyes. At 10 o'clock, after Luo Qingxue, Yi Wanqing, and I said our goodnights, I headed out to hunt for treasure chests. After circling around for a while, I finally found one in a men's restroom in the academic building. I opened it. Along with some food supplies, there was a card inside. Sanity card, black iron, low grade. Grants 1 point of sanity upon use. Sanity. Now this was valuable. Every time I'd encountered a vengeful ghost, I'd lost sanity, which meant the stat was critical. If I ran into something even more terrifying down the line, or several of them at once, sanity would basically be a second health bar. I used it immediately. Sanity +1, bringing me to 14. I was just about to leave the restroom when I heard footsteps. My expression hardened, and I activated Hidden Void on the spot. A second later, a girl's voice drifted in, muttering to herself. That's weird. I know I detected a chest right here. Where'd it go? I paused. Someone else. In the middle of the night, there was another person out here scouring the campus for chests, just like me. I had my talent to thank for it. So what did she have? I stepped out of the stall and got a good look at her. Short hair, a machete in her right hand, a flashlight in her left, sweeping the restroom for anything she could find. Better than average looks, not very tall, but seriously top-heavy, an almost jarring contrast. She checked every single stall and came up empty, then couldn't help swearing. Damn it, some bastard must have beaten me to it. My mouth twitched. So I was getting cussed out for this. But one thing was certain. This busted short-haired girl could locate chests and hold her own against vengeful ghosts. As she was about to walk out of the men's room, I quietly stuck out my foot. Splat. She went straight down onto the floor, the two things on her chest squashing flat against it. Gee, ghost. Ghost. All that swagger evaporated instantly. Her face went white as a sheet, and the moment she realized something had tripped her, she shot to her feet, then dropped to her knees at light speed, banging her forehead against the floor over and over. Don't kill me. I'm sorry, please don't kill me. Watching her kowtow like that, all I could think was how absurd it was. What the hell kind of move was this? I was just about to figure out what exactly she was doing, when a woman in red came tiptoeing. Note, the original text cuts off mid-sentence at the end, eager and unconjured. So the translation stops there as well. Send me the rest, and I'll continue. Translation, on the tips of her toes, drifting slowly toward us. My face changed. The real vengeful ghost was here. The short-haired girl seemed to sense it too. She scrambled to her feet, then, right in front of me, dropped to her knees with a thud before the woman in red. Don't kill me. I was wrong. Please don't kill me. I just stood there, dumbfounded. Dude, you think begging a ghost for mercy is going to keep you alive? And then, the woman in red actually froze for a second, turned around, and walked away, leaving the short-haired girl kneeling there alone, a cold smirk tugging at the corner of her mouth. Heh, screw you. You're the one who was wrong, you piece of trash. Trying to kill me. She hurled curses at the ghosts retreating back. Now I got it. She wasn't an idiot, it was a talent. As long as she begged a ghost for mercy, it wouldn't kill her. If that was really the case, this girl actually had something going for her. But her ability to find treasure chests definitely wasn't a talent. Otherwise, how would I have been the first person in the whole school to grab one? Then I watched her pull something out of her backpack that looked like a radar. A green dot appeared in the upper right corner, tagged with -10M. I reached out, dropped Hidden Void, and snatched the radar right out of her hands. What the hell? She nearly jumped out of her skin. Treasure chest radar, quality, special. Can locate chest coordinates 3 times per day. Maximum of 1 chest obtained. Once obtained, no further queries are possible. She snapped out of it, furious. You're stealing my stuff. She looked ready to fight back, then something clicked. Wait, are you that Gu Pingsheng? The one the whole school got the commendation announcement about. The one and only. Her face went white instantly. She couldn't take me. I'd stolen the commendation for being first to get a chest. I'd stolen the chest she'd just found. And now I'd stolen her radar. But she didn't dare fight back. She was afraid I'd flatten her with a single skill. You have no shame, was all she could manage, red-faced and seething. I said, it's yours. I'm not keeping it. I tripped you because you cussed me out. That's when she remembered she'd walked in swearing her head off, and then knelt down and bowed right in front of me. Her face went scarlet. How about we work together? I said, we hunt for chests at night. You don't want to bust your ass locating a chest just to have me take it, right? She eyed me warily. Work together how? Your radar only lets you claim 1 chest a day. Together we can find more. Plus you can drive ghosts off, which saves me from burning my talent. And what do I get? All the upside is yours. 1 chest a day is plenty for me. I've got the strength. You wouldn't want to run into some other heavy hitter one night and lose the radar and get. I gave her a slow once-over. She glared at me, clearly pissed, but she couldn't argue. The whole school was hell now. Students died every single day, some from failing assignments, some from turning on each other. And honestly, the second group wasn't much smaller than the first. Fine, I'm in, she said. I handle the ghosts, you protect me. But we find at least 3 chests a day, split even. I'll provide the location for one of them. Only once, though. I can't provide another until someone else grabs it first. I handed the radar back. We added each other as friends. Her name was Lin Ruiyao, sophomore, animal science, class 3. I'm curious. Where'd you get that radar? Not telling. Everybody's got secrets. I let it go. As long as she could help me find chests, that was enough. It was already late by the time I got back to the dorm. Li Jian and the others were asleep. They didn't understand why I kept going out in the middle of the night, but since I clearly knew what I was doing, they didn't ask. Before bed, I opened the trading market. 2 loaves of whole wheat bread for 1 bottle of water. 3 bags of salt for actual food. Can't eat salt. Sugar-free cola for water. So sick of it. Chocolate for compressed biscuits. Right now, class assignment rewards were all food, water, and survival supplies, and the trading market was nothing but people swapping the same stuff back and forth. Lin Riao definitely hadn't bought that radar off the market. Could it have been a class assignment reward? I fell asleep still turning it over. Early the next morning, my 3 roommates and I headed back to the classroom. It was Thursday. 2 more days until the weekend. Saturday was the team class assignment, and I had a feeling something was going to go down that day. Hey, Gu Pingsheng. I tried doing push-ups in the dorm last night. Guess what? Luo Qingxue cut into my thoughts. I glanced at her noodle arms. You can do push-ups? With those muscles? Tell it to a ghost. Still, her working out was a good thing. In a survival school like this, physical conditioning mattered. She grinned. I've unlocked kneeling push-ups. A little more training, and I might be able to do real ones. An image flashed through my head. Her down on her knees, rear end up in the air, doing push-ups. Nope. It's morning. Not going there. Don't need the blood rushing to a certain location. Training hard is the right call. Better than getting hit with another endurance assignment. We chatted while waiting for the day's assignment. Luo Qingxue kept finding new topics, and every so often leaned against my shoulder, drawing envious looks from a whole cluster of guys nearby. Yi Wanqing, meanwhile, seemed a little envious of Luo Qingxue. It wasn't until past 2 in the afternoon that today's assignment appeared. Today is Thursday. Class Monitor Gu Pingsheng, please select today's assignment. Assignment 1. 6 students will be selected at random from the class. A red button and a blue button will appear on their panels. Red, gain 10 free attribute points. However, anyone who presses blue will be erased. If all 6 press red, all 6 are erased. Blue, gain 1 attribute point. If all 6 press blue, no one is erased. Choice must be made within 1 hour. Discussion is permitted. Failure to choose results in immediate erasure. Choices are not made public. Results are revealed after 1 hour. Assignment 2. 5 students will be selected at random to run a marathon on the 400-meter track. Time limit, 3 hours. Penalty for failure, death. I stared at the blackboard in silence. Why was today just as brutal? A marathon is 42 kilometers. Finishing in 3 hours means holding a pace under 4:16 per kilometer. Think about what that means. Every single kilometer under 4:16, 42 times in a row. Most college students today can't even break 4:16 for 1 kilometer, let alone 42. Even an elite athlete wouldn't be a lock. Pick assignment 2, and those 5 are dead. Assignment 1 was a test of human nature. If all 6 pick blue, everyone gets 1 attribute point. The class gets an extra batch of supplies, and nobody dies. But, translation. If even one person got greedy for those 10 attribute points and picked red, everyone who picked blue would die. But all 6 couldn't pick red either. Then all 6 of them would be finished. Assignment 2 required running a full marathon in under 3 hours. Was that supposed to kill us? I fell silent for a moment. Assignment 1 was obviously the safer bet. All 6 pressed the blue button, everyone lives, and they each walk away with 10 free attribute points. That's what everyone else was thinking too, but there was always someone worried. What if one of those 6 had a black heart and picked red? The names popped up on the blackboard soon enough. Li Jian, Ma Teng, Lu Chang, Huang Fan, Zhong Jure, Wang Zihan. 5 guys and 1 girl. Both Li Jian and Lu Chang got picked, of all people. Li Jian panicked and sidled over to me. Xingji, which one should I pick? I said, it's your assignment. I can't choose for you. If you ask me, blue obviously. You don't want to get everyone else killed, do you? That's what came out of my mouth, but I gave him a look. Li Jian shut up immediately. Luo Qingxue nodded beside me. Right, if all 6 press blue, nobody has to die. Zhong Jire stood up and called out. Everybody pick blue. There's no reason to kill people over some attribute points. Wang Zihan chimed right in. Yeah, otherwise we'd all be murderers. There was a slight whistle to her speech, thanks to the tooth I'd knocked out last time. Lu Chang made his position clear too. I've already picked blue. Everyone pick it together, it's the best option. Li Jian DM'd him. Changzi, did you really pick blue? Lu Chang replied. Nope, I was lying. Li Jian froze. Isn't that, lying to people? Lu Chang, let me ask you this, do you dare pick blue? No. Then there you go. The whole point is to sweet talk everybody else into picking blue while we pick red. That way we survive and get the attribute points. Didn't you catch the look Gu Pingsheng gave you? What if everyone picks red? Wang Zihan is definitely not picking blue. She's a snake. The other 3, who knows? We just have to string them along. What if they're thinking the same thing? There's no what if. Worst case, we die. Li Jian was torn. Just then Huang Fan's fat body was trembling with fear. I don't dare pick blue. What if somebody picks red? Wang Zihan softened her tone. Huang Fan, what are you scared of? We're all picking blue. I've got a filthy mouth, sure, but I'm a good person at heart. You wouldn't want to pick red and kill me, would you? Huang Fan's heart melted, and he picked blue. He really didn't want to kill anyone. Ma Ting spoke up too. Lu Chang, Huang Fan, and I have all locked in blue. 3 left. Li Jian called out. I picked blue too. Wang Zihan. Then I'll pick blue as well. I watched the farce and just found it funny. Red or blue, nobody's choice was public. Who could say whether what came out of their mouths matched what their fingers actually pressed? Zhong Jurue was the last to commit. Then I'll pick blue too. Huang Fan let out a long breath of relief. The 5-minute discussion period ended, and the 6 of them still had to stay in the classroom for another 55 minutes waiting for the results. Nobody else left either. Everyone wanted to see how this played out. The longer Huang Fan waited, the more anxious he got. But then he remembered what his mother always said. The most important thing between people is trust, and if you treat others sincerely, it comes back to you. Time's up. Red button, Wang Zihan, Lu Chang, Li Jian, Zhong Jurue, Ma Teng. Each receives 10 free attribute points. Blue button, Huang Fan. To be erased in 5 minutes. Huang Fan stared, dumbfounded. He was the only one who'd picked blue. You lied to me. He shot to his feet, roaring, and pointed at Zhong Jurue. You're the one who told everybody to pick blue, and you picked red yourself. Zhong Jurue turned her head away. I'm sorry. I didn't have a choice either. He swung his finger at Wang Zihan. You talked me into picking blue and then picked red. You're all liars. But Wang Zihan's face went cold. Point that finger somewhere else, you disgusting fat pig. You're the idiot. Whose fault is that? Thanks to you, the 5 of us get to live. Huang Fan collapsed back into his seat, shaking all over. Everyone around him backed away, afraid of getting splattered when he died. He slumped over his desk, sobbing. Mom, I don't want to die. Save me. He'd been bullied his whole life for being ugly and fat. His mother was the only person who'd ever been good to him. Mom, I'm sorry. The words were barely out when the 5 minutes ran out, and Huang Fan's head burst open like a watermelon. Red, yellow, and white sprayed across the floor. I said nothing. It sat badly with me. Li Jian felt even guiltier. Huang Fan may have been ugly and overweight, but he was genuinely a decent guy, and Li Jian had still picked red. He'd killed him, indirectly. Class assignment complete. Every student receives compressed rations times 3, instant noodles times 3, 500 milliliters water times 4. Grade B for the 5 survivors, no bonus reward. No bonus reward. But those 10 free attribute points were worth more than the payout from any high-grade assignment. Those 5 were the real winners. Lu Chang clapped Li Jian on the shoulder. Come on, let's head back to the dorm and figure out how to spend these points. A strange, heavy mood hung over the classroom. That one cry of mom from Huang Fan had left who knows how many people shaken. Luo Qingshue's face was pale, her small hand trembling as it clutched the hem of my shirt. She never imagined all 5 of them would actually pick red. I knew she'd lost her sense of security. Come on, let's go clear our heads out on the field. She rested her forehead against my shoulder and nodded faintly. Yi Wanqing quietly fell in behind us and offered some comfort. Little Qingxue, things aren't like they used to be. Most people only think about themselves now. That's the only way to survive. Luo Qingshue's eyes were red. I understand, but the last thing Huang Fan thought about was his mom. It made me miss mine too. The 3 of us walked the field in silence. Then Yi Wanqing suddenly blurted out. Maybe you could get Gu Pingxing to call you mommy. Me? Luo Qingxue? Yi Wanqing realized that came out wrong and tried to salvage it. Or, Schwerer, you could call me mom instead. Luo Qingxue and I picked up the pace, shot her a look of pure distaste, and sighed in unison. After the walk, we ran 3 kilometers, and then I took them to the gym. With physical fitness assignments to prepare for, way more students were training than before. I lay down on the bench press and loaded up 100 kilos. Under a crowd of shocked, curious, and scornful stares, I pressed it up with ease. Holy crap, this guy doesn't even look built. How is he that strong? You don't think he's already spent attribute points, do you? 100 kilos probably isn't even his Li. The last line cuts off mid-sentence in the original. Limit. Luo Qingxue tilted her little head up, looking thoroughly smug. Praising me was basically the same as praising her, right? 100 kilos for 20 reps was no problem. I added 2 more 20-kilo plates, 140 total, and still pressed it up easily. This guy doesn't even look like he weighs 130, and he's pressing 280? That's not just strength. I had the 2 girls trained too. Yi Wanqing could press 60 kilos, pretty impressive. As for Luo Qingxue, she barely got the empty bar moving, and nearly dropped it on her own little chest. I lunged in and caught it just in time. After bench press, we moved on to squats. I could squat at least 200 kilos, not because that was my limit, but because we ran out of plates. Yi Wanqing squatted 80 kilos for 8 reps. Luo Qingxue. Well, she could start with body weight. The empty bar was already a stretch. By the time we finished, I was completely wiped. Then Luo Qingxue suddenly dragged us off to an empty corner, all secretive. Xiaoxue, why are we over here? Yi Wanqing asked, curious. Luo Qingxue put on a mysterious face. I've got a way to boost your physical stats like crazy. A faint green light shimmered around her hands. I have a talent. Healing. It can mend injuries, and even clear away the fatigue from exercise. My eyelid twitched. Clear away exercise fatigue. So when I used my hidden void talent, could I recover my stamina with her healing too? If that worked, then wouldn't that mean? I stared at Luo Qingxue with a much hotter gaze. She had no idea why, but figured it must be a good thing. Yi Wanqing looked stunned. Oh my god, Xiaoxue, you have a talent? Are you the new class president? No, that's someone else. No wonder you could run so fast yesterday, and still train this long after today's run. I asked, can it restore stamina? Luo Qingxue shook her head. Doesn't seem like it. I can only clear the feeling of fatigue. The stamina number on the status panel doesn't go up. Yi Wanqing frowned. If it gets rid of the fatigue, how does it not restore stamina? I finally got it. What the healing removed was the fatigue produced by exercise, and that kind of fatigue wasn't the same thing as stamina. It's like running a few kilometers one day and waking up the next with your thighs and calves aching. That's lactic acid piled up in the muscles, not a lack of stamina. Healing could wipe out the soreness, but it couldn't refill the tank. Here, let me heal you too. We trained so long today. This way you won't be sore when you wake up tomorrow, Luo Qingxue said. Yi Wanqing looked genuinely touched. Xiaoxue, I can't believe you'd share such an important secret with us. Your talent is so useful. The look in her eyes said it all. Does this mean Xiaoxue trusts me? The thought made her happy. She counted Luo Qingxue as a friend now too, which meant she had 2 good friends. Not really. I already told Pingsheng before. You just happened to be here, so I figured I'd mention it. Yi Wanqing. Luo Qingxue reached out her small hands and started squeezing me all over. First my biceps, then my thigh, then my abs, like some pervy girl feeling up a teenage boy. Ahem. Gu Pingsheng, this is just healing. Don't get any ideas. Relax, I won't. Luo Qingxue's expression suddenly turned a little sour, and she gave me a few more random squeezes. Before long she'd healed me, Yi Wanqing, and herself. All 3 of us felt a lot better. I stretched. My constitution hadn't budged on the panel, but I was confident that with enough training, plus her support, sooner or later I'd be able to stack constitution without spending any attribute points at all. That evening I got back to the dorm to a gloomy mood. All 3 of them were just sitting there, and Li Jian looked the worst, like he was eating himself up with guilt. I took a bite of bread and asked, so what did you 2 put your points into? Lu Chang said. Li Jian dumped all 10 into constitution. I did 4 constitution, 3 stamina, 3 sanity. Li Jian went all in on constitution, so his strength jumped a fair bit. Both approaches had their logic. Li Jian basically didn't have to fear anyone in a fight now. Since nobody's constitution was above 20 yet, Lu Chang went balanced, so he'd never get caught short on any one stat down the line. Tomorrow's Friday, then Saturday. No idea what kind of assignment we'll get. Huang Tian sighed. He was feeling pretty low. All 3 of his roommates had gotten stronger. Me most of all, and Li Jian and Lu Chang had each gained 10 points. He'd got nothing. I said, don't worry about it. Stressing now is like taking out a loan just to buy a pile of crap to eat. Instead of agonizing over Saturday's assignment, focus on staying alive first. Lu Chang chimed in, Sheng Ji's right. Any of us could die, and dying might not even be real death. Don't forget all the dead people still talking in the class channel. You saying they've got a shot at coming back? Lu Chang shook his head. I don't know, but at the very least, they exist in some other form now, don't they? Who even knows if they're still the same people? Li Jian mumbled. All they talk about is hatred and killing people. Especially Lin Yao. Ma Teng was protecting her the whole time, and just because he failed she hates him for it. I don't get it. Huang Tian added. Yeah, Ma Teng was pretty decent normally. A bit of a simp, but not a bad guy. Maybe they hate every single one of us who's still alive, I said. Either way, we live like normal. Just because they're still posting in the group doesn't mean there's a second chance after death. As I was saying it, a thought hit me. Could I add these dead people as private message friends? My friends list was short. Luo Qingxue, Yi Wanqing, Huang Tian, Li Jian, Lu Chang, Li Jia, Instructor Li Na, plus Huang Jiahao, and a couple others. Most of the class I hadn't added yet. I tapped Lin Yao's avatar in the class group and sent a friend request. It was around 7 now. The dead usually didn't show up in the class channel until 8 o'clock sharp. Class chat channel. Huang Fan. Even in death, I won't let you off. Wang Zihan. Zhong Zhiwei, Lu Chong, Li Jian, Ma Teng. Long Hai. Well, if it isn't Fat Pig Huang Fan. How'd you end up dead too? Huang Fan. I was murdered. Long Hai. Good thing you're dead. Stupid, ugly, and fat. You were just wasting air. Long Hai had bullied Huang Fan back when they were both alive, and now that they were both dead, he was still at it, with Huang Fan still too spineless to talk back. Tan Lily. Yu Wanqing, you filthy bitch. I'll kill you sooner or later. Yu Wanqing. Dead people sure love to bark. A new round of cursing started up. Student Lin, Yao has accepted your friend request. Lin Yao, what do you want? I looked at that ice-cold reply and didn't get mad. Me. I just wanted to ask, are you still Lin Yao right now? Lin Yao, no duh. If I'm not Lin Yao, are you? Me. What I mean is there anything different about you compared to when you were alive? Where are you now? Can you see Long Hai and the others? No response. The silent treatment. Me. If there's some reason you can't answer, you can just send a period. Lin Yao. Now I had a pretty good idea. Me. One more question. Ma Teng protected you right up until he died. Why do you hate him? Lin Yao. None of your business. Keep poking around and I'll kill you. Me. If you can actually pull that off, be my guest. Me. I'm not interrogating you. I'm genuinely confused. You were so beautiful and kind when you were alive. You shouldn't be that venomous toward a classmate who was just as decent as you. I waited a long time. Nothing. When I pushed again, a red exclamation mark popped up next to my message. She'd deleted me. Me. So how'd it go, Xingji? Lu Chong asked. She deleted me. But I think she might still be the Lin Yao from when she was alive. Ma Ting must have done something after she died to make her hate him this much. It's not like turning into a ghost made her hate the living indiscriminately. I showed them the chat log. The conversation was pretty steady up front. When I asked her to send a period, she actually did it. Damn, you're right. If I were Lin Yao, I wouldn't even bother answering you. And she still sent it, Huang Tian said. Then what about Long Hai and Huang Jiahao? Huang Jiahao treated Long Hai so well, and Long Hai's the one who hates him. Everyone threw in their 2 cents, but we couldn't figure anything out. At 10 that night, Lin Royale messaged, meet at the gymnasium. Time to farm treasure chests. Me. On my way. I left the dorm under the envious stares of my 3 roommates. Man, I'm so jealous of Xingji. He gets to go out at night whenever he wants. If only I had a strong talent. At the gymnasium entrance, I saw Lin Ruyao on her knees, kowtowing over and over, with a woman in white standing in front of her. When she finished, the woman in white turned to leave and happened to spot me. She immediately came charging at me, the corners of her mouth splitting open into a gaping, bloody maw. I flinched and instantly went invisible. Your sanity has decreased by 3 points. Current, 11. That was the 3rd vengeful ghost I'd encountered, and my sanity dropped 3 points on the spot, same as with the woman in red. Unable to find her target, the woman in white circled the area a few times, then got ready to leave. Something clicked in my head. What if I used a skill on these ghosts that came out at night? Could I hurt one? Even kill one? Soul-shattering slash was supposed to deal massive damage to vengeful ghosts. No time like the present. I fired off soul-shattering slash immediately. The skill worked while invisible, and I didn't have to touch anything. 5 slashes tore through the air behind the woman in white, and 5 bloody gashes opened across her body. I felt a rush of excitement. It actually worked? Then, a second later, the gashes sealed themselves shut. Aside from the tears in her clothes, nothing had changed. The woman in white glanced around, confused, and never found whoever had attacked her. I went quiet. Wasn't this supposed to be an S-rank skill? How was it barely a scratch, and one that healed instantly? Then it hit me. The skill's damage wasn't low. These vengeful ghosts were just that terrifying. At my current strength, there was no way I could handle the ones that roamed at night. This was probably part of the mechanics. When facing a nighttime ghost, you had exactly 2 options: get it to leave, or make sure it can't find you. Never, ever try to fight back. The woman in white left soon after, and I dropped my invisibility. Lin Royale stood up and asked curiously, what were those 5 slashes just now? Is that the new skill you got from the school-wide commendation? I nodded. I gave it a shot. Might as well have been giving her a massage. Guess these vengeful ghosts are even stronger than we thought. If even you can't hurt them. She grumbled, forget it. Let's go find the chests. Sure. We went into the gymnasium and, following the radar, found a chest in a storage room on the 5th floor. Lin Royale opened it. Inside was a stun baton. Stun baton, black iron, mid-grade. Fully charged, never needs recharging. Usable for 20 minutes at a time. Requires half an hour to recover after use. Maybe you could use it to do some weird stuff with someone of the opposite sex. Lin Royale called out, Gu Pingsheng, I'm keeping this. My radar found the chest. Then the next one's mine, and we split the last one. Deal. We kept searching. Along the way, the ghost with the axe showed up again, the very first one I'd ever seen. Your sanity has decreased by 2 points. Current. 9. Lin Ruiyao dropped to her knees right away, and the masked axe ghost left. 9 sanity left. Enough for maybe 3 or 4 more encounters. We can't stay out too long. Even if I can drive the ghosts off, my sanity won't hold up. Then let's rest in a classroom for a bit. We took a half-hour break in a classroom, and my sanity ticked back up to 10, so roughly 1 point every 30 minutes. Not fast, not slow. Acceptable. Once we'd rested, we kept going. If Lin Ruiyao hadn't been there to kneel and handle the ghosts, there's no way I could have wandered campus this long at night. Finally, up in a tree on the sports field, I found the second chest. This one wasn't black, it was cyan. Every chest before this had been black iron quality. Did that mean this one was a higher grade? Lin Ruiyao's face went pale. She was probably kicking herself. If she'd known, she never would have grabbed that junk stun baton, and this chest would have been hers. Per our deal, this one's mine. I glanced at her. That depends on whether you can actually get it. She scoffed. I looked up at the big tree. It was several meters tall, and the chest was high up on the trunk. Definitely not easy to reach. I tried climbing and got nowhere. I had some strength, but zero tree climbing technique. Lin Ruiyao gloated from the sidelines. You know what? Why don't we just go find a new one? You and this silver chest simply aren't meant to be. There's a saying that fits her perfectly. You want your friends to do well, but you don't want your friends driving a Range Rover. That was exactly her type. Especially since every time she knelt down to beg a ghost to leave, I'd stare at her with this strange look, which she really didn't appreciate. The next second, I vanished right in front of her. Using your talent? Your talent's about invisibility, and invisibility isn't going to get you up that tree, she said confidently. A few seconds later, she was stunned to discover the chest in the tree was gone. Now completely invisible, I made it back to the ground and pulled the chest out of my backpack. Silver grade chest, low tier. I held it up and raised an eyebrow at her. How did you do that? You tell me. I can't figure it out. Then don't bother. Son of a bitch. She swore. I couldn't be bothered to respond. Still, she was a girl, and the language coming out of her mouth. I shook my head and opened the chest. Class leader Gu Pingsheng, you have obtained stamina card ×1, stamina fruit ×1. 1 card, 1 white fruit that looked vaguely like a pear. Stamina card, silver grade, low tier. Increases stamina by 5 points when used. Stamina fruit, silver grade, low tier. Restores 10 points of stamina when used. One raised my cap, the other restored stamina, both solid. Under Lin Ruiyao's envious stare, I used the stamina card. My stamina climbed to 18. I pocketed the fruit. Come on, let's keep looking. She followed behind me, and we walked in silence. She was the one who broke it. I'll tell you the name and grade of my talent if you tell me how you pulled that off just now. I shook my head. Everybody's got secrets, your words. Just then, we both stopped. A little girl in a pale blue sundress stood in front of us, pretty in an innocent sort of way, cute, just short, petite and delicate. Pingsheng. Luo Qingxue stood there greeting us, or more precisely, greeting me. I froze. What was she doing out here? I was about to walk over when it hit me. That girl only had a single healing spell. There was no way in hell she'd be wandering the campus at night. The Luo Qingxue in front of me was definitely wrong. A chill ran down my spine. I nearly walked right into it. I never imagined a vengeful ghost could disguise itself this perfectly. I shoved Lin Ruiyao out in front of me and ordered, kneel. She looked utterly baffled. Are you talking to me? Who else? Hurry up and kneel. She flared up instantly. Hey, I have dignity too, you know? You say kneel and I kneel. Why don't you get down there and lick my feet? Over there, Luo Qingxue was still waving at me, smiling sweetly. Pingsheng, I've got a treasure chest over here. Come on, hurry up. Lin Ruiyao turned to look at me. Hey, your friend's got a chest. Let's go. I lowered my voice. Did a donkey kick you in the head? Idiot, that's a ghost. Kneel and get rid of it. Or I'm going invisible and leaving you here. My friend, the one named Luo, would never go outside this late at night. Oh, Lin Ruiyao finally caught on. She hesitated for a moment, then dropped to her knees and pressed her forehead to the ground. The smile on Luo Qingxue's face froze for a split second. Then she turned and walked away, vanishing quickly into the dark. See that? This ghost is seriously twisted. The second I laid eyes on it, I almost believed it was my friend. Lin Ruiyao grunted. And here I thought you just wanted to humiliate me in front of your friend. I had nothing to say to that. Lin Ruiyao seemed even less normal than Yi Wanqing. Her train of thought jumped all over the place. She wasn't exactly quick on the uptake, and she swore constantly. You can't really blame me, though. Running into that ghost didn't cost me any sanity at all. How's anybody supposed to tell it's a ghost? Thinking about it, she had a point. Bumping into that fake Luo Qingxue hadn't dropped my sanity by a single point. It really was the perfect setup for an ambush. A little after midnight, Lin Ruyao and I found the third chest on the roof of the second academic building. Unfortunately, all it contained was some food and water. We split it evenly and then went our separate ways. My sanity genuinely couldn't take much more. Aside from that encounter with the fake Luo Qingxue, everything else had chipped away a lot of it. 3 chests in one night was my limit. The next day, my 3 roommates and I headed back to the classroom to face a new day's assignment. Luo Qingxue came over to say hi as usual. One look at what she was wearing, and I saw it was identical to what the Luo Qingxue from last night had on. I frowned slightly. That ghost imitation had been flawless, right down to the clothes. Hee, does it look good, Pingsheng? My little dress. It looks great, I said offhandedly. Li Na counted the students in the class. It had started at 43. In a little over a week, 7 were dead. 36 left. Her face went pale. This much death in 1 week. Give it another month and the whole class would be wiped out. She hadn't slept or eaten properly in days. Yi Wanqing alone had killed 3. She glanced at me. Maybe I'd be the one who made it to the end. We didn't have to wait long. Friday's assignment arrived. Today is Friday. Class leader Gu Pingsheng, please select your class's assignment for today. Assignment 1. Liang Wenbo and Su Yang will play a 1v1 match of Honor of Kings on the Mahist Mechanism Path map. Each player may ban 3 heroes at the start. Destroying 1 tower or getting 3 kills counts as success. Anything else is failure. The loser will be erased. Assignment 2. Li Na and Lin Tiantian will strip off all of their clothing and jump from the roof of the main academic building to the ground. The moment Li Na and Lin Tiantian saw Assignment 2, they both went rigid. Li Na couldn't for the life of her understand what she'd done to offend the heavens. How was it that both assignments involving her required her to take her clothes off? The first time, she'd barely managed to go through with it. But this time it came with a jump off a building, losing her dignity and her life. Let's go with Assignment 1. Assignment 2 is too cruel, Su Yang said with a sigh. Liang Wenbo exploded on the spot. Hey, Su Yang, you're a national server-ranked Milan, and I'm some low MMR scrub stuck in glory. Sure, Assignment 1 works out great for you. What about me? Panic was written all over his face. His skill level was obviously nowhere near Su Yang's. Picking Assignment 1 was a death sentence. Assignment 2 kills 2 people. Assignment 1 only kills 1, Su Yang said flatly. The rest of the class started weighing in. Making the female counselor and a female classmate strip naked and jump off a roof was monstrous. But sending Liang Wenbo to his death. Huang Jiahao clapped Liang Wenbo on the shoulder. Bro, you've got to admit, every class has to make choices like this. And besides, it's that mysterious class leader who decides in the end, not us. Good luck. One of the other guys added, Wenbo, don't panic. Su Yang's got a high Apex ranking and over a dozen national server Milan titles. But that's all 5v5. 5-on-5 is about game sense. 1-on-1 is a different beast. He might not have the edge. What if you win? Liang Wenbo gritted his teeth. That actually made sense. He shot a glance at the ashen-faced Li Na. I followed my classmate's suggestion and chose Assignment 1. Li Na, over this past stretch of time, had toward me. She'd been through a lot, and it planted a seed of doubt in me too. Was Li Na actually being singled out? Both of her assignments had been brutal. The red letters on the blackboard changed to Assignment 1, and 2 cell phones appeared on the lectern. Su Yang walked up and picked one up, no passcode, and the only app installed was Honor of Kings. Let's get started. Liang Wenbo walked over too, looking tense, and the 2 of them took up positions on either side of the lectern. They opened the game, and the familiar Timmy jingle played. Su Yang was mildly surprised. There were no other modes in the game, just 1v1 on the Mahist Mechanism path. Then again, considering a school-wide survival game was actually happening, a modded game wasn't exactly shocking. They set up a room and went to bans. Su Yang banned Diaochan, Mi Yu, and Xiahou Dun, all monsters in a duel. Liang Wenbo banned Hua Mulan, Diaochan, and Dong Wang Tai. They only saw each other's pics once the match loaded. Su Yang took Lao Fuzi. Liang Wenbo took his signature Monkey King. I laughed the second I saw it. Liang Wenbo was done for. Hero selection is everything in a duel, and Lao Fuzi against Monkey King is a straight-up bully matchup once the items come online. A few minutes later, Liang Wenbo had died 3 times to Lao Fuzi. He lost. May there be no honor of kings in heaven, Liang Wenbo murmured. The next second, his eyes went blank, and he started slamming his head into the corner of the desk. Once, again, until his skull cracked open and his body dropped to the floor. Su Yang's expression didn't change, but it sat badly with him all the same. He consoled himself in silence. This is all on that damned heavenly Tao. Not on me. Su Yang has completed the class assignment. Reward. 3 compressed biscuits, 3 instant noodles, and 5 bottles of 500 milliliters water for every student in the class. Assignment grade. A. Su Yang's rewards are doubled, plus 1 free attribute point. Su Yang was a little surprised, an A actually, probably because he'd shut Liang Wenbo out. Nothing else happened the rest of the day. That afternoon, the 3 of us went to train as usual. We'd barely reached the field when a group of guys closed in on us, all of them carrying restricted blades, mostly long swords, looking for trouble. I had no idea where they'd gotten that hardware. Luo Qingxue jumped, but she didn't back off. She just stayed right beside me. Yi Wanqing did the same, pulling out a dagger, not the one she'd carried as an assassin, just an ordinary one. Ever since that whole incident, she'd kept a weapon on her at all times. The other people working out nearby took one look at the standoff and scattered, not wanting to catch a stray. The one in front was very tall, packed with muscle. Hey, you're in Li Jie's class, aren't you? Li Jie? What had he done now? I frowned. Who are you? Watch your mouth, punk. Our boss asked you a question. We're juniors, and our boss is the captain of the Kendo Club. One of the juniors beside him leveled a sword at my throat. This isn't the world it was before the survival game started. I could gut you right here in the middle of the field, and nobody would care. You want to live? You take us to Li Jie. You're right about that, I said, nodding. This isn't the world it was before. Then why aren't you moving? Or would you rather hide behind a couple of girls? He gave Yi Wanqing a mocking once-over. At least this one carries a knife. Makes her better than you. The next instant, 5 slashes materialized out of thin air in front of them and cut all 5 men into pieces. The slashes were directional, but they had an area of effect, and since the 5 of them were bunched together, they all got caught. 5 Kendo Club juniors, gone, just like that. I glanced over the mess on the ground and said slowly, the dead don't even leave bodies behind, so I don't see why I should leave yours in one piece. Luo Qingxue let out a small shriek, then went quiet once she realized it had been me. She just couldn't bring herself to look at the pieces on the ground and ducked behind me. Yi Wanqing was staring at me with a burning look in her eyes. He's so unbelievably strong. That was the only thought in her head, and she thought she understood now why I hadn't been the least bit afraid of her back when she was the assassin hunting me. This was that S-rank skill, wasn't it? Her gaze grew hotter still. I opened my private messages and pinged Li Jie. You piss off some juniors? A few of them came to the field to hassle me. Come claim your mess. Li Jie. On my way. For words. No excuses. Most of the other students on the field had already run for it. The ones who stayed were watching me with something close to awe. Holy hell, 5 guys in one move. Was that a talent or a skill? Terrifying. Those were juniors, and they just evaporated. Say what you want, it looked pretty cool. Cool my ass. It cost 5 lives. They had it coming. You go looking for trouble, you'd better be ready to get killed instead. The whispering rippled through the crowd. Li Jie showed up fast. The dim yellow streetlight fell across the corner of the field, and the 5 bodies sprawled every which way looked especially ghastly. A faint iron tang of blood still hung in the air. I pointed at the corpses and asked flatly, these 5 came looking for you. You know them? Li Jie's eyes swept over the lifeless faces without a flicker of reaction. He nodded. Yeah, juniors. They used to run with Han Yaozu. Han Yaozu. My eyebrow went up. That was unexpected. I'd heard the name. His father was a fairly high-ranking administrator at the school, and he'd always thrown his weight around. Most people wouldn't touch him. He and Li Jie had clashed before. So where is he? He didn't come after you. He came a while back, Li Jie said, tone perfectly level, like he was mentioning something trivial. I took care of him. My eyes narrowed slightly. Took care of him? So Li Jie wasn't someone to underestimate either. This teammate was getting interesting. Since this is your mess, I don't want it dragging me in again. This time, I'll clean it up for you. I pulled my thoughts back and spoke calmly. Li Jie nodded. Understood, Brother Gu. I clapped him on the shoulder. Not too hard, not too soft. With that settled, I turned and called out to the 2 girls waiting a little ways off. Come on, back to training. That little episode was nothing more than an interruption. Training doesn't stop. Especially not after I'd personally felt what Luo Qingxue's healing could do for fatigue. After that, there was no excuse left for slacking off. Train hard every day, eat well, then have Luo Qingxue run a healing spell over my whole body, stronger with each passing day. That was what actually mattered. The 3 of us started running, and kept running until it was fully dark, then went to the gym. After the workout, we found a spot where nobody was around. Luo Qingxue was the first to step up to me, as usual. She held out that soft, pale little hand and pressed it against my arm with total ease, 10 fingers immediately going to work, kneading. From the deltoid at my shoulder all the way down through the muscles of my forearm, her fingertips glowing a faint green, working over every inch with care. Doing my arms wasn't enough for her. She circled around behind me, laid both hands on my lower back, and slowly rubbed her way along the muscle running up either side of my spine. Watching how focused and into it she was. Yeah, I was enjoying this. This girl really does take it seriously. Her small hands squeezed and kneaded at my shoulders, that warm green light seeping in, and I narrowed my eyes in pure comfort, my whole body going loose. Yi Wanqing stood off to the side with her arms crossed, staring at us with a look like she couldn't stand to watch anymore. When her turn finally came, Luo Qingxue just gave a careless flick of her wrist. A wisp of green light, about as half-assed as it gets, swept over Yi Wanqing's body, and that was that. Treatment complete. The corner of Yi Wanqing's mouth twitched violently. Xiaoxue, are you sure that does anything? Luo Qingxue nodded, dead serious. Of course it does. You're playing serious favorites here. With Gu Pingxing you're rubbing and squeezing like your hands are about to go down his pants. And for me it's one flick of the wrist? Luo Qingxue's little face went red instantly, embarrassment flipping straight to anger. Why would I want to feel you up? I'm not a lesbian. Say one more word, and I'm not healing you next time. Yi Wanqing opened her mouth, then backed down. I waved a hand. All right, knock it off. Tomorrow's the weekend, and who knows what ridiculous assignment we'll get. Instead of butting heads, we should be thinking about how to prepare. Pingxing's right. Yi Wanqing agreed immediately. Luo Qingxue stuck her tongue out at her, then turned around, grinning, and hooked her arm through Yi Wanqing's. Just like that, the two of them walked off arm in arm. I stood there watching them leave side by side, and a flicker of confusion crossed my mind. Since when did those two get so close? I shook my head, let it go, and headed back to the dorm. After dark, the campus became a completely different place. Nobody dared wander around at night. A little after 10, I met up with Lin Ruiyao as usual to go treasure chest hunting. Our luck was decent tonight. In under 2 hours we found 3 chests along the edge of campus. Opening them was a bit of a letdown, though. All the most basic supplies. Compressed food, drinking water. No special items or weapons. Better than nothing, I guess. We split it evenly and packed it away. Even Lin Ruiyao seemed a little tense. Tomorrow was the weekend. It was already past midnight when we split up to head back. The dorm was dead quiet. My roommates were all asleep. I washed up as quietly as I could and got into bed, stared at the ceiling for a while, then closed my eyes and evened out my breathing. I was out fast. I woke up on my own the next morning before 7. I let out a long yawn, washed up quickly, and headed to the classroom building with my 3 roommates. The second I pushed open the classroom door, I knew something was off. More than half the seats were already filled. A few days ago, we'd have been lucky to have half the class here by this time. Today, everyone had shown up early, faces tight, nobody talking. The air in the room was frighteningly heavy. Because everybody knew, today was Saturday. Before the survival game started, Saturday morning meant staying buried in your blankets until you woke up naturally, then figuring out where to go for the weekend. Anyone with a boyfriend or girlfriend probably wasn't even out of their hotel room yet. Not anymore. Once survival started, 2 days off became 1, and the word Saturday had nothing to do with rest. It meant exactly one thing, the team class assignment. And everyone had a vague sense that the weekend assignment would be a lot nastier than the usual ones. I sat down and scanned the room. Wang Zihan was in the corner looking sour, whispering with a few other girls, occasionally trash-talking some guy. Luo Qingxue and Yi Wanqing had their heads together, talking quietly. Su Yang was slumped over his desk, lost in thought. Shin Che was drumming his fingers on the desktop in an erratic rhythm. Every one of them looked like a convict waiting for sentencing. The minutes crawled by. Finally, the moment the last student stepped through the door, the whole class was present. Almost simultaneously, that cold notification voice sounded in my head. On the blackboard at the front of the room, blood-red characters began forming stroke by stroke, as though written by an invisible hand. Everything showed up this time except the first line addressing me as class president. Today is Saturday. Class President Gu Pingxing, please select your team assignment for today. The room went silent in an instant, every pair of eyes snapping to the blackboard. Assignment 1, Class-wide Battle Royale. Each student must kill at least 1 classmate. Failure to kill a classmate counts as incomplete. Penalty, erasure. The moment the first assignment appeared, everyone froze, pupils contracting hard. A class battle royale. Every single one of us has to kill someone. The terror in more than a few voices was absolute. Assignment 2. The entire class enters the ghost gates to survive. Passing through 5 ghost gates counts as completion. Those who complete it may return early or remain in the ghost gate world. Penalty, none. Assignment 3. The entire class enters the ghost forest to survive. Surviving at least 10 hours counts as completion. Penalty, none. Once all 3 assignments were displayed, another line appeared beneath them. Note, as today is Saturday, all assignments except assignment 1 may involve encounters with students from other classes. Killing a student from another class grants 1 free attribute point. Your class is a single team. I stared at that note, my pupils narrowing slightly. I finally understood what a team class assignment actually meant. This wasn't a few people working together. It bound the entire class into one unit and sent us out to compete and slaughter as a team against other classes. Attribute points for killing students from other classes. That was naked encouragement for classes to tear each other apart. The immediate question was which assignment to pick. I ruled out assignment 1 right away. A class battle royale where everyone has to kill at least one classmate? That's just cutting the class in half on the spot. I wouldn't lose any sleep over killing Wang Zihan and her little circle of friends. But the rest of my classmates had never done a thing to me, and I couldn't bring myself to do it. Luo Qingxue especially. I glanced at the girl beside me. There was no way she could do something like that. Ask her to kill someone? Not a chance. So assignment 1 was off the table. That left assignment 2 or assignment 3. The Ghost Gates or the Ghost Forest. There's actually no penalty for failure. Does that mean if you fail, you just plain don't survive? No need to trouble the heavenly Tao with wiping you out? My brow furrowed hard. I had no idea what either of those two places was. The names alone told me nothing. What was the Ghost Gate? A single gate? 5 gates. Passing through 5 ghost gates sounded like clearing stages in a game. And the Ghost Forest? A patch of woods? Surviving 10 hours inside sounded like a wilderness survival challenge. But one thing I did know, it was absolutely not as simple as it sounded. Don't pick assignment 1. Suyang shot to his feet, face drained of color, voice shaking. It's too brutal. A classroom battle royale where every single person has to kill someone? Is this a joke? Yesterday was still fresh in his mind. He hadn't killed Liang Wenba with his own hands, but he wasn't clean of it either, and that secondhand blood on his hands had kept him up all night. Asking him to actually do the deed himself, there was no way. Assignments 2 and 3 aren't any better. Li Zhen's voice was trembling too. We could even run into students from other classes. Look at that last line. The heavenly Tao wants us to slaughter each other. Some of the girls started crying, and the air in the room grew even heavier. Nobody spoke, but every single person was terrified. Cold sweat beaded on my forehead. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and opened the chat channel to see how the other classes were doing. The channel had already exploded. Landscaping 1222, Zhang Peihua. Our class's assignments are insane. Survive Ghost Island, survive Ghost Apartment, or kill each other. How the hell are we supposed to choose? Finance 1223, Li Zhang. Same here. One's a death match. The other two both have ghost in the name. My hands are still shaking. Digital Media 1214, Huang Xin. Our class president picked assignment 1. That psycho actually picked the death match. Has he lost his mind? I don't want to die. Somebody help me. Our class got Ghost Shop. Anyone else get that one? Ghost Cinema. Our class got Ghost Cinema. What kind of place is that? The messages scrolled by in a blur, every one of them soaked in despair and terror. I quietly closed the channel and let out a soft sigh. So it wasn't just us. Every class in the entire school was facing the same choice. Every one of them had a life or death question sitting in front of them. One option where you killed each other, and 2 survival assignments with Ghost in the name. Ghost Gate, Ghost Forest, Ghost Island, Ghost Apartment, Ghost Shop, Ghost Cinema. Different names, but they all had one thing in common. That word, ghost. Every class was a team, and each team had to find a way to survive in one of those cursed places. Maybe even fight and compete against each other. I opened my eyes again. It was time to decide. Assignment 1 was out of the question. That left the Ghost Gate and the Ghost Forest. Cross 5 gates, or survive 10 hours in the woods. Which was more dangerous? Which was easier? I had no idea. No experience, no information. All I could do was take it one step at a time. I glanced at the blackboard again and clenched my teeth. I choose assignment 2. The Ghost Gate. I said it in my mind. The red text on the blackboard immediately began to change. Assignment selected, assignment 2. The entire class will now enter the Ghost Gate world. Passing through 5 Ghost Gates counts as completion. Penalty, none. Teleportation will begin in 5 minutes. Please prepare yourselves. My heart sank. There was no turning back now. I didn't know if it was the right call. I just hoped the Ghost Gate would be a little gentler than the Ghost Forest, and that I hadn't just marched everyone down a dead-end road. Rustling noises filled the classroom. Some people were checking the weapons they'd brought, kitchen knives, clubs, that sort of thing. A couple clung to each other. Others just sat there blankly, faces ashen. Luo Qingxue walked over to me, her small hands balled into tight fists. Pingsheng, this Ghost Gate, do you think it'll be really scary? I looked at her and forced out a smile. It'll be fine. We'll take it one step at a time. 5 minutes later, a ring of blood-red light flared up beneath my feet, and beneath everyone else's too. I reached out and took Luo Qingxue's hand, holding it tight. The teleportation began. The next instant, the world spun around me. My consciousness blurred, everything in front of my eyes rapidly drained of color, and my senses went cold. When I came to, I found myself lying in a small room. I pushed off the floor and got up, quickly scanning my surroundings. The room was extremely bare, less than 10 square meters, all four walls a dull, dusty concrete gray with no decoration whatsoever. There were 4 doors, one on each side, front, back, left, and right. All of them old wooden doors with peeling paint and handles rusted black. A single lonely bulb hung from the ceiling, giving off a weak, yellowish light that only made the room feel darker and more oppressive. The next moment, a stream of information flooded into my mind. The rules of the Ghost Gate. All students are now awake. The rules for Ghost Gate survival are as follows. 1. Each participant starts alone in a room. You may enter any of the doors to proceed to the next room. Each door leads to a different scenario. Opening a door and walking through counts as one crossing. 5 crossings are required in total. Once you enter the next room, the previous room will refresh into a new room. After opening a door, you must proceed to the next room, or you will die within 5 seconds. I read the first rule again, frowning slightly. So every time I went through a door, the room behind me refreshed. No going back, no second thoughts. 2. Anything can be behind a door: treasure chests, weapons, skill books, useful items, wild beasts, vengeful ghosts, even your own classmates or students from other classes. My eyes narrowed. Completely random. Could be treasure, could be a ghost, could be another person. 3. 2 students from different classes may not occupy the same room. If they do, none of the 4 doors will open, and progress will be permanently locked. You know what needs to be done. My expression turned grim. The meaning couldn't have been clearer. 2 people from different classes in the same room, and none of the doors would open. There was only one way out. One of them had to go. I took a deep breath and kept reading. 4. Encountering a vengeful ghost does not necessarily mean death. Do as the ghost demands, and you may survive. 5. After passing through 5 ghost gates, you may leave early or continue exploring. Maximum duration is 10 hours per person. 6. The first Ghost Gate survival leaderboard is now open, ranked by number of crossings. 57 classes from Yangqing University are participating. The leaderboard displays the top 100. Those who make the list will receive additional rewards and possibly school-wide commendation. Good luck. The information ended there. I stood where I was, turning those 6 rules over and over in my mind. I read through it a few more times. I've got the gist now. Anything can be behind those doors. Danger, resources, people, ghosts. 5 crossings total to complete the objective, and after that you can keep exploring, up to 10 hours max. If students from different classes run into each other, one of them has to die. And there's a leaderboard. I stared at the leaderboard info in front of me, my eyes narrowing slightly. 57 classes in the whole school, and only the top 100 get displayed. Making the list comes with bonus rewards, even school-wide recognition. If I can pull it off, I want to fight for first place. But more than the leaderboard, there's something else worrying me. Luo Qingxue and Yi Wanqing and a few of my roommates. This split everyone up alone format is exactly the kind of setup where things go wrong. Especially for Luo Qingxue. That girl is way too naive. Facing a hellhole like this by herself? What's going to happen to her? Right before the teleport, I had a firm grip on her hand. I thought we'd come through together. But when I woke up, there was nobody beside me. All because of that damn rule, 1 person per room. I opened my private messages. Private messages, chat channels, and similar functions are disabled in this area. A single cold line popped up. Damn it, I cursed under my breath. Every form of communication had been cut off. I couldn't find her, couldn't reach anyone. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and forced myself to calm down. No point dwelling on it now. Survive first. Maybe I'd run into her somewhere along the way. I opened my eyes and started studying the 4 doors in the room. Front, back, left, right, 4 wooden doors, all identical. Old boards with the paint peeling off, rusted iron handles, no markings of any kind. I didn't just go yanking one open. I planted my feet and activated Phantom Veil. My body instantly turned hazy and translucent, and I vanished from where I stood. In this ghosted state, maybe I could do things nobody else could. I walked toward the door straight ahead. Didn't open it, just passed right through. The next moment, I was in the room behind it. If any of my classmates saw this, they'd swear I was cheating. The room was about the same size as the last one. In the middle of the floor, sitting perfectly upright, was a black treasure chest. Judging by the look of it, black iron grate. The corner of my mouth curved up. But then I noticed, no notification chime. The rule said it only counts as a crossing if you open the door and walk in. I'd phased straight through, so it didn't register. Just as well. If that counted, wouldn't I be able to exploit it infinitely? Being able to know what's behind a door in advance is already a massive advantage. I backed out into the original room and did the same thing again. The door behind me, a huge open space, the ground damp soil. A python as thick as a water barrel was coiled in the center, scales glinting with a dull, murky sheen, vertical pupils sweeping coldly across its surroundings. Pretty terrifying. I backed out. The door on the left, a girl about my age, wearing clothes I didn't recognize, standing tense in the middle of the room. Probably just got teleported into. I didn't know her. Different class. If it had been Wang Zihan, I might have considered it. But going out of my way to kill a total stranger who'd never wronged me, just for a few attribute points? I couldn't do that. Backed out. The door on the right. The second I passed through the panel, a wave of icy cold hit me in the face. A man was sitting in an old wooden chair. Black vintage suit, hair combed without a strand out of place. Skin ashen pale, lips completely drained of color, radiating a chill that made every hair on my body stand up. He sat there quietly, like he was waiting for someone to come knocking. My pupils contracted sharply. This was a vengeful ghost. The man didn't seem to notice me in my phased state. He didn't move at all, but just looking at it sent a cold shiver down my spine. Your sanity has decreased by 0.2. Current, 13.8. The notification sounded. My brow twitched. Not because my sanity dropped, but because it only dropped 0.2. The rules said running into a vengeful ghost doesn't necessarily mean death. Do what the ghost asks, and you might survive. But what if the ghost asks you to die? I shook my head. Up to now, I hadn't had any real contact with vengeful ghosts, aside from the ones drifting around campus at night. But the aura coming off those ghosts felt different from this guy in the suit. With the ones on campus, just getting close sent your sanity plummeting, 2 or 3 points a pop. A few encounters, and you were done. This one only took 0.2. Was it just extremely weak? I wasn't sure whether sanity loss was directly tied to a ghost's strength, but I filed the detail away. All 4 paths scouted. No reason to go toe-to-toe with the python. Killing it might not even give a reward. I didn't want to kill the strange girl. The ghost in the suit was best avoided entirely. The optimal play was the first room, the black iron chest. I returned to the original room, walked up to the door straight ahead, gripped the freezing iron handle, and gave it a hard twist. The door opened. I strode in. Class leader Gu Pingxing, you have completed 1 ghost gate crossing. Current count. 1. Just as I thought. It only counts if you open the door. I walked over to the chest and crouched down to open it. No weapons, no skill books inside. Just a few loaves of bread and a couple bottles of mineral water. Better than nothing. I twisted one open, took a few gulps, packed the rest away, and activated Phantom Veil again to start scouting the next set of 4 doors. The ghost gate exploration had only just begun. For more crossings to go, I had to stay sharp. Meanwhile, a few minutes earlier, in another dim room, Luo Qingxue stood frozen in place, both hands clenched tight against her chest, eyes darting around in panic. The sealed, gloomy little room filled her with a dread that seemed to seep out from the marrow of her bones. It was too quiet. So quiet she could hear her own racing heartbeat. Gu Pingsheng, where are you? Her voice was thick with unshed tears. Nobody answered. Only the dim yellow bulb on the ceiling, flickering. If you get hurt, how am I supposed to heal you? She murmured it, her eyes going red. She'd read the rules perfectly clearly. Anything could be behind those doors. Vengeful ghosts, wild beasts. She didn't know how strong I was. All she knew was that the things in this place played by no rules at all. What if he ran into danger? What if he got hurt and she wasn't there? Luo Qingxue shook her head hard and slapped her own cheeks a couple of times. Pull yourself together, Xiaoxue. You're the best there is. Her voice was still trembling, but her eyes were steadier than a moment ago. You have to find Pingsheng and then use a healing spell on him. Give him some help, even if it's only a little. She took a deep breath and walked to the nearest door. Her small hand closed around the ice-cold handle and pulled hard. Behind the door, on an old wooden chair sat a man in a black suit, his skin pale and utterly bloodless. It slowly raised its head. A pair of hollow, empty sockets stared straight at her. Luo Qingxue felt like a current had shot through her scalp. She froze where she stood, her body trembling beyond her control, tears nearly spilling over. But she bit down hard on her lip, clutched the hem of her shirt, and held it in. She couldn't cry. If she cried, she'd never find Gu Pingxing. She had to stay calm. Behind another door, Huang Jiahao was staring blankly at something on the floor. A handgun. The black frame gave off a cold sheen. Judging by the model, it looked like a Glock 17. He rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things, then practically threw himself at it and snatched it up. The chill of the metal spread through his palm. It was the real thing. He gripped the gun, hand shaking, yet a sense of security he'd never felt before welled up inside him. He was just an ordinary guy. He didn't have my strength, and he had no talent either. He was just a punk who liked bullying his classmates. He had no idea whether this gun could take down a vengeful ghost. But at least when danger came, he wouldn't be completely defenseless. He carefully tucked the gun away. Another room. Yi Wanqing stood in the center. Across from her stood an unfamiliar girl in a light-colored jacket. about her age, her face full of terror. You, which class are you from? Is this the ghost gate? The girl's voice shook. Yi Wanqing didn't answer. Her eyes were ice. She remembered the rule perfectly. When two people from different classes are trapped in the same room, none of the 4 doors will open until one of them is dealt with. And if the doors don't open, there's no going back. She slowly drew the dagger from her waist. The girl went white as a sheet. Wait, we can think of another way. The girl backed up until her spine hit the door. Yi Wanqing bit her lip and walked toward her, one step at a time. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Her voice was soft, as if she were saying it to herself. No, don't. The dagger thrust forward, the sharp blade sinking into the girl's neck. Warm blood sprayed across her hands and across her face. Yi Wanqing's eyes were red. This was the first time she had killed an innocent stranger. The girl's eyes went wide. Her lips moved a few times without producing a single sound, and then she crumpled limply to the floor. Yi Wanqing stood there, breathing hard. It wasn't the first time she'd killed someone, but if you asked whether she felt guilty, of course she did. The girl on the floor hadn't done anything wrong. She had only one reason for killing her. She wanted to get out alive. She wanted to make it back to my side, to walk out of that school, to return to her grandmother. She raised a hand and wiped the blood from her face. The rims of her eyes flushed red. Pingsheng, Xiaoxua, you two had better be okay. She murmured it under her breath, sniffed hard, put the dagger away, and pushed open the next door without looking back. The exploration of the ghost gate had only just begun. 57 classes in the entire school, hundreds upon hundreds of students, all in the same dim rooms, all making the same brutal choices. Some found weapons. Some ran into beasts. Some met vengeful ghosts and died at their hands, and others died on the blade of a student from another class. That leaderboard was quietly tallying up every single person's number of crossings. Rankings, rewards, school-wide recognition. Like bait dangling over everyone's heads, luring anyone with real ability to push deeper and deeper, to take more and more risks. I drank the last of my water, tossed the empty bottle, rested a moment, then activated Phantom Void again to scout the new set of 4 doors. I had to move faster, not just to stay alive, but to find Luo Qingxue before something happened to her. It didn't take long to scout all 4 rooms. Behind the first door, an unfamiliar vengeful ghost in white funeral robes, a sheet of yellow talisman paper stuck to its face. Just looking at it made my skin crawl. Behind the second door, a girl I didn't really know. Behind the third door, an enormous tiger, with the corpse of a student I didn't recognize lying beside it, gutted open. Behind the fourth door, a green-tinted treasure chest, its surface shimmering with a faint metallic gleam. Bronze chest, most likely. 4 doors, for completely different contents. Exactly the same setup as before. I dropped out of my phantom state and rapidly pieced the information together in my head. From the last room to this one, the configuration of the 4 doors was essentially identical. Vengeful ghost, person, beast, treasure chest, or, put another way, safety. I was starting to get a handle on the pattern. Every set of 4 doors corresponds to a fixed number of scenarios. 1 ghost, 1 beast, 1 chest. And person split into 2 types. A classmate from your own class, or a student from another class. 5 possibilities in total, randomly distributed across 4 doors. So for an ordinary student, the odds of running into danger after pushing open a door are. I frowned. Ghosts were dangerous. Beasts were dangerous. Students from other classes counted as dangerous too, because the rule spelled it out clearly. 2 people from different classes trapped in 1 room, and only one gets to live. 3 dangerous options. 2 safe options, a classmate or a chest. 5 scenarios randomly distributed across 4 doors. But for any single choice, the odds of danger aren't a simple 3 and 4. I ran the math in my head. And of course, it could be worse. Several of the 4 doors could hold ghosts or beasts at the same time. Setting aside the extreme cases, going by the 2 sets I'd seen, the chance that any given door was safe was roughly 3 in 8. Chance of danger, 5 in 8. More than half. I let out a slow breath. Now I understood just how cruel the ghost gate really was. Aside from me, no one could see what was behind a door in advance. Everyone else could only gamble with their lives and shove open whichever one they picked. At these odds, at least half the students would run headfirst into something lethal on the very first door they opened. And what made it worse, every single person had to cross at least 5 times. The probability of picking correctly 5 times in a row was small enough to be negligible. At these odds, the number of people in our class who make it back alive after this assignment. I stopped there. The number wasn't going to be pretty. For a moment, a thought even crossed my mind. Compared to this, we would have been better off choosing the Battle Royale. At least a Battle Royale guaranteed half of us would survive. But the Ghost Gate? 100%. 80? Or more. My temples throbbed. But I cut the thought off fast. No point. The assignment was already chosen. The transfer had already started. Thinking about it wouldn't change anything. Besides, my mind quickly shifted to something more important. Maybe running into a vengeful ghost isn't actually the worst-case scenario. I stared at those 4 doors, and the idea in my head got clearer and clearer. It hadn't come out of nowhere. The Heavenly Way had laid out explicit rules. Running into a vengeful ghost didn't necessarily mean death. Do what it asks, and you might walk away alive. But what about the beasts? What about students from other classes? A beast isn't going to make you an offer. And students from other classes? There's nothing to negotiate. Those two were the real dead ends. I kept following the thread. If the Heavenly Way just wanted everyone dead, it wouldn't need anything this elaborate. Just hand out an unsurvivable assignment and call it a day. But it didn't. It designed rules. A way out. Internal logic. A leaderboard and rewards. Which meant the Ghost Gate wasn't a slaughterhouse. It was a filter. Filtering for the people who could find a way out, or who were lucky enough. The Heavenly Way was cultivating talent. So the ghost rooms aren't designed to kill. I murmured. They're designed to test. The weight on my chest lifted a little. Only a little, though. Analysis is analysis. Facts still have to be verified through action. And even if the ghost rooms weren't lethal, the beasts and the other class students definitely were. I pulled myself out of my head and walked toward the 4th door. That cyan treasure chest was still waiting for me. Pushed the door open. Stepped through. You have completed 1 Ghost Gate transit. Current count, 2. By the time the notification chimed, I was already crouched in front of the chest. Bronze grade, low tier, 1 rank above the black iron 1 from before. I flipped the lid. Inside was a card about the size of my palm, plus 1 stamina. Not bad. I used it without hesitation. Stamina went from 18 to 19, roughly double a normal person's. I sat down and rested for a bit. My stamina was still fine, but I needed to keep it topped off at all times. This was only my 2nd transit. I still had 3 guaranteed ones left, and after finishing the assignment, I could keep exploring for another 10 hours. If I could maintain this pace, farm a few more chests and attribute cards, this weekend assignment might actually leave me stuffed. I didn't linger. I activated Hidden Void again, my outline fading, and started scoping out the next 4 doors. Meanwhile, over on Luo Qingshue's end, she was standing in front of a suit-wearing ghost, both legs shaking, chest heaving from how fast she was breathing. She hadn't cried yet, but she was terrified. The suited ghost slowly raised its head, hollow sockets fixed on her, and rasped. You want to leave alive? Then either gouge out one of your eyes or cut off your nose. Every trace of color drained from Luo Qingshue's face. Her lips trembled for a long moment. Can I not gouge my eye or cut off my nose and just leave? The suited ghost paused. She's haggling with me? Then the corners of its mouth slowly split open. No. She grasped for another excuse. But I don't have a weapon. The ghost was still smiling. Then use your bare hands. Otherwise I'll kill you. Her blood ran cold. Bare hands. Use her own fingers to gouge out her own eye, or tear off her own nose. She looked down at her hands. Pale, soft, nails neatly trimmed. And now she had to use them to destroy her own face. The fear hit like ice water, but something stronger than fear pushed back. If she didn't do it, she'd die. And if she died, she'd never see Gu Pingxing again. She hadn't found him yet. She couldn't die here. Luo Qingxue took a deep breath and slowly raised her right hand. Index and middle fingers pressed together, aimed at her left eye. Her fingertips shook violently. The tears finally came, dripping onto the floor. A whimper escaped her throat, like a wounded animal. Then she clenched her teeth. Aya! Her fingers drove into the socket. Blinding pain shot through her whole body like a current, and the vision on her left side went out instantly. But the eyeball wasn't out yet. She had to go deeper, or it wouldn't count as blind. It had to be blind. Otherwise, she wouldn't survive. Screaming the whole time, she dug and clawed. Tears, blood, and other fluids ran down between her fingers. Her body convulsed, but she didn't stop. If she stopped, she'd never see Gu Pingxing again. Finally, she wrenched the mangled eyeball free. Where her left eye had been was nothing but a black hole, blood gushing out. She curled up on the floor like a wounded little animal, her face a mess of what could have been blood or tears. The pain wasn't coming in waves anymore. It was constant, like something was churning around inside the socket. Her mouth was open, but almost no sound came out. Her throat was shot. The suited ghost watched it all, grin stretched ear to ear, as if savoring her suffering. Then it rasped. You may go now, brave human. Here is your reward. In the next room, there will be. Luo Qingxue shuddered again, then struggled up off the floor. One hand clamped over her bleeding left eye, the other braced against the wall. She stumbled through the nearest door. Once inside, she dropped to her knees. Student Luo Qingxue, you have completed 1 Ghost Gate transit. Current count, 1. The vengeful ghost was highly satisfied with your performance. Constitution +1. The door opened again. Yi Wanqing walked in. She looked at Luo Qingxue, half kneeling on the floor, hand over her eye, blood seeping between her fingers, and fell into deep contemplation. Luo Qingxue saw who it was with her remaining eye and relaxed, immediately casting healing. After a while, Yi Wanqing still hadn't figured out what was going on. She asked, puzzled, "So, Shui, are you cosplaying Sasuke or Itachi? And is that supposed to be Amaterasu? You know, the fire one." Luo Qingxue, "Go FK yourself." Yi Wanqing. A while later, Luo Qingxue's breathing gradually evened out. She sat down against the wall, her small chest still rising and falling. Her left socket had stopped bleeding, though the drilling pain hadn't fully faded. She tried opening her left eye. The lid lifted, and blurry light and shadow flooded in. She could see, and right there beside her was that smug little brat, Yi Wanqing. She let out a breath, and then a stab of pain shot through the depths of her left eye. The wound had healed long ago. Under her healing spell, the eyeball itself had grown back, good as new, not even a scar left behind. But the pain was still there. Not real pain, just her body's instinctive memory of it. She squeezed her eyes shut, lashes trembling. "I think I'm scarred for life." That sensation of digging her fingers into the socket and pulling the eyeball out. She wondered if she'd have nightmares tonight. Then again, she had to make it out of here first. Yi Wanqing crouched beside her, worry still lingering on her face, her voice careful, probably because she'd just gotten yelled at. "You okay, Xiaoxue? Your eye was bleeding just now." Luo Qingxue shook her head. "I'm fine. I've got healing, remember?" Her throat was still a little raw, mostly from all that screaming. Another round of healing would fix it. Good. Yi Wanqing nodded, visibly relieved, then stared at her face for a couple of seconds and couldn't quite keep her mouth from twitching. "Although, you really did look like you were cosplaying." "Shut up. Get lost." Luo Qingxue shot her a glare, cheeks puffed out, lower lip jutting way out. "You look like a hamster." Luo Qingxue couldn't be bothered to respond. This girl's emotional intelligence had always been in the negatives. Best to just tune her out. She stood up and looked the room over. For bare walls, a yellowed old bulb hanging from the ceiling, cold concrete underfoot. No danger. No treasure chest either. Which was fine, honestly. If this room had been dangerous, and she'd walked through that door in the middle of healing herself, feeling like death, that would have been a close call. "Let's keep going." Yi Wanqing got up too. 5 runs each, right? "How many have you done?" Luo Qingxue counted. "Counting this one, only 2. I'm at 3. Yi Wanqing's tone shifted, suddenly not so light. Luo Qingxue looked up at her. Her expression hadn't changed, but something was quivering behind her eyes. "Just now I took out a girl from another class. With my own hands." Her voice dropped low, thick with guilt. Luo Qingxue froze. Silence spread between them. Several seconds passed before she let out a soft breath. She didn't know what to say. Blame her? She couldn't, because there was no other way. The Ghost Gate's rules were spelled out plainly. When people from different classes were trapped in the same room, either one of them died, or they both stayed trapped until they did. Yi Wanqing hadn't had a choice, just like she hadn't when she gouged out her own eye. The thought made her left eye start to ache again. She covered the socket without thinking. Yi Wanqing tried to comfort her. "It's okay, Xiaoxue. I'll protect you, I promise." "Humph. We'll see who's protecting who," Luo Qingxue said quickly. She lifted her chin, forcing some steel into her voice. "You don't have a talent." "I do." Yi Wanqing blinked, then laughed and reached over to ruffle her hair hard. Yes, His Majesty Xiaoxue is the strongest. His Majesty Xiaoxue is amazing." Luo Qingxue swayed under the assault, chin still held high, looking rather pleased with herself. She swatted Yi Wanqing's hand away, smoothed her hair down, and the two exchanged a glance before walking together toward the next door. On my end, things were moving a lot faster than for everyone else. A cold notification chimed inside my head. "Class President Gu Pingxing, you have completed 1 Ghost Gate transit. Current count, 5. You may choose to leave or continue exploring. You may exit at any point during exploration." All 5 done. I stood in the middle of the 5th room and let out a calm breath. By the rules, I could withdraw from the Ghost Gate right now. Assignment complete, no penalty. Go back to the dorm, shower, sleep, whatever I wanted. But I wasn't in a hurry to leave. 5 transits, and I'd only run into treasure chests on the first 2. The first was black iron, supplies. The second was bronze, that attribute card that boosted stamina. The last 3 had nothing at all. Empty rooms, every one. I'd picked the safest door every single time, avoiding beasts and students from other classes. Unfortunately, that also meant no payoff. Rotten luck, I muttered. I was counting on the Ghost Gate to grind my stats up, and the rewards are this stingy? I'd expected a lot more, honestly. I'd assumed there'd be a chest every transit, at minimum 1 every 2. Instead, 5 runs, 2 chests, and one of them was low-grade junk holding nothing but food and water. The only thing with real value was that single attribute card. So chests clearly didn't spawn in every room. Only a small fraction of them. I shook my head, let it go, and pulled up the leaderboard to see where things stood. I hadn't checked the rankings once since entering the Ghost Gate. A screen of light unfolded in front of me. Ghost Gate Survival Leaderboard. First, Finance 1221, Gu Pingsheng, 5 transits. Second, Business Admin 1218, Wang Quan, 4 transits. Third, Animal Husbandry 1213, Lin Riao, 4 transits. Fourth, 30th, 3 transits. 100th, 2 transits. 2 transits was enough to make the list, which meant everyone was progressing slowly, or that a lot of people had already died and weren't on the board at all. At least I spotted Luo Qingxue and Yi Wanqing in the top 100. That was some good news. The rankings kept refreshing, more and more names with 4s and 3s popping up below mine. I looked at my own name sitting at the top and felt no surprise whatsoever, because of course I was the fastest. My hidden void talent let me scout what was behind every door in advance, skipping all the probing and hesitation and heading straight for the safest route. For everyone else, every door was a gamble with their life. They agonized over the choice, and if they picked wrong they got hurt, got trapped, maybe forced into a fight to the death. All of it burning time. I didn't have that problem. One look, pick the safest, move on. The whole thing was seamless. At most I'd take a short breather once I reached the next room. So in terms of speed, nobody could touch me. Not right now anyway. But my gaze quickly settled on third place, Lin Ruiyao. She was in the Ghost Gate too, already at 4 transits, with a whole pack of people right on her heels. My eyebrow lifted slightly. I knew exactly how strong she was. Ranking third meant she was doing pretty damn well in this hellhole. Could it be that her talent didn't just exorcise ghosts? Maybe it drove off beasts, too? How else was she moving that fast? Never mind that many anymore. I closed the leaderboard and turned my attention back to the 4 doors. Time to keep exploring. 5 crossings was just the minimum. The rules let me stay up to 10 hours. Since not every room had a treasure chest, I might as well clear a few more. Sooner or later I'd hit something good again. I activated my hidden void talent, my body thinning out, and started scouting the new set of 4 doors. This time, though, what I found made my expression shift slightly. Behind the first door, a vengeful ghost crouched in the corner, its skin ashen gray, its nails long and pointed. Behind the second, a massive black bear paced back and forth, a low growl rumbling in its throat. Behind the third, another vengeful ghost. Behind the fourth, another beast, a jaguar. 4 doors, for dangers. Not a single safe room. I dropped out of my phased state and stood in the middle of the room, brow furrowed tight. Something was off. This was nothing like before. Based on the pattern I'd worked out, every set of 4 doors should contain at least one safe option, a treasure chest, an empty room, or a classmate. But now all 4 were hostile. The combinations changed, I muttered. My mind raced. 5 crossings was the dividing line. Once you hit 5, the rules said you were free to leave. Whether you should keep going, the rules said nothing about that. Now I had my answer. The difficulty had gone up. The heavenly Tao was filtering people. Anyone who stuck around after 5 crossings was chasing bigger rewards. Fine. If you want more, you take on more risk. The safe routes get sealed off. Want a high rank? Then carve your way through ghosts and beasts to get it. Of course, it could just be bad luck. I refused to believe the chests dried up completely after 5 crossings. The rewards were still out there. The bar had just been raised. I stayed quiet for a few seconds, then pushed open the last door. A jaguar lay sleeping on the floor. The instant I stepped in, its head came up, golden slit pupils locking onto me, a growl building in its throat. I didn't give it the first move, soul shatter slash. 5 slashes burst out at once. A heartbeat later, the jaguar split cleanly along each line, coming apart into 5 mangled chunks that hit the concrete with wet slaps. Blood spread fast. The air went thick with the smell of it. I lowered my hand and turned to head for the next room. The side door swung open. A guy and a girl walked in briskly, came face to face with me, and all 3 of us froze. Not from my class. Strangers. The guy's hand was already moving toward his waist. The girl's eyes darted between me and the chunks of meat on the floor, and her face went white in an instant. The air hung frozen for maybe 2 seconds. Then I vanished where I stood, hidden void. I slipped through the nearest door and walked away without looking back. I had no grudge against those 2. No reason to kill total strangers over a single crossing. I'm not bloodthirsty, not unless I'm backed into a corner. If that crossing didn't count, so be it. One less crossing wasn't going to kill me. Behind me, the pair just stood there staring at each other. That guy vanished. The girl stammered, her voice shaking. Was that a talent? Did he just leave the ghost gates outright? The guy said. Maybe he'd finished his crossings and bailed to avoid a fight. Or maybe he just didn't want to throw down. When a living, breathing person evaporates right in front of you, guessing is about all you can do. I reached another room, dropped the phase, and planted my feet. I'd only picked that door at random, but once I got my bearings, I noticed something. This room was empty. No danger. Back in that last room, the moment I and those two out-of-class students were all in there together, the setup behind the four doors had changed. What had been 4 rooms of pure danger reverted to the familiar distribution. I raised an eyebrow. Looked like I'd caught onto another rule. I scanned behind the 4 doors again. Still 2 vengeful ghosts and 2 beasts. Exactly as I'd expected. As long as there was a student around who hadn't finished their 5 crossings, the surroundings reset to the original pattern. Once only students who'd finished 5 remained, things turned lethal. Might as well try a ghost. Maybe there's something in it for me if I take one down. I made up my mind. If anyone found out I was walking into a ghost room on purpose, their jaw would hit the floor. Everyone else ran the other way. But I didn't have a choice. Beast rooms didn't drop rewards. Otherwise, I'd never have considered it. Then, with a creak, the door opened again. I stopped cold. It wasn't a stranger. It was Long Hai. Your sanity has dropped by 0.1. Current sanity, 10.5. He didn't look like the Long Hai who died. This one had pale skin and blackened eyes. One glance told you he wasn't human anymore. A ghost. After all the rooms I'd scouted and all the ghosts I'd run into, my sanity was already down to 10.5. A dead man, back from the dead? My mind spun, and then I remembered the assignment. The entire class is about to enter the Ghost Gate world to survive. Crossing 5 Ghost Gates counts as completion. The entire class, did that include the dead? A team assignment, the whole class as one unit. Did the deceased count too? But then why weren't the dead on the leaderboard? Well, isn't this Gu Pingsheng? Long Hai's eyes were ice cold, his tone mocking. What's the matter? Surprised to see me? He glared at me viciously. What was it you said in the chat channel? You said if I had the guts, why didn't I come kill you myself? Well, now I can. Kneel, and maybe I'll leave your corpse in one piece. His voice dropped colder and colder as he charged at me, meaning to break my arms and legs and watch me beg. What threw him off, though, was that there wasn't a trace of fear on my face. If anything, I looked amused. Let me guess. You dead folks can't see the living's Ghost Gate leaderboard, can you? Makes sense. If you could, you wouldn't be looking at me like that. You'd have bolted the second you opened that door. This is your second life, after all. Long Hai narrowed his eyes, convinced I was bluffing. Forget it. He'd died once already. No need to gamble again. He turned to leave. I hit him instantly with Soul Shatter Slash. Don't go, Long Hai. You said you'd never let me off the hook. A man should keep his word. 5 slashes landed on him. He let out a scream, his body. The shadow gradually dissolved. One-shot kill. I'm not actually sure whether it's really dead. I'll try at ING him in the chat channel later. But one thing's certain. These dead classmates are nowhere near as strong as the vengeful spirits roaming the campus. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ma Teng was on his knees. Standing in front of him was Lin Yao, the girl whose corpse he'd defiled. Lin Yao's lips curled, and her pale little hand stroked his head. Ma Teng was trembling all over, because the person in front of him had chalk-white skin, blackened eyes, and reeked of rotting flesh. A vengeful spirit risen from the dead. Ma Teng, when you were violating my body, did you ever imagine this moment? I was wrong. I was so wrong. Please spare me. I wasn't thinking straight. I just liked you so much. Too late. I hate you. Lin Yao's mouth suddenly split wide open, a gaping maw of teeth, and she bit Ma Teng's head clean off. The headless body toppled over. Lin Yao crouched beside it and ate him bite by bite, until nothing was left but some bones, and one last small part that even she found too disgusting to touch. Just then the door opened. Li Jia walked in. Lin Yao. Li Jia blinked, confirming he wasn't hallucinating, then glanced at the blood and bones on the floor. Get out of here, Lin Yao rasped. I've got no grudge against you. I won't kill you. She suddenly remembered how, back when she was alive, freshman year, just after enrollment, she had confessed to Li Jia and been turned down. She never really got over it, either. Not until the survival game began. Not until she died. What's your deal? You turned into a ghost. I said get out. Lin Yao glared at him viciously. Tell me what happened first. The next instant, Lin Yao couldn't hold back her killing intent and lunged. Li Jia's fist slammed into her face, sending her flying into the ghost door behind her. Lin Yao's eyes cleared in an instant. She noticed Li Jia's fist was faintly darkened, so that was it. Only a blackened fist could actually hurt her. You can hurt me. You've got a talent. Are you the new class president? I'm not. Li Jia shook his head. But I'm pretty interested in your condition. How is it you can come back from the dead? I don't know either. I can't even say whether I'm still the Lin Yao I used to be. Maybe I'm just a vengeful spirit carrying Lin Yao's memories. The old you probably couldn't have killed a chicken, and now you can eat a person alive. That's Ma Teng, isn't it? You said in the group chat that you hated him even more than you watching, which probably means he did something to you after you died. Lin Yao said nothing. Li Jie was right. And besides, she was no match for him. It was just that, standing in front of the boy she'd once loved, all she felt was regret. If only she'd never used Ma Teng. "Want out?" Li Jie asked. "I can kill you. Then you won't have to be some pitiful, vengeful spirit." Lin Yao shook her head. Still clinging to life? How pathetic. With that, Li Jie turned to head for the next room. In his eyes, Lin Yao was a pitiful thing, and he had no intention of killing her. She may have killed Ma Teng, but Ma Teng had it coming. We can never get out," Lin Yao murmured. "Listen, Li Jie, don't die. Please, stay alive." Li Jie frowned slightly. Never get out. Meaning that even if he killed Lin Yao, she'd still show up in the chat channel? Still show up in this hellhole? Lin Yao pushed open the next door and left without answering. Phew, finally hit my quota. "Snow baby, let me go with you one more time. That way the two of us can leave together," Yi Wanqing said. But Luo Qingxue shook her head. "You go back first. What if there's something dangerous behind the door? Then you'd be done for. It's fine. Once you've cleared 5, you can leave whenever you want. And if we do run into trouble, I'll just throw you under the bus." Yi Wanqing couldn't have cared less. Luo Qingxue sighed. The two of them pushed the door open. Inside sat a silver treasure chest, glowing faintly. Whoa, silver quality again. They opened it up. Inside was a skill book, plus a heavy silver blade. The blade was extremely broad, almost as wide as Luo Qingxue herself. Skill book, Spirit Sight. Type, Spirit. Quality, D rank. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Upon use, allows the user to see vengeful spirits invisible to the naked eye. Duration, 5 minutes. Silver Spirit Great Blade. Type, Spirit. Quality, Silver Mid-grade. Tempered with Silver Spirit Stone. Capable of damaging vengeful spirits, provided the spirit is weak. Consumes stamina with each used. This skill's more of a support thing, so you learn it. "Give me the blade. You don't have the muscle for it, but I can swing it," Yi Wanqing said. Luo Qingxue agreed that was the best split. She'd cleared 5 rooms too, so she should be able to head back now. "Do we keep going, or go back?" she asked, pulling up the leaderboard as she spoke. Number 1 was Gu Pingxing, who had somehow completed 9 crossings. Holy crap, how is Pingxing that good? Moments later, 9 became 10. Amazing. Let me see. Yi Wanqing pulled up the board too. That's seriously impressive. Classic Pingxing. Both girls' eyes filled with open admiration. Luo Qingxue felt a little embarrassed. She talked about protecting Gu Pingxing, and now it turned out he didn't need her protection at all. Makes sense though. Pingxing has an S-rank skill. Beasts, vengeful spirits. Nothing can stop him, Yi Wanqing said with a nod. "Let's keep going. We're in the top 100 now. We might even be able to fight for the top 50. Luo Qingxue nodded, and the two of them picked a room at random. And in that room stood 2 of their pale-skinned classmates, Ma Xiaoli and Tan Lily. Familiar faces. "Hey, you two aren't dead after all." Yi Wanqing's eyes lit up. "Wait, that's not right. Didn't I kill you both with my own hands? How'd you come back to life?" Luo Qingxue, terrified, ducked behind Yi Wanqing and tugged at her clothes, signaling her to stop talking. Ma Xiaoli and Tan Lily turned around, their eyes brimming with venomous hatred. "Yi Wanqing, you deserve to die. You really deserve to die." Tan Lily ground out through clenched teeth. "How could you be so cruel? We're going to get our revenge. I'm going to let you find out what dying feels like." She never finished. Yi Wanqing was already charging in with the Silver Spirit Great Blade, swinging it down at her. Tan Lily froze. Wasn't she supposed to be the one lunging? Ahawk. The heavy blade came down, and Tan Lily let out a shrill scream, clutching her head in agony as she collapsed to her knees. I, on the other hand, had honestly been lost for a while now. Ghost door survival. This thing. Why do I get the feeling it's specifically targeting me? Every ghost room I've fought my way through has been more disgusting than the last. Some ghosts open with cut off one of your body parts. Others just throw a calculus problem at me. Competition level, no less. I barely pulled a mid-B on my calculus final. There's no way I can solve stuff like that. So the whole way through, all I could do was kill and force my way forward. Haven't gotten a single reward. Pretty soon, I pushed open another door. Standing in the middle of the room was a middle-aged woman in a chi pao, skin deathly pale, eyes hollow and pitch black. Obviously a ghost. She grinned at me and said, "Recite the preface to the Pavilion of Prince Tung for me, and the memorial on dispatching the troops. Otherwise, you're not leaving." I knew this woman. She taught the college Chinese elective at Yangqing University, and she was a real piece of work. I took her class once. She took attendance every single session, plus you had to scan a QR code to check in. 1.5 hours of class, 3 separate check-in scans, and if you dared to skip, she'd fail you outright. What made it even more ridiculous was that she could spend half of class showing off how well off her family was. "Oh, we just took a family trip abroad. Oh, my son's studying in such and such country." Every other sentence was about how much better things are overseas. The smugness practically dripped off her. Everyone in the room had heard it so many times their ears had grown calluses, and she'd still trot it out every single class. Looks like this bitch died too, and came back as a ghost. I was already sitting on a gut full of rage from not finding a single treasure chest, and seeing her sent it shooting straight up. You dumb bitch, screw you. Who the hell do you think you are? Telling me to recite poetry. Her pale face froze instantly, her eyes going cold and venomous. A student with no manners like you. Looks like you've got a death wish. Worthless undergrads like you should all just die. You disgusted me while I was alive, and I still have to be disgusted by you in death. Can't even memorize a high school text. I couldn't be bothered listening to her run her mouth. Soul-shattering slash. Her expression changed in an instant. She just barely got out of weight. 5 slashes had already torn her into pieces. Satisfying. I clapped my hands together, let out a long breath, and got ready to rest for a bit before opening the next door. I glanced up at the leaderboard, still way out in front. Second place, Lin Ruyao, 8 doors. Third, Wang Quan, 7. Most people bailed right after 5. Barely anyone kept pushing deeper. Yi Wanqing and Luo Qingxue must have finished the quota and pulled out too. Both of them hit 5, then vanished off the board. Just get the task done and keep yourselves safe, I muttered under my breath. I checked the time. Only 2 hours had passed. After every door I cleared, I'd sit down and rest 5 to 10 minutes, eat something, sometimes even take a bathroom break. Slow and steady. Meanwhile, Luo Qingxue and Yi Wanqing had already made it back to the classroom. Students Luo Qingxue and Yi Wanqing. Ghost Gate survival not yet complete. Please remain in the classroom and wait for your classmates to return. You two actually made it back alive, came a snide voice. Wang Zihan, Huang Jiahao and his 3 lackeys, Wang Zihan and her 2 sidekicks, Xinche, Suyang, plus my roommate Lu Chang, our academic advisor Li Na, and a classmate I didn't really know, Zhang Wei, 14 people total. This is all that's left. Luo Qingxue's face darkened. Yeah, and the rest probably aren't coming back either. Gu Pingxing and Li Jie are the only ones still on the leaderboard. Everyone else is gone. Logically, 5 crossings shouldn't take this long. Our class is down to 16 people, most likely. Suyang sighed. Finance class 2 next door got it worse. There are only 8 people left in their room, Zhang Wei added. Yi Wanqing shot Wang Zihan a cold smile. If I'd known it'd turn out like this, I should have picked assignment 1. At least then you'd be guaranteed dead, Wang Zihan. Plenty of people hate you enough. Wang Zihan blew up on the spot, whipping out a green staff. What did you say? Say it again, I dare you. Li Na wanted to intervene, but in the end she just sighed and sat back down, her eyes glazed over. She'd given up trying to control anyone. Yi Wanqing pulled out her silver spirit heavy blade without hesitation. You want to fight? Wang Zihan's face flipped in an instant. I'm sorry, Wanqing. The staff disappeared, replaced by a fawning smile. Pathetic, Yi Wanqing spat, putting her blade away. Li Na looked at Yi Wanqing and felt like she was seeing a stranger. Then again, who wouldn't change in a place like this? She was quietly changing too. Suyang offered his analysis. Looks like everyone who survived got a weapon of some kind. Yours is silver quality, right? The best any of us have is black iron or bronze. You got lucky. Shin Che chimed in. Is Gu Pingxing going for first place? He's our class president, right? On top of that S-rank skill, he's probably got other strong talents too. Humph. I'd love it if he died in. Wang Zihan cut herself off as Yi Wanqing reached for her blade again. I'm sorry. Wanqing, I know I was wrong. I'm sorry. Yi Wanqing put the tip of her blade right against Wang Zihan's throat. Say whatever you want about me, I don't care. But you don't get to badmouth Gu Pingxing. That's my line. Understand. Wang Zihan glanced around. Li Na and everyone else were staring at her with unfriendly eyes. She nodded frantically, shocked and bitterly jealous. Since when was Gu Pingxing this popular in class? The minutes ticked by, and fewer people were left inside Ghost Gate Survival. It was around 5 in the afternoon when I finally left. I'd nearly maxed out the full 10 hours. My final door count was 48. Second place, Wang Quan, 35, having overtaken Lin Ruyao. Third, Li Jie, 30. Fourth, Lin Ruyao, 27. I killed a lot of ghosts. Some I knew, some I didn't, plus a few wild beasts. The treasure chest drop rate was low, but after clearing the 5-door requirement, I still had a full 43 crossings left, so I was bound to hit a few. I even opened a gold quality chest, all glittering and shiny, and inside was an item basically every student in my class would kill for. Assignment penalty exemption card, gold quality, low grade. When you fail to complete an assignment, you may be exempted from the penalty up to 3 times. 3 free passes on death. I probably wouldn't need it myself, but it'd make a perfect gift for a friend. I also pulled 2 weapons, a silver low-grade silver spirit longsword and a bronze top-grade azure spirit spear. Both could deal damage to ghosts, and the silver one's damage damage is higher. Still, it's nowhere near Soul Shatter Slash. That's an S-rank skill, after all. As for my stats, stamina went up to 21, sanity to 18, and constitution was 16 before doubling, 32 after. A moment later, I was back in the classroom out of thin air. Gu Pingsheng, Luo Qingxue, the little sweetheart, threw herself into my arms and sniffled a few times. Lina walked over too. She looked at me, opened her mouth, then said nothing, but relief flashed through her eyes. Lu Chang came up beside me and said in a muffled voice, "You're back, man. Come on, I'm right here, aren't I, Xiaoxue?" I patted her little head and smiled. Then my smile froze. I looked around. There were only 15 people left in the class, 16 counting me. I scanned my roommates carefully. Lu Chang was there. Li Jian and Huang Tian gone. More than half of us had been eliminated. And honestly, I figured we'd gotten lucky. The rest, did they leave? Or did they just not come back? I asked, though I already knew. Both of my roommates were missing, and I was still clinging to a sliver of hope. Huang Tian, Li Jian, and Lu Chang, who was still alive, were my 3 closest brothers at school. When you don't have a wide social circle, your roommates usually end up being the people you're closest to in college. That was me. I didn't have many friends, 3 roommates, plus Luo Qingxue and Yi Wanqing. And now 2 of those roommates were gone. Everyone else is dead, Yi Wanqing said quietly. Everyone left is right here. You were the last one back. Lu Chang clapped my shoulder. My condolences, brother. Some of the other classes are down to 8 people. We came out okay. And I got lucky. Otherwise, I'd have gone right along with them. I stayed silent. I couldn't get a single word out. 1 week into surviving this school, and this many people were already dead. That's when Li Jie spoke up. Gu Pingsheng, did you see any of our dead classmates come back to life? I nodded. I did. Long Hai showed up in front of me again, and I put him down. Huang Jiahao's expression shifted slightly. Better that way. At least he's free now. No, the dead don't get to be free. Li Jie cut in. Lin Yao told me that. Lin Yao killed Ma Teng with her own hands, and she told me she'll never be free. We'll know after 8 o'clock tonight. Assuming the classmates we put down can still talk. What does that mean? You die and then come back? My chest tightened. Shin Che shook his head. I'm inclined to think it's a horrific curse. When we die, the same thing will happen to us. Until everyone is dead. Until everyone is worse off than dead. Is this hell? Someone murmured. Then a notification chimed in everyone's ears. Attention, all students of Finance Class 1221. You have completed the Saturday team class assignment. 16 students remain. Reward for surviving students. Constitution, stamina, and sanity plus 3. Ghost Gate survival has ended. As other survival trials are still in progress, first-place finisher Gu Pingsheng will be honored school-wide alongside the other first-place finishers after 8 p.m. tonight. Leaderboard rewards will be distributed in advance. First place, Gu Pingsheng, random A-rank skill. Second through 5th place, Wang Quan, Li Jie, Lin Ruyao, Zhao Hao, random B-rank skill. 6th through 10th place, random C-rank skill. 11th through 100th place, 5 points to any stat. Class Monitor Gu Pingsheng. You have acquired the skill, Spirit Lightning Flashed. Skill, Spirit Lightning Flash. Type, Spirit. Quality, A rank. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Summons thunder to strike the vengeful spirit in front of you with a bolt of lightning. Effective only against spectral entities. Costs 1 stamina per use. Only works on vengeful spirits. Can't be used on people, huh? I rubbed my chin, running the numbers in my head. An A-rank skill definitely packs a punch. With 1 S rank and 1 A rank now, plus my stats and weapons, I should be locked into the school's top tier. But there are a lot of students here. Somebody else definitely pulled an S-rank talent too. I can't let it get to my head. I pulled up my stat panel. School, Yangqing University. Class, Finance 1221. Role, Class Monitor. Talents, S-rank Void Concealment, B rank Double Constitution. HP 100%. Constitution 38, Stamina 24, Sanity 21. Skills, S-rank Soul Shatter Slash, A-rank Spirit Lightning Flash. Inventory, Pocket Knife, Fire Axe, Stamina Fruit, Silver Spirit Longsword, Azure Spirit Spear, and 1 assignment penalty exemption card. I wasn't the only one collecting rewards. Everyone else was too. Luo Qingxue didn't get one. She'd finished exactly 5 times, which left her just outside the top 100. Yi Wanqing made the top 100, though, and dumped all 3 stat points into Constitution, putting her around 20 now. Do you guys think we'll still be alive next week? One of Huang Jiahao's lackeys blurted it out, wearing the look of a man watching his own funeral. Who knows? Good luck out there. I shrugged and headed out of the classroom first. Luo Qingxue, Yi Wanqing, and Lu Chang followed behind me. Lina sighed. 1 more day alive is 1 more day. Huang Jiahao sneered. Dying's nothing to be scared of. Turn into a ghost, and you're immortal. Li Jia shot back. Then go kill yourself right now. Screw off. Nobody would pick being a ghost over being human. I'm just saying don't be afraid to die. Behind me, his lackeys started whispering, debating whether I was the new class monitor. Huang Jiahao glared at them. Don't get any ideas. Gu Pingxing could kill us as easily as slaughtering chickens. He's the one who took out Liang. Right, boss. Once we were out of the academic building, Luo Qingxue asked, are we still working out today? Don't feel like moving. Let's just go for a walk. Gu Pingxing, are you emo in G right now? Yi Wanqing reached over and poked my cheek. Luo Qingxue smacked her hand away. Hey, no touching Gu Pingxing. Fine, then I'll touch you. Yi Wanqing went for her armpits, and Luo Qingxue squirmed and laughed. Watching the two of them mess around actually took the edge off my bad mood. I'll be straight with you guys. I'm the new class monitor. I picked all the assignments this week. Pingxing, we already knew, Luo Qingxue said. Plenty of people in class figured it out too. Either you or Li Jia, and you were the more likely one. I patted her head. I thought you'd be upset, since I kept it from you. Pingxing, every assignment you picked. Translation, everything you did was for the people in this class. We get it. Do us proud, new class president. If anything comes up, ask me. I'm the veteran here. Yi Wanqing patted my shoulder. The three of us kept walking, Luo Qingxue on my left, Yi Wanqing on my right. After a stretch of silence, I spoke up. Li Jian and Huang Tian are dead. Li Jian had 10 more points of constitution than a normal person, and even he didn't make it. I'm going to survive, Pingxing, all the way to the end. Yi Wanqing stared at me as she said it. Me too. We're all going to make it. Luo Qingxue tugged at the hem of my shirt. I nodded, dug a piece of bread out of my backpack, and started gnawing on it. Gu Pingxing. Luo Qingxue suddenly tilted her chin up, looking a little nervous. Tonight, could you come stay at my dorm? I froze for a second. Why? All three of my roommates are dead. The room feels way too empty with just me. I hesitated. But wasn't Lu Chang living alone too? Count me in. Yi Wanqing cut in immediately. My roommates all accidentally died too. Three's more fun anyway. The veins on Luo Qingxue's forehead were practically throbbing. She looked ready to strangle Yi Wanqing. She really was scared, sure, but she really did want to move in with me too. And now it was turning into a threesome situation. Wanqing, your roommates didn't die by accident. You offed them, remember? Luo Qingxue planted her hands on her hips. I offed them by accident, Yi Wanqing said with a perfectly straight face. In the end, I agreed anyway. Figured having people to watch each other's backs wasn't a bad thing. I went and told Lu Chang. Lu Chang, Gu Pingxing, I never knew you were this kind of guy. Ditching your bro for a girl. Me, I'm just sleeping over there. We're still brothers. Lu Chang, whatever, just go. I absolutely will not have nightmares tonight. Go on, don't worry about me. Me. All right, I'm off then. Lu Chang. By the time I finished moving my stuff, it was almost 8. Luo Qingxue's dorm was spotless, and it had that faint sweet smell girls' rooms have. You could pick out her bed at a glance. All soft and pink, the whole 3-piece set in pink. The other 3 beds were still fully made up too. Yi Wanqing suddenly said, Xiaoxue, you need to ask your roommates. Ask them what? We're taking over their beds, especially Gu Pingxing, a full-grown guy. We should ask if they're okay with it. It clicked for Luo Qingxue. Her roommates were dead, but you could still chat with them, and mishandling this could cause trouble. Good point. It's 8 o'clock, let me ask. At exactly 8, the school-wide commendation ceremony began. School-wide commendation, Gu Pingxing, Zhao Ziki, Zhang Hua, Long Yang, Yang Yisheng, Guo Juanhao, and 35 other students have taken first place on their respective survival assignment leaderboards. Rewards have been distributed. Each first-place finisher receives 1 random A-rank skill die. Reading all that official-sounding garbage just made me sick. Trials to help us grow? In a few more weeks, the entire school would be wiped out. I looked over those 35 names carefully. All of them were number 1 on their leaderboards, which meant 80% of them probably had S-rank talents. I might have to go up against them someday. What a headache. The Heavenly Dao's announcements weren't finished yet. Effective today, every 3 classes will be merged into 1. The class with the largest population retains its class number and its class president. If you do not wish to lose your position as class president, you may kill the new class president to claim the title. Class President Gu Pingxing. Finance classes 1221, 1222, and 1223 are about to merge. Your class, 1221, has the largest population, so you retain the position of new class president. The whole thing struck me as absurd. There were 5 classes in the finance department. What happened to the other 2? Merge them with a different major? It was getting messier by the minute. But at this rate, there'd be fewer and fewer people left in the school, period. I opened the chat channel, and sure enough, there was a new merged class group with 126 members. And Long Hai, The guy I was supposed to have killed was chatting away in it. Long Hai. Hey everybody, name's Long Hai. How's it going for you guys? The survival assignments are brutal. Good thing I made it through. Li Jian. Stop pretending you're alive when you're dead, dumbass. Long Hai heh. Li Jian. Still as pathetic as ever die. Wang Rui. Can somebody clarify who's dead and who's alive here? Wang Jianya. This is Wang Jianya, academic advisor for Finance Class 3. Tomorrow morning, everyone report to room 210, main building, Finance Class 3, so I can take a head count. Will the new class president please PM me? He may. Advisor Wang is right. New class president, please make sure to PM Advisor Wang. He's a university professor. He'll definitely be able to lead us through this alive. Long Hai. Wang Jianya. You dumbass. Don't you just teach intro to Marxism? Class 1 is the strongest right now, and the new class president is from Class 1. Why the hell should we come to Class 3? Damn, he's saying exactly what I'm thinking, Luo Qingxua blurted out. Long Hai's actually kind of a character. Wasn't he killed off? Why is he sticking up for Class 1? Yi Wanqing sounded curious. I shook my head. Probably just hated that piece of work advisor even more. Huang Tian. Why should we go to your Class 3? Wang Jianya. You run over the bell every single class, and then you keep us after that too. If I ever get the chance, I'm skinning you alive. Kill, kill, kill. Since when was Huang Tian this violent? My face went blank. But damn, it felt good to read. Li Jian. Get lost, Wang Jianya, you disgusting fat pig. Li Na. At Wang Jianya, this is Li Na, advisor for Class 1. Your suggestion isn't bad, but we're declining. Class 1 has 16 survivors. Class 2 has 8. Class 3 has 11. If there's merging to be done, you're coming to us. By the rules, you're already members of Class 1. And we won't be revealing the new class president's identity. Why should she expose herself just to accommodate you? She'll be the one choosing the assignments with the fewest casualties. Advisor Li Na's really something, Luo Qingxua said, impressed. See, she used the female she. She's covering for you. Honestly, everyone in Class 1 has already figured it out, and the rest will catch on soon enough, Yi Wanqing said. Still, a smokescreen can't hurt. Advisor Li Na really is a good person. Wang Jianya. Fine, fine, fine. Advisor Li Na makes a good point. Our 2 classes will come to Class 1, then Li Na. Tomorrow, 12 noon. Everyone's exhausted today, get some rest. Huang Jiahao. Advisor Li is such a badass. Zhang Wei. Advisor Li is such a badass. Meanwhile, in the finance department's girls' dormitory building, a middle-aged man with a big gut had his arm around a pretty girl while another pretty girl massaged his back. Both of their faces were fixed in expressions of eager flattery. This man was Wang Jianya, advisor of Class 3. Damn you, Li Na. I had no idea you were still alive. Class 1 just got a little lucky, that's all. What's there to act so smug about? Having just been publicly shot down by Li Na in front of everyone, he was… Translation. His eyes were full of rage. Now this Wang Jianya, before all this, he'd been both the class monitor and the academic counselor for Finance Section 3. He'd used that position to keep the entire class under his thumb, and he'd quietly gotten his hands on more than a few of the prettier girls in it. He'd always figured he was Section 3. And then what happened? The classes got merged out of nowhere, and his monitor position went with it. That's when he panicked. It felt like every bit of power he had was gone overnight. So he posted a long speech in the group chat, trying to get a grip on the new class. And not only did nobody respond, a bunch of Section 1 students tore into him. Before the whole school survival thing started, he'd been a college counselor, sitting pretty at the top. What student would ever have dared take that tone with him? If only I could kill Section 1's monitor. He muttered. The girl behind him, massaging his back, asked softly, Counselor Wang, Gu Pingxing took first in Ghost Gate Survival, and Li Jia took third. Do you think the new monitor is one of them? The other girl in his lap cut in. That doesn't add up. Didn't Counselor Li Na just say the new monitor is a girl? She said she. Wang Jianya shook his head. Li Na was almost certainly blowing smoke. She doesn't want us figuring it out. Though it could genuinely be a girl. Gu Pingsheng, Li Jia, and every girl in Section 1. We check all of them. Meanwhile, over in the old group chat for pre-merger freshman finance Section 1, things were just as much of a mess. There were more dead members than living ones, and a little past 8 in the evening, a whole pack of ghosts was busy flaming each other. Take Ma Teng and Lin Yao. Ma Teng posted, Lin Yao, you vicious woman, you actually ate my head. I protected you right up until the day you died. Yi Wanqing was the one who killed you. Lin Yao replied, you know exactly what you did, Ma Teng. From now on, every time I see you, I'll kill you. Huang Fan popped in. At Ma Teng, what did you actually do? For Lin Yao to hate you this much. Ma Teng shot back, screw off, you fat pig. Huang Fan went quiet. Then Wang Ge started up again. Tang Zi, I don't blame you for killing me. I'm dead anyway. I just want to know, can we get back together? Tang Zi, A dumb ghost like you doesn't deserve to be my boyfriend. Get lost. Wanga kept at it, and Tang Zi just stopped responding. I sat off to the side watching this crowd of dead people bicker. Honestly, it was pretty entertaining, like watching a show. Then again, a power that lets the dead keep existing as vengeful spirits is kind of a curse in its own right. Not long after, Luo Qingxue took Yi Wanqing's suggestion and reached out to her 3 roommates. All of them agreed to let her bring people into the dorm. Luo Qingxue typed, "Thank you, seriously, thank you all." Wu Qing'er replied, "Xiaoxue, don't thank us. You're the only one left in that room. Any of us would be scared too." Wu Qing'er was one of Luo Qingxue's closest friends. "Well, since they all said yes, let's make up the beds," Yi Wanqing said. Per Luo Qingxue's instructions, I set up at the foot of her bed, and Yi Wanqing set up across from her, leaving the spot at the foot of Yi Wanqing's bed empty for now. Yi Wanqing suggested, "Counselor Li lives alone in the faculty dorms. Should we pull her in too? There's still an open bunk." Luo Qingxue shook her head furiously. Yi Wanqing laughed. "Xiaoxue, are you trying to shack up with Gu Pingxin? You weren't thrilled about me moving in either, and you're even less thrilled about Counselor Li." Luo Qingxue turned red. "I am not. Get lost." Lin Royale messaged, "Going out to hunt for treasure chests tonight." I replied, "Not tonight. Ghost Gate survival pretty much drained me. Taking a day to rest." "Fair. Same here. I didn't realize you were that strong." Around 10 at night, I lay in bed, my first time ever sleeping in a girl's dorm. Xiaoxue and Yi Wanqing were already out cold. They both looked wiped. I drifted off soon after. Early the next morning, my internal clock woke me up. I got out of bed quietly, washed up, and planned to grab breakfast before heading to class. Luo Qingxue was still snoring faintly. Kind of cute, actually. Then she suddenly mumbled, Gu Pingxing don't." I frowned. "Don't what?" No answer. Girl was dreaming. No idea about what. A little after 11 that morning, the 3 of us headed to the classroom. It was already pretty full. Different sections, sure, but same major, so all the faces were familiar. A paunchy middle-aged man was sitting at the front by the podium. His eyes lit up when we walked in, especially when they landed on Luo Qingxue and Yi Wanqing, though he quickly looked away and played it cool. I frowned. So this was Wang Jianya, Section 3's counselor? Before long, everyone had arrived. Huang Jiahao came in with his crew, took one look at Wang Jianya, and immediately got annoyed. He walked straight over and crowded him. "Wang Jianya, get down from there." Wang Jianya's face twitched. "Excuse me? What's that supposed to mean?" "What's it mean? This is Section 1, not Section 3. What makes you think you get to stand up there acting like a big shot?" "I'm a counselor," Wang Jianya shouted, barely holding his temper down. Zhao Fan from Section 3 stood up. "Hey man, what's your problem? Counselor Wang is a teacher. Why shouldn't he be up at the podium? This is Section 1. If anyone's standing up there, it's Section 1's counselor or Section 1's monitor. You people are just students. If you don't like it, get out." At that, every Section 3 student in the room stood up. They were all barely 18. Nobody owed anybody anything. On top of that, they all had some degree of supernatural ability and had survived a death rate that high. There was no way they were going to sit there and watch their own counselor get humiliated. Then the Section 1 students stood up too. Me, Li Jia, Lu Chong, all of us. Even Wang Zihan got to her feet. She disliked Wang Jianya for a long time. She might hate the guys in her own class, but she hated the guys from the next section over even more, and the way Wang Jianya looked at girls was genuinely revolting. Section 2 only had 8 people. They stood there in the middle, not sure whose side to take. That's when Li Na walked in. She scanned the room. "What's going on here?" "Counselor Li, you're here." Wang Jianya exhaled in relief and immediately put on the face of a man who'd just been keeping an eye on the classroom as a favor. "Before you arrived, I was only trying to help out, and your students showed no respect for teachers at all. They came right up and started insulting me." Li Na glanced at Huang Jiahao. "Sit down, Jiahao." "Yes, ma'am." That much face Huang Jiahao was willing to give. He took his crew and went back to his seat. Zhang Wei marveled from the side. How still the man. Guy's got no fear. "Li Na?" Looking at Wang Jianya, she said slowly, "My classmate isn't wrong." Wang Jianya, drop the scheming. According to the heavenly Tao, we're not teachers anymore, we're students. You and I are both students. Wang Jianya's face twisted with humiliation. He had no choice but to walk over to a student desk and sit down. As a counselor, he'd been shot down in the chat channel yesterday, and now he'd been publicly put in his place. Whatever face he had left was gone. Li Na stood beside the podium. "I'm not going to act like being a counselor makes me better than anyone. First, let's take a head count of who's still alive and get to know each other. So from now on we can tell who's alive and who's dead in the chat channel. Everyone just give your name, keep it short." Everyone agreed. One by one, they stood up at their seats and introduced themselves. The faces were all familiar, but matching them to names was another story. Soon it was my turn. I stood up and said my name, and the room exploded. Holy crap, this is Gu Pingxing, the #1 in Ghost Gate survival, one of the 35 strongest in the whole school. Yesterday, the entire school chat channel had been buzzing about those 35. The guy who'd left second place in the dust in Ghost Island survival. The guy who'd covered over 2,000 kilometers in 10 hours in Ghost Road survival. And the one who'd made 48 round trips through Ghost Gate survival, where the death rate was off the charts. Some busybody had dubbed the 35 of them the strongest in school. Could it just be someone with the same name? Are you stupid? How many people are going to have that name? So strong. I want to be his girlfriend so bad. Plenty of girls in the room were shooting me looks, some subtle, some not. Most of them had survived on pure luck. If they wanted better odds, they needed someone strong to latch onto. Then Zhao Fan suddenly stood up and fired a question at me. You're our class president? If you're so strong, you must have a talent. Care to share? I sat down and answered coldly. I'm not obligated to answer you. His face cycled through several colors. I couldn't be bothered. He was Wang Jianye's right hand and used to throw his weight around in Class 3, but in Class 1 nobody gave him the time of day. He was probably suffocating on his own frustration. Soon the introductions were done. 35 people total, fewer than a single class used to hold. When Li Jie introduced himself, that stirred up some noise too. The names in the top 10 of the survival rankings had spread across the school chat channel long ago. Aside from first place, most students could recognize the other 9. At 1 in the afternoon, class broke up. Lu Chong sidled over and lowered his voice. Pingsheng, check the chat channel. A whole bunch of new buildings have popped up on campus. Some renovated, some out of thin air. Has to be the Heavenly Tao's doing. I glanced at the channel. The cafeteria, the library, the gym, all of it was changing. Right then, the Heavenly Tao's announcement rang in everyone's ears. Some campus buildings have been renovated. Eating in the cafeteria and purchasing daily supplies now require the submission of ghost coins. Completing assignments will no longer reward survival supplies. It will reward ghost coins. If you want to live, use ghost coins to buy everything. I paused. So treasure chests were worth even more now, and they'd probably drop ghost coins too. Starting tonight, people were definitely going to risk going off campus to hunt for chests. Yi Wanqing suggested we go take a look. Luo Qingxue and I both agreed, and Lu Chong tagged along. The cafeterias weren't far from the dorms, 4 of them, cafeteria 1 through 4. As we reached the entrance of cafeteria 1, an unfamiliar man walked out. Pale skin, pitch black pupils, obviously a vengeful ghost, but with no stench of decay about him. Welcome to cafeteria 1. I'm the administrator here. A chubby girl asked, is the food still going to taste that awful? Cafeteria 1 used to be the worst of the bunch, barely a step above slop, and still 18 or 20 yuan a meal. Worse value than eating off campus. The administrator said, there will be a suggestion box at the entrance. You may submit anonymous requests for dishes, provided, of course, that you have enough ghost coins. The library had been renamed the Skill Book Hall. You could buy grade A, B, C, and D skill books with ghost coins. S grade was clearly out of the question. The books weren't stocked yet. There was only a blackboard with a notice on it. The gym had changed too. Working out there now cost ghost coins. According to the administrator, the equipment would be completely overhauled, specifically designed to train the strong. On top of that, an arena had been set up inside where you could wager ghost coins on one-on-one fights. Minimum bet was 1 coin, and the winner took the opponent's stake. After the gym, we followed more updates from the chat channel to the back mountain on the north side of campus. The once barren slope was now covered in standalone villas. The school's footprint had clearly expanded. A student passing by asked, this isn't housing for the administrators, is it? The vengeful ghost administrator of the villa district replied, no. As long as you have enough ghost coins, students and teachers alike can live here. Monthly rent, or buy outright. Luo Qingxue clicked her tongue. Good grief, how many ghost coins would that take? With that kind of money, you'd be better off buying items and skill books. We got back to the dorm at dusk. The gym wasn't open yet, so we went to the athletic field to train like usual. It was a rest day with no assignments, but exercise couldn't stop. Besides, we had Luo Qingxue's healing magic as a safety net. At 8, the dead classmates group chat started bickering again, lively as ever. For them, it was probably one of the few forms of entertainment left. Once the 2 girls were fast asleep, I slipped out. Lin Royale messaged me. Today's treasure chest had spawned on the roof of the administration building. We met up on the way there. Gu Pingsheng, how strong are you now? She asked the second she saw me. Why? You're one of the 35 strongest in the school. I waved her off. It's nothing special. Enough talk. Let's find the chest. We just started up the side path of the administration building when 5 figures appeared ahead. 3 guys, 2 girls, strutting right down the middle of the road. Lin Royale frowned. Who goes chest hunting in a group that big? 5 of them. 5 people attracted 5 times as much attention from vengeful ghosts as one. These people were either clueless idiots or ghosts in disguise. There'd already been a ghost that took Luo Qingshue's form to bait me. The 5 of them spotted us too. The tall guy leading them came over, grinning warmly. Hey man, you out looking for the chest too? Come with us, safety in numbers. There's only 2 of you. Aren't you worried? Another chimed in. Lin Ruiyao didn't hold back. You're a pack of morons. The tall guy's expression froze. We invite you along out of goodwill, and you insult us. You think numbers mean anything to a vengeful ghost at night? If I were you, I'd have already found a classroom. Hide, or crawl back to your dorm. I let out a cold laugh. When you're hunting for treasure chests at night, numbers have never been the point. What matters is your ability to avoid the vengeful spirits. And every single spirit that comes out here after dark is terrifying beyond belief. I tested one with my S-rank skill, Soul Shatter Slash. The damage might as well have been a massage. And the sanity drain is horrifying too. One of the girls sneered. Scared, huh? Some of us made the top 10 on the survival rankings. A-rank talents. Those spirits look scary, but they're actually easy to deal with. A girl in glasses with a high ponytail spoke up coldly. Don't waste your breath on them. 2 cowards. Just idiots who got lucky enough to survive. That was Li Jiejia, 10th place on the Ghost Island survival rankings. The words had barely left her mouth when a smell drifted over. Rotting flesh, mixed with something burnt. Thick enough to turn your stomach. My pupils shrank. I took half a step back. Lin Ruiyao's expression changed too. The 5 of them still hadn't caught on, glancing around trying to find the source of the smell. Then came the heavy footsteps from the far end of the road. A masked giant emerged slowly from the darkness. At least 6'3", shoulders unnaturally broad, an axe hanging from his right hand. Under the streetlight, the crimson blade was streaked with dark red patches. Impossible to tell if it was rust or blood. Your sanity has dropped by 2 points. Current, 19. 2 points just for showing up. Same as last time. I recognized it. I'd run into it once before, near the dorms. That time I used Void Veil and bolted straight back to my room. That crushing pressure the moment it appeared? I'll never forget it as long as I live. I've met this one before. At the dorms, I said under my breath to Lin Ruiyao, cutting my eyes toward her to signal we should fall back. Going toe-to-toe with that thing was suicide. I turned to leave, but Lin Ruiyao caught the hem of my shirt. Wait. Her voice was barely a whisper. I want to see how these idiots die. I frowned. A spirit like that will kill them in seconds. It won't cost us any time. She was staring at the axe. This is our chance to see how it attacks. How fast it moves. That kind of intel will come in handy later. I stayed quiet for a couple of seconds. She had a point. The spirits that roam at night are in a completely different league from the ones in the assignments, and I know almost nothing about them. Right now I had 5 people volunteering to test the waters for free. Fine, I said, nodding. The 5 of them had no idea they'd just become lab rats. When the tall guy saw the spirit appear, he actually looked eager. Li Jiejia adjusted her glasses, her tone smug. Perfect. Now those 2 cowards can see how easy killing a spirit really is. Jiejia, let me go first. The tall guy strode forward, flipped his right hand, and a jade green cleaver materialized in his palm. The Azure Spirit Cleaver, a weapon made specifically for fighting incorporeal beings. He'd killed a classmate turned spirit with it before. Die. He gripped it two-handed, waited for the spirit to close in, and brought it down with everything he had. Fast, controlled, by ordinary student standards, definitely well-trained. The axe spirit raised its arm and swung, almost lazily. The instant the cleaver touched the axe blade, it snapped clean in half. Shards flew everywhere. One fragment grazed the tall guy's cheek, opening a thin line of blood. His eyes went wide. His mouth opened like he was about to say something. The spirit didn't give him the chance. The axe kept coming down, entering at the crown of his skull and splitting him straight through the head, the sternum, the abdomen, all the way to the bottom. He came apart in 2 halves. They toppled left and right, spilling blood and organs across the pavement. The whole thing took less than a second. Holy shit. Another guy's voice shook. His face went paper white as he stumbled back 2 steps. One of the girls started dry heaving on the spot. Li Jiejia's expression finally cracked. This one's strong. The girl beside her was already close to tears. Jiejia, do something. Li Jiejia started to nod, and the axe spirit moved. It closed the gap to the retreating guy in an instant. A flash of crimson. A clean horizontal cut through the waist. His upper and lower body separated neatly. The top half slammed into the ground, hands still clawing uselessly at the pavement, dragging a smear of blood behind it. He didn't stop breathing for another 2 seconds. Stay back. Don't come near me. The last guy turned and ran. The axe spirit caught him in 3 strides. The blade came down through the back of his neck and drove diagonally through his entire chest cavity. 3 men. 1 swing each. Sweat beaded on Li Jiejia's forehead. She turned and ran, covered 30 40 feet in a blink. Good physical stats. She'd figured it out too. This thing wasn't anywhere near the tier of spirit she'd fought before. The other girl wasn't so lucky. She tried to follow, tripped over her own feet, and hit the ground. The axe spirit walked up to her, its massive frame swallowing her in shadow. The axe came down. Now there was only Li Jieji left. She glanced back over her shoulder as she ran. The blood-red axe finished off the other girl, and the spirit slowly turned, facing straight toward me and Lin Ruiyao. I saw a flicker of relief cross Li Jiejia's eyes in the distance. I laughed to myself, cold. She was using us as bait. Simple math, in her mind. As long as the spirit came after the two of us, she'd have time to get away. But what happened next was something she couldn't have dreamed up. Lin Ruiyao suddenly dropped to her knees. Both knees on the ground, body pitched forward, her forehead hitting the concrete with an audible thud. Then she held that posture and began bowing, over and over, toward the axe spirit. If I didn't know what her talent was, I'd have thought she'd lost her mind. Bowing. Begging a vengeful spirit for mercy? How the hell was that supposed to work? But then something even more absurd happened. The axe spirit actually stopped. It looked down at Lin Ruiyao for a moment, then slowly turned away and locked onto the fleeing Li Jieji instead. No, that's impossible. Damn it. Li Jiejia's pupils contracted violently. She couldn't wrap her head around it. A few bows on the ground, and a spirit just lets you go? But there was no time to think about it. The spirit was already charging her down, the distance shrinking fast. Help me. She screamed it back at us, desperate. At the last possible second, she gritted her teeth and spun around. She was betting her A-rank talent could save her life. On Ghost Island, her wind blades had cut down at least 5 spirits, and not one of them had lasted 3 exchanges. 2 green crescents of wind burst from her palms and slammed into the axe spirit's chest. And then, its chest was completely unmarked. Not so much as a scratch. Obviously, if an A-rank wind blade could handle this, then what the hell good is my soul shatter slash? How could this be? Li Jieji never got to finish muttering. The blood-red axe came swinging down and landed dead center on her skull. Crack. Her head burst open on impact, the sound of shattering bone unbearably sharp in the night air. The headless body swayed once, then toppled over stiff as a board. From the moment the tall guy made the first move to Li Jieji hitting the ground, the whole thing took less than 30 seconds. 5 people, all dead. Not one of them lasted a single round. Honestly, if I didn't have Hidden Void, I'd have ended up exactly the same. Lin Ruiyao picked herself up off the ground and brushed the dust off her knees. Her expression so calm you'd never guess she'd just been groveling face down in the dirt. The axe wraith dragged its bloody axe along as it slowly turned and started back the way it had come. Before it left, it shot Lin Ruiyao one more glance. She was already dropping to her knees again, but the wraith seemed to figure there was no point going after her and couldn't be bothered. The heavy footsteps faded into the distance and finally disappeared into the darkness. I clicked my tongue. These things that came out at night were seriously messed up. Gu Pingsheng, did you catch that just now? Lin Ruiyao asked suddenly. Catch what? Do these wraiths have intelligence? It looked like it knew there was no point coming after me, so it just left me alone. I thought about it. She had a point. Then again, when I thought about it more, it made sense. Weren't Long Hai and the others intelligent wraiths too? We reached the administration building not long after. I knew this place well. The day before the school survival started, this was exactly where some admin staffer had given me the runaround. Honestly, I was kind of curious how those teachers were doing now. Back when I was getting my paperwork stamped, more than a few of them looked down on us undergrads. Now everybody's on the same level. I wonder if that broke them yet. Up on the roof, a cyan treasure chest sat right in the center. This one's mine. You take the next one, Lin Ruiyao said. I shook my head. No, I'm opening this one. From now on, I open the first chest every day. Why? Because if I open it, then it doesn't count as you opening it. Get it? It clicked for her. If she opened the first one, the chest radar's quota for the night would be used up. But if I opened it, it wouldn't register at all, and the radar could keep going and locate a second one. Which meant if I opened the second one too, could it find a third? Damn, I never even thought of that, she said. It's not a big deal. I shrugged. It just saves us some time. I opened the chest. Inside were 2 blackened coins, a skull stamped on the front, the back completely blank, ghost coins. Ghost coin. The universal currency within school survival. Special function, when a wraith is hunting you. Giving it enough ghost coins may convince it to call off the hunt. After all, money talks, even in hell. The stronger the wraith, the more coins it takes to. So enough ghost coins was basically an extra life. But exactly how much it took to buy off a given wraith, you'd have to find out the hard way. There was another problem. Did it work on the intelligent ones? What if one just killed you outright? Then the coins would be a total waste. After all, kill you, and everything you have is mine anyway. I glanced at Lin Ruiyao. Her talent was genuinely broken. No telling how many ghost coins it would save her, but her ranking was going to be sky high. She could drive off the kind of wraith that roamed campus at night, and she could kowtow and drive them off over and over, seemingly without any limit at all. Lin Riao, from now on we split whatever's in the chests 50-50. I handed her one of the coins. She considered it and agreed. Otherwise, the next time I pulled something good, she'd be sore about it all over again. She took out the chest radar, and sure enough, it pinged a brand new chest. She admitted herself that she'd never noticed this loophole before. Should we bring in one more person? She asked out of nowhere. I gave her a withering look. This woman was scary smart sometimes and absolutely brain dead other times. Are you serious? I'll just open the second one too. Problem solved. She blinked. Oh right. On the way to the second chest, I finally asked the question I'd been sitting on, whether her talent had any limits. She shook her head. Not really. Mostly it's my knees and my forehead. Hurts like hell. You could wear knee pads or something. Nope, tried that. Knee pads, helmet, none of it works. It has to be direct contact with the ground. I guess that's the only way it counts as sincere. Along the way we passed plenty of student corpses, kids the wraiths had killed. Almost none of them were people I knew, students from other classes who thought they were strong enough. They'd survived the first week, and then the lure of ghost coins got them. So out they went hunting for chests. Too bad they'd misjudged both their own strength and the strength of the wraiths at night. Completely. The second chest was ghost coins again, 3 of them this time. I opened that one too. By the third chest it didn't matter who opened it, since the chest radar only found 3 a day. The third one had ordinary supplies in it. How do we split this? Lin Royale asked. 5 ghost coins, and neither of us needs the supplies. You take 3, or I take 3, whatever. It's not like we're only working together for one day. Fair enough. In the end I took 3 and she took 2. At 11 that night, we each headed back to our dorms. I opened the school-wide chat channel, and sure enough, everyone was talking about going out after dark. Guys, seriously, do not go outside. It's horrifying. I watched the number 3 guy on the survival leaderboard get torn to shreds by a wraith with my own eyes. He couldn't fight back at all. Are the night wraiths really that strong? Maybe he just got unlucky. It's not luck. I went out a few days ago. The wraiths at night drain at least 2 points of sanity. The ones inside the survival zone only take 0.1 or 0.2. The gap is insane. There's no way anyone at our level can handle them. Finance 1211, Guo Juanhao. Everyone. I'm Guo Juanhao, sophomore, finance department, ranked number 1 in the Ghost Island survival. I'm telling you this in all seriousness. Even I'm no match for the night roaming campus wraiths. Unless you have a serious escape ability, do not go out after dark. Damn, if one of the top 35 is saying that, then it's gotta be true. I paused at that. The number 1 from Ghost Island survival was in the same major as me. 2 number 1s out of the same department. Interesting. I made a mental note of the name, scrolled the chat a while longer, then went to sleep. 3 faint snores rose from Luo Qingxue's dorm room. Early the next morning, I got to the classroom. Maybe the whole Huang Jiahao and Li Na incident had made Wang Jianye tone it down. He wasn't playing mentor and parking himself next to the podium anymore. Once everyone had arrived, Monday's assignment showed up right on schedule. Today is Monday. Class monitor Gu Pingsheng, please select today's class assignment. Assignment 1. Huang Jiahao and Wang Jianye engage in a shootout. Each receives a pistol with unlimited ammunition, and they battle it out on campus. If neither completes it, both are considered failures. Whoever survives counts as having completed it. Penalty for failure, loss of 1 arm. Assignment 2. Zhang Lele and Li Jianhua compete in a fried chicken eating contest. 2 boxes of unlimited fried chicken, for sauces. Whoever eats more wins. Duration, for hours. Penalty for failure, loss of the tongue. Assignment 3. 5 students are chosen at random from the class for a randomly selected athletic competition. First place completes the assignment. Second and third place receive neither reward nor penalty. Fourth and fifth place are considered failures. Penalty for failure, loss of 1 thigh, and a 3-point reduction in constitution. The whole class went nuts. Not because of the difficulty. Honestly, this was way easier than last week. What shocked everyone were the penalties. They'd actually been dialed down. Compared to that first week of the so-called beginner protection period, where erasure was handed out like candy, today's penalties were practically generous. Some people were downright grateful, especially about assignment 2. So what if you lost your tongue? You'd just lose your sense of taste and the ability to speak. That beat dying by a mile. Did heavens will suddenly grow a conscience? Holy crap, it's not erasure, right? Before, somebody died every single day. Now it looks like we don't have to bury someone daily. Assignment 1 still means somebody dies. Who's going to give up an arm for someone else's sake? So assignment 2's clearly the best. It only hits 1 person. Assignment 3 is brutal. A thigh and constitution points. I've been saving those up forever, No way I'm losing. Thank you, Heaven's will. Thank you, Heaven's will. Are you kidding me? Heaven's will is the thing that threw us into this hell in the first place. The classroom dissolved into chaos. I, on the other hand, was thinking it through. The way I saw it, Heaven's will hadn't gotten merciful. It just couldn't afford to erase the talent it had gone through so much trouble to screen for. Its ultimate goal was selection, not slaughter. Crank up the pressure in week 1 to weed people out, then ease off starting week 2. Made perfect sense. I picked assignment 2 pretty much immediately. I didn't know either of those two anyway. Only assignment 2 was left on the blackboard. Zhang Lele was a girl from class 2, about 180 pounds, with pale, soft skin. Word was she'd even landed a boyfriend, and both of them were still alive. She was one of the 8 people class 2 had left. Li Jianhua was a boy from class 3, over 6 feet tall and barely 100 pounds, skinny as a bamboo pole. When he got picked, his face didn't change at all. Not the slightest hint of panic. Anyone with eyes could see it. That walking beanpole had zero chance of out-eating a girl that size. 2 boxes of fried chicken and 4 little containers of sauce materialized on their desks. Zhang Lele popped her box open, and a wave of savory aroma drifted out. She grabbed a piece and dug in. Damn, that chicken actually looks good. Just smelling it is making me hungry, someone muttered. Li Jianhua started chewing too, expression blank. Before long, both desks were piled with chicken bones, and somebody hurried to drag a trash can over next to them. God, that smells amazing, Luo Qingshu aside. She'd skipped breakfast that morning. Now she sat there pinching a compressed ration biscuit, staring at the fried chicken in front of her. Too bland to enjoy, too wasteful to throw away. I dug a chocolate bar and a bag of chips out of my backpack and handed them over. Here, eat. Oh, thanks, Pingxing. She hadn't had much of an appetite that early, but the smell of fried chicken was flooding the entire classroom. And chocolate and chips beat a ration biscuit any day of the week. The rest of the class started eating too, one by one. Some people soaked instant noodles in cold water, some gnawed on bread, and a few figured the assignment had nothing to do with them and just walked out. Only the one guy and one girl were still eating fried chicken. Then Li Jianhua let out a belch, leaned over, and murmured something in the ear of a classmate next to him. The guy nodded, walked him outside, and slammed a fist into his stomach. Li Jianhua dropped straight to his knees, clutching his gut, and threw up everything he'd just eaten before it had a chance to digest. Zhang Lele, mid-sip of water to cut the grease, went completely slack-jawed. Oh my god, he's that hardcore on himself? That's not against the rules. Heaven's will didn't flag Li Jianhua for cheating, which meant forced vomiting actually worked. A lot of the class just froze. Going that far for one contest? But the more you thought about it, the more it made sense. Your tongue, your sense of taste, your ability to speak, maybe not as vital as an arm or a leg, but still part of your body. Who'd want to lose it? Li Jianhua walked back in, face blank, sat down, and kept eating. Over the course of an hour, he made himself throw up 3 times and took 1 trip to the bathroom with diarrhea. Fried chicken is a treat once in a while. Cramming down dozens of pieces while forcing yourself to puke is pure torture. Zhang Lele got backed into a corner and started purging too. She couldn't handle pain, so she just ran to the restroom and stuck her fingers down her own throat. The two of them went back and forth like that. Eat, vomit, repeat. After the second round, she couldn't take it anymore and gave up. Li Jianhua was still eating. Way too cutthroat. In the end, Li Jianhua won. He sat alone at his desk, a mountain of chicken bones in front of him, the trash can stuffed to overflowing, a few pieces having slid onto the floor. 50 pieces of fried chicken, every single bite chewed with mechanical, numb persistence. Halfway through he doubled over and thrown up again, everything in his stomach churning back up. He wiped the corner of his mouth. It was all grease in there, from the root of his tongue down his esophagus. Everything was coated in that thick, heavy film of fat. He never wanted to see fried chicken again for the rest of his life. A notification chimed in his head. Li Jianhua has completed the class assignment. Reward. Every student in the class receives ghost coin times 1 die. Assignment grade. A. Li Jianhua receives 1 additional ghost coin, as well as a permanent fried chicken box. Permanent fried chicken box. Generates 10 pieces of fried chicken and 1 box of random sauce each day. Li Jianhua stared at his reward, brows knotting together, disgust written all over his face. A box that generated 10 pieces of fried chicken every day? He didn't want to touch fried chicken ever again as long as he lived. His tongue brushed the inside of his cheek and a sharp sting shot through him. He'd already developed several ulcers in there. He gagged again, but his suffering looked like something else entirely from the outside. Holy crap, one of the guys marveled. 1 piece of fried chicken is like 150 calories, so 10 pieces is 1,500. That's enough for a real meal. More than 1 meal. A normal person's basal metabolism is only about 2,000 calories a day. 10 pieces of fried chicken will carry you most of the way through. And it comes with a random sauce. If you pull sweet and sour or garlic aioli, that's not bad at all. Totally worth it. You won't have to worry about food ever again. Everyone shot him envious looks. But Li Jianhua just kept his face buried in his arms, not moving. He thought about it and figured they had a point. Now that you needed ghost coins just to eat, who knew if he'd even be able to afford food later on? Some people were celebrating. Others weren't. On the other side of the classroom, Zhang Lele suddenly clapped a hand over her mouth and let out a blood-curdling scream. Every head in the room snapped toward her. A tongue was sliding out of her mouth. She made choked, whimpering sounds, both hands trying to shove it back in, but it wouldn't go. That tongue didn't belong to her anymore. It just hung there, heavy and limp, like a piece of rotting meat. She would never speak again for the rest of her life, never taste anything again. She dropped the tongue into the trash can, tears mixing with saliva as they dripped onto her desk. Her best friend patted her back, her words falling flat. Lele, this beats dying, right? At least you're still alive. Zhang Lele didn't answer. She just kept her head down, shoulders shaking. Looks like finishing the homework really does matter, someone said quietly. From now on, every reward is tied to ghost coins. One measly ghost coin. Is that even enough for a single meal? Just then, someone floated an idea. Hey, do you think the harder the assignment, the more ghost coins you get? If everyone could pull in a few extra, it'd take a lot of pressure off the whole class. A few people around him went quiet. You know what? That actually makes sense. Right? Li Jianhua was the only one who got an A, and he got an extra ghost coin plus an item. If the class president picks the high difficulty assignment every time, maybe more people can earn bonus rewards, and the whole class benefits. The theory spread through the class fast. I thought it made sense too. Besides, today was the first day ghost coins were handed out, so the cafeteria should be open. At noon, Lu Chang, Luo Qingxue, Yi Wanqing, and I walked over to the cafeteria together. About 5 minutes later, the sign for cafeteria number 1 came into view. Inside, there were plenty of people, but hardly anyone was actually buying food. Every station was stocked with fresh dishes, chicken drumsticks, fish, beef, all steaming hot. This was real food, nothing like compressed biscuits or bread. Just the smell of it made Lu Chang's stomach growl. I walked over to the wall to check the price list. 0.5 ghost coins per meal, 1 meat dish, 1 vegetable. 1 ghost coin per meal, 3 meat dishes, 1 vegetable. Further down, there was a line printed in red, a special combo. 10 ghost coins a meal, and finishing it permanently granted +1 to a stat. Constitution, stamina, or sanity, chosen at random. I raised an eyebrow. Paying for a meal that also boosted your stats? That was a great deal, but 10 ghost coins was way out of reach for the average student. I only had a few coins on me right now. Not even close. Until I had real strength, I wouldn't touch the special food. I wouldn't buy the regular meals either, unless I was truly out of options. My backpack still had plenty of compressed biscuits, canned food, bread, and bottled water. Enough to keep me stuffed for a month on my own. After lunch, the 4 of us headed over to the gym. The new fitness area was officially open, with a notice posted at the door, to train inside. You needed a weekly pass, 5 ghost coins a week. I looked at my balance, then at Lu Chang. He gave a bitter laugh. The vast majority of the class didn't even have 2 ghost coins. A weekly pass was an unimaginable luxury. Everywhere else was about the same. At the campus store, a bottle of plain water was 0.3 ghost coins, a piece of bread 0.3, a cup of instant noodles 0.4, and they didn't provide hot water, so you had to figure that out yourself. The cashier behind the counter stared at every student coming and going with hollow, empty eyes. Obviously an administrator, a vengeful ghost. With him there, nobody dared steal a thing. I ran the numbers in my head. If a person only earned 1 ghost coin a day, that covered 2 meals at most. If you wanted water, you'd have to choose between eating and drinking. Compared to when supplies were free, it looked like we had more options, but in reality, the homework rewards had been slashed by more than half. Before, 1 round of assignments handed out enough supplies to last a day. Now that it was ghost coins, we were actually worse off. On the way out of the gym, Lu Chang pulled me into an empty corner and lowered his voice. Pingsheng, that might really be the reason. His expression was serious. I was listening to the others talk in class just now. The higher the assignment difficulty, the more base ghost coins the whole class gets. He paused. Otherwise, what's 1 ghost coin per person supposed to do for us? 2 meals, and you're scraping the bottom. Forget about water. There's no way heaven's law would set up an economy where nobody can survive. The only explanation is that the assignment we picked was too easy. I nodded. And it wasn't just us. The other classes were probably in the same boat. I opened the school-wide chat channel and scrolled for a while. Some students had gotten 1 coin today, some 2, some 3. Different classes had picked different difficulties, and the base payout varied completely from class to class. By the rules, the harder the assignment, the bigger the reward. Which means when we picked today, We should have gone with assignment 1 or assignment 3. I closed the chat channel. Too bad. When the assignments were released, nobody in the chat had brought this up yet, so I hadn't caught on to the pattern. If we'd been able to wait another 30 minutes before choosing, things might have turned out differently. The assignments didn't drop on any fixed schedule, sometimes first thing in the morning, sometimes not until noon. That unpredictability made gathering intel really difficult. Right? Pingsheng, you're the class president. It's your call, Lu Chang said gravely. I looked at him and nodded. It wasn't surprising that he knew I was class president. All the old class 1 students probably did. Got it. From now on I'll aim for the higher difficulties. But there's one condition. I'll only consider it if Yi Wanqing, Huang Jiahao, you, Li Jie, and the rest of the class can actually handle it. The sky gradually darkened. That night, I teamed up with Lin Ruyao again to go hunting for treasure chests. We combed through the corners of campus for almost an hour and found 3 chests using the radar. When we opened them, the contents were all pretty ordinary, 7 ghost coins total, per what we discussed last night. The split we'd agreed on, 4 for Lin Ruyao, 3 for me. Adding in what I had left over from before, I now had 7 total. On the way back to the dorm, I made a detour to the campus store. Looking through the glass case, the shelves held nothing but ordinary food and water. The cashier was still frozen in the exact same pose. I noticed the top few rows of shelving were empty. Right now, they were only stocking basic supplies, but who knew whether special items might show up later? Something like a treasure chest radar. The next day at noon, the new assignment arrived. The chime went off in every head in the class at the same instant. Today is Tuesday. Class Monitor Gu Pingsheng, please select today's class assignment. Assignment 1, Gu Pingsheng, Zhang Wei, Luo Jiala, Wang Jiu, Long Hai, Li Zhun, and Huang Zhao will play a name tag ripping game in an unfamiliar room. Rules. Each participant wears a name tag on their back representing their life. Having it torn off means death. Each participant must tear off at least 1 name tag to complete the assignment. Penalty for failure, loss of 1 eye dot. Assignment 2. 6 students will be drawn from the class to survive 4 hours on Ghost Island. Surviving to the end counts as completion. Penalty for failure, none dot. Assignment 3. 3 students will be drawn from the class to play 1 round of Fight the Landlord. The winner counts as having completed it. Penalty for failure, none dot. Long Hai? I rubbed my chin. This guy again, and showing up in an ordinary assignment, no less. The classroom erupted instantly. The gap between these 3 assignments is way too big, someone cried out. Assignment 2 is surviving Ghost Island? Isn't that a weekend level thing? Why is it showing up on a Tuesday? Assignment 3 is obviously the easiest, right? 3 people play Fight the Landlord. You only need 3. It has nothing to do with the rest of us. Why not pick assignment 3? Are you stupid? The person next to him shot back. Assignment 3 is the one we absolutely can't pick. Weren't you paying attention yesterday? The lower the difficulty, the fewer ghost coins the class gets. Ghost coins are everyone's survival supplies. No coins, and what are we all going to eat from now on? Yeah, I heard the same thing yesterday. Difficulty is tied to the reward. In the middle of the argument, someone suddenly asked, hold on. Doesn't anyone else think this is weird? On the roster for assignment 1, Wang Jiu is my girlfriend. Didn't she die a while ago? Dead silence. Everyone stared at the list again. Gu Pingsheng, Zhang Wei, Luo Jiala, Wang Jiu, Long Hai, Li Zhun, Huang Zhao. The longer you looked at it, the colder your back got. Because apart from the 3 of us who were still alive, me, Zhang Wei, and Luo Jiala, the other 4 were all dead. Some of them had died more than once. Assignment 1 has 4 vengeful ghosts in it, someone mumbled. My face gave nothing away, but my mind was racing. What Lu Chang had said yesterday, plus all the intel in the chat channel about difficulty being linked to rewards. I ran through it point by point. Assignment 2 was out. Surviving Ghost Island was weekend tier difficulty, and it randomly drew 6 people. If it pulled Luo Qingxue or any classmate with no combat ability, that was just handing over free deaths. Assignment 3 was even more out of the question. Lowest difficulty meant the smallest reward, and it only drew 3 people while everyone else watched from the sidelines. Pick that, and the whole class might not earn a single ghost coin today, which left only assignment 1, the name tag game. 7 participants, 4 vengeful ghosts, 3 living people, me, Zhang Wei, and Luo Jiala from class 3. The rules were clear. Each of the 3 of us had to tear off at least 1 name tag for all of us to pass. In other words, we had to take 1 off each of a set of 4 ghosts. It wouldn't be easy. There was a real chance Zhang Wei and Luo Jiala both wouldn't make it out. But assignment 3 was just sitting around waiting to die. Nobody still alive in this class was an idiot. I picked assignment 1 without much hesitation. The monitor made the right call. Assignment 1 is the best fit. Yeah, it's the only real option. Everyone nodded. Zhang Wei looked a little tense and glanced at me, but said nothing. He knew it was the best choice. Luo Qingxue took my hand. Her voice so soft it was as if saying it any louder would make it come true. Be careful, Pingxing. For vengeful ghosts, 3 living people, and we had to tear the tags off their backs. Don't worry. I looked her in the eyes. I'll come back. Xiao Shui, quit fretting, Yuanqing said, patting her on the head. He kills vengeful ghosts like he's slaughtering chickens. The ghosts from our class are pathetically weak. Even I could take them out. The words had barely left her mouth when a ring of red light lit up under my feet. The same thing happened beneath Zhang Wei and Luo Jiala. The red glow spread into a blinding curtain of light and swallowed the 3 of us. When I opened my eyes again, I was in an unfamiliar room. It wasn't large, a perfect square, concrete walls, no windows. A yellowed old bulb hung from the ceiling, its murky light failing to reach the shadows in the corners. The air smelled of mildew, laced with the faint stench of decay. Zhang Wei was on my left, pale as a sheet. Luo Jiala was on my right, steadier than Zhang Wei, though his clenched fists gave him away. In the room's 4 other directions, 4 figures stood in silence. Pale skin, pitch-black eyes, still wearing the clothes they'd died in. Wang Jiayu, Long Hai, Li Zhen, Huang Zile. 2 from Class 1, 2 from Class 2. Apart from Luo Jiala, no one from Class 3. Gu Pingxing, we meet again, Long Hai said slowly. I'm curious. I couldn't help asking. You dead classmates, can you just keep dying forever? At the same time, I noticed that from this one brief encounter alone, my sanity had dropped 0.6 points. Long Hai accounted for 0.3 all by himself. The other 3 took 0.1 each. Last time I ran into Long Hai, it had only cost me 0.1. He was clearly far stronger than before. Who knows? Long Hai gave a short laugh, then turned to the other 3 ghosts. When it starts, focus fire on Gu Pingxing first. He's the strongest. Otherwise, we can't win. Long Hai. He just looks like an ordinary student. Is he really that strong? Wang Jiayu's voice was hoarse. Don't underestimate the ones who survived. Li Zhen stared at me. Anyone still breathing at this point got there on more than luck. He and I had no grudge between us while he was alive, but right now his eyes were nothing but killing intent. Because I was strong, and if I died and became a ghost, I'd only be stronger. Li Zhen's right. I've already died once, Long Hai said with a nod. Huang Zile showed no expression at all, just stared blankly ahead. From the looks of it, out of these 4 ghosts, aside from Long Hai and Li Zhen, the other 2 had no idea. English translation: who am I? Nobody even knows I've been commended by the school twice. Moments later, the chimes sounded. The name tag ripping game is about to begin. A name tag will appear on each participant's back. Tearing off a name tag means that person's flame of life has been snuffed out. Note, if a name tag is destroyed by external means, it does not count. Destroyed doesn't count? I reached back and felt my own tag. It was big, stretching almost down to the small of my back. I'd originally planned to just use Soul Shatter Slash and cut Long Hai into 5 clean pieces. Not anymore. A 5-hit strike would almost certainly shred the tag on his back along with him. Even if I aimed for his lower body, the slightest miscalculation would tear it. Besides, the more tags I ripped off, the higher my score would be. Guaranteed. The instant the Heavenly Tao finished speaking, Long Hai was the first to charge. I drew my silver spirit longsword and slashed at his waist, opening up a long gash. On the other side, Li Zhen came at me with his mouth gaping wide. I flickered away with Void Veil, and he lunged into empty air. Whether these wraiths were just weak or there was some other reason, their attacks were pure brawling, biting, clawing, nothing special about it. I dropped Void Veil, swung once into Li Zhen's waist, and cut him clean in half, then used Void Veil again to pass straight through his body and appear behind him, ripping the tag off his back. The tag was nothing but a sheet of white paper with 2 words on it. Li Zhen. The moment it tore, Li Zhen let out a scream, dissolved into a streak of gray, and was gone. It wasn't my sword that killed him. It was that piece of paper. Long Hai, you're a lot stronger than Li Zhen, huh? Is it because you've already died once? I asked. The whole sequence had been so seamless that everyone just stared. Even Long Hai froze where he stood. I'd slipped behind Li Zhen like a ghost myself. Who the hell was the human here and who was the ghost? Holy! Zhang Wei was stunned. Brother Gu, you're way too strong. Right then, Huang Zile suddenly rushed Luo Jiala. With Long Hai still tangled up with me, it was a golden opportunity. Luo Jiala flinched, then whipped out a pistol and put a round right between Huang Zile's eyes. Looked like a weapon he'd picked up in Ghost Gate Survival. The bullet punched through her forehead. She just smiled at him, eerily. Damn it, guns don't kill ghosts. Luo Jiala muttered. The next instant, 2 slender little hands wrenched his head clean around and tore the tag off his back. And by then I'd already finished Long Hai. I materialized behind Huang Zile like a phantom and ripped her tag away. When did you? Huang Zile turned her head, the light draining from her eyes. She collapsed. black mist eating away at her body until nothing was left. Well, one step too slow. I glanced at Luo Jiao's corpse. He and I weren't close, and besides, taking down Long Hai had cost me a good 10 seconds. Getting jumped in that window was par for the course. At the same moment, Wang Jieyu had already closed in on Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei's combat ability was mediocre. He'd survived this long mostly on luck, and I was too far away to make it. Trembling, Zhang Wei pulled out a ghost coin. Please don't kill me. Wang Jieyu stopped short, head tilting down toward the coin. It was like the thing had hijacked her entire attention. She reached out to take it, and in that exact heartbeat, Zhang Wei reached around her and tore the tag off her back. Wang Jieyu had just closed her fingers on the coin. Her eyes went wide like she wanted to say something, but with the tag gone, she simply dropped. 4 wraiths. 3 of them mine, 1 of them Zhang Wei's. Wang Jieyu was that stupid? How could that even work? Zhang Wei looked dazed. He clearly hadn't expected the trick to actually land. It's a wraith's instinct. I'd watched the whole thing. The look in Wang Jieyu's eyes had been like a hard crowd control effect. Maybe these dead classmates still had some awareness left, but they were still bound to certain wraith instincts. Or, put another way, rules. I thought back to the ghost coin's description. Ghost coin, the universal currency within school survival. Special function, when facing a wraith that is hunting you, giving it enough ghost coins may cause it to break off the pursuit. Money talks, even to the dead. The stronger the wraith, the more coins required. With a big enough stash of ghost coins, you could survive a wraith's hands. And more than that, the split second it got drawn in by the coins was your window to strike back. Huh. Zhang Wei let out a long breath, still shaken. And here I was thinking, 4 wraiths against 3 people. Without a special weapon, there's no way to hold out. But apparently even someone as useless as me has options. Next time we run into them, it'll probably be worse, I said, laying out my guess. Long Hai is clearly stronger than Li Zhan, and he isn't afraid of dying, because he comes back after he dies, and he comes back stronger every time. Last time, Long Hai was exactly as weak as Li Zhan is now. Next time we meet, Li Zhan will be at Long Hai's level, and Long Hai will be stronger still. The color drained from Zhang Wei's face. Wraiths get stronger when they die. Then I might as well kill myself, become one, and join them. How are we, the living, supposed to compete with things that keep getting stronger? I said nothing, because he was right. If that intel held up, wraiths genuinely had the advantage in certain respects. Don't forget, wraiths aren't in control of themselves. I shook my head. You didn't see the look on Wang Jieyu's face when she saw that coin? There had to be some kind of constraint. That's when the chimes sounded again. Gu Pingxing and Zhang Wei have completed the class assignment. Every student in the class receives ghost coin times 3. Gu Pingxing, grade A, bonus 3 ghost coins, plus 1 death name tag. Zhang Wei, grade C, bonus 2 ghost coins. Death name tag, silver, top grade. Affixed to the back of any person or wraith. Tearing it off inflicts the death name tag's curse upon them. Must remain affixed for a minimum of 2 hours. I looked down at the death name tag in my hand and fell into thought. The thing was powerful. Stick it on anyone's back, rip it off 2 hours later, and the curse lands. But the drawbacks weren't small either. For an ordinary player to get it onto an enemy's back, they'd need enough strength to beat that enemy first. And if you can already beat them, why bother with the tag? On top of that, you have to wait 2 full hours. Kind of a dud. Then again, I can turn invisible. Maybe I can use it to set someone up. I started organizing the intel from this run-in with Long Hai and the others. On the dead student's side, they can't see the rankings for the living. Aside from Long Hai knowing he's strong, none of the other ghost students have any idea who among them is dangerous. After all, the living can't see the dead's rankings either. I don't know which of my dead classmates is the strongest. All I know is that Long Hai, who has now died 3 times, is stronger than anyone who'd done it twice, or once. This intel was priceless. Soon 2 beams of red light came down over us, and Zhang Wei and I left that eerie room and returned to the classroom. Quite a few people were still hanging around, curious about the results of Assignment 1. When they saw us appear, the whispering started. Gu Pingxing made it out alive. No way. Just like the instructor said, he's almost certainly going to be our new class president. And he pulled an A. He must have torn off a ton of name tags. That's insane. But if he's the class president, why would he go do the assignment himself? Means the difficulty didn't scare him one bit. The way they looked at me had changed. Everyone already knew I was one of the 35 students the school had commended, but seeing me walk away with an A that easily, with their own eyes, that was a completely different feeling. Wang Jianya watched me, wariness in his eyes. Honestly, he'd been praying I'd die in Assignment 1. That would have given him a shot at being class president again. But now, not a chance. He looked away fast, doing his best not to let his eyes land on me, afraid I'd notice. I ignored the classmates who were still talking about me. Just then a male student came over and asked me quietly, Jigu, Brother Gu, my friend Luo Jiala, is he dead? He never came back, and he didn't turn in the assignment. I told him straight, Huang Zhao killed him. Long Hai had me tied up at the time. I couldn't get to him in time. If it's convenient, I'll lend a hand. But at that moment my hands had genuinely been full. The guy clenched his fists and muttered, I understand, Brother Gu. I'll kill Huang Zhao and avenge Luo Jiala. Thanks for telling me who did it. I glanced at him and suddenly thought of my two old roommates. I wondered how they were doing. I'd added them as friends and messaged them now and then, but they couldn't be bothered to reply, or maybe it wasn't that they couldn't be bothered. Maybe Vengeful Ghost students have limits on private messages. I'd really love to know what was happening on their end. I went to the gymnasium alone. Yi Wanqing and Luo Qingxue had already headed back to the dorms, and so had Lu Chong. Worth mentioning, Lu Chong had moved in with Li Jia, probably so they could watch each other's backs, which was fine by me. Li Jia was strong, and Lu Chong wasn't weak either. He must have picked up something good in the Ghost Gate survival trial too. Huang Jiahao was still rooming with his little crew of followers, occasionally hooking up with girls from our class to let off steam. Not girls from the original Class 1. Of course, the girls left from the original Class 1 were the ones in my group, plus Wang Zihan's little circle. Wang Zihan had actually been keeping a low profile lately and hadn't stirred up any trouble. I got to the entrance of the weight room soon enough. The attendant was lying on the floor by the door, a female ghost in a white dress, different from yesterday's. Apparently, even ghosts work in shifts. She had all the usual vengeful ghost traits, pallid skin, hollow eyes. But she had no lower body. A stretch of bloody spine jutted out from where her torso ended. It was pretty revolting, and it gave off a thick, coppery stench of blood, which explained why all she could do was lie there. I asked, this 5 ghost coin weekly pass, is it worth it? What's in there? You have to ask first. Who wants to throw money away? The ghost rolled her eyes at me. Come in if you want. Don't if you don't. I frowned. That's not exactly fair. The cafeterias and the shop all post their prices, and they explain what things do. You, though, take it or leave it. If you're not coming in, get lost. She lifted her head and glared at me, her face twisted with resentment. Me. Just then a male ghost in a formal uniform came walking over, dressed about as sharply as the attendant from Cafeteria 1. It walked up to the female ghost, kicked her, then planted its foot on her bloody stump and ground down hard. She shrieked and wailed nonstop. I frowned at the sight. A customer's here. What kind of attitude is that? Keep it up and you won't have a job. I'm sorry, my lord, have mercy. She begged frantically, nothing like the arrogant thing she'd been a moment ago. Vengeful ghosts have a chain of command. I didn't know what to say. Where did these ghosts running the bathrooms, the cafeterias, the gymnasium even come from? Could dead students get part-time gigs here, work-study? The male ghost finished chewing out the half-a-woman on the floor, then turned to me, fixing those hollow eyes on mine. I'm the head manager of the gymnasium. The weight room attendant is new and doesn't know how to behave. My apologies. It went on. Every piece of equipment in the building is several times more effective than the real thing. On top of that, you get free water and free showers. Water is capped at 2 liters a day. You can also have any available attendant serve as your personal trainer, if you'd like. And finally, there's the sanity sensitivity test. The water was genuinely useful. The showers, not so much. The dorm still had running water, and the AC and washing machine still worked. It was only the internet that was cut, though I had no idea where the electricity was coming from either, which was why plenty of people had started drinking shower water or tap water just to save ghost coins for real food at the cafeteria. But what was this sanity sensitivity test? I frowned. Sanity sensitivity test? You know what a threshold is? Something intense hits hard at first, before you're used to it. Once you're used to it, it doesn't feel intense anymore. Like watching porn, hardcore stuff gets a reaction out of you fast at first, but watch it long enough, and well, okay, I get it, I cut it off. So you're saying the weight room can measure my threshold against vengeful ghosts. See enough terrifying ghosts and you get used to them, so you lose less sanity. That right? Absolutely absurd. A vengeful ghost, of all things, being an expert on that subject. I frowned, at a loss for words. Heh. Besides the weight room and the arena, the building supports other sports as well, some of which may be relevant to your assignments. There's an indoor basketball court, table tennis. More is still under construction. Fine, I'll take a weekly pass. Doing the math, the weekly pass really was a steal. 2 liters of water a day. A 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water costs 0.3 ghost coins, so 2 liters was worth 1.2. I pulled out 5 ghost coins. The half-a-woman on the floor reached up, took them, and went hopping off to process my pass. No legs, so hopping was all she had. Weight room weekly pass, quality, special. Grants access to the weight room for 1 week. It looked pretty much like an ordinary gym membership card. 5 characters printed on the front, valid for 1 week. I'd have to renew next Tuesday. I walked in. There were only 3 students inside, 2 guys and a girl. They looked over at me with curiosity. Anyone still willing to burn ghost coins on working out at this hour was definitely no pushover. I walked over to the bench press. Each plate weighed 50 kilos, and the bar itself was 100. In other words, unless I lifted an empty bar, which there wasn't one of, the lightest I could go was 200 kilos. I clicked my tongue. My constitution had started out at 10, standard human level. After the doubling bonus, it was now 38. 200 kilos shouldn't be a problem. Sure enough, I knocked out 12 sets at 200 without stopping. The 3 guys next to me didn't so much as blink. Anyone who could get into this gym was already a cut above. When I finished, I sent away the attendant who'd come to spot me. For one thing, I'd been lifting long before any of this. For another, I really couldn't get used to having a vengeful ghost hovering at my elbow. Through training, your constitution has increased by 1. I froze for a second. So working out actually did something. Constitution went from 38 to 40. With the doubling bonus, the ceiling on this thing was ridiculously high. Double Constitution was only rated B-grade quality, but I was starting to suspect it hit A-grade in practice. Still, Constitution wasn't everything. If I wanted to deal with vengeful ghosts, what mattered more was the ability to fight spirits. I rested a while, took a shower, filled 4 empty bottles to the brim, and only then headed back to the dorm. At 8 that evening, Yi Wanqing had already boiled the tap water. Luckily, Luo Qingshue's dorm came with an electric kettle. Tap water boiled properly was basically the same as bottled. I opened my DMs and tried getting in touch with Li Jian and Huang Tian. This was exactly the hour when my dead classmates came out. Me, you there? Li Jian. Li Jian had texted like this when he was alive too. 1 or 2 words on WeChat or QQ, or just a question mark. And that was for people he liked. If he didn't know you well, or hadn't talked to you in a while, he wouldn't reply at all unless you spelled out exactly what you wanted. Me. Got any intel to share? Li Jian. Nope. Pingxing da. Me. Alright then. A moment later, Li Jian suddenly sent. Pingxing, if you ever get the chance, why don't you join us? We need you da. My expression changed. After everything I'd been through, this still made my skin crawl. A roommate I'd been close with, inviting me to join the dead? Luo Qingxue looked up from her bread and stared at me. What's wrong, Pingxing? Yi Wanqing leaned in too. I showed them the messages. Yi Wanqing blinked. Maybe Li Jian just misses you. He said us, I said, looking at her. Which means the dead students are organized into groups too. They might even still be split up by class. Huh? It works like that. Luo Qingxue hadn't caught on. Yi Wanqing had. Not many people from our class died, compared to the others. Some classes lost 30 plus. So they need you. That's what you mean, right? I nodded. The Li Jian I knew would never try to talk someone into dying. They aren't themselves anymore. Maybe they're just vengeful ghosts carrying their old memories around. My eyes went cold. Grudge or no grudge, the dead students all wanted to drag the living down with them. No wonder. My 3 roommates said the same thing, that I should come hang out with them sometime. Luo Qingxue pulled up her chat log and showed me. At first it was all sweetie this and sweetie that, buttering her up, earning her trust. Then the tone shifted. Xiao Yuqing, we miss you so much. It'd be even better if you could keep us company da. Luo Qingxue, I can chat with you guys. Xiao Yuqing, thanks, but it'd be even better if we could actually see you da. Luo Qingxue, for sure, when I get the chance. Wu Qinger, we miss you right now, sweetie. It'd be even better if you came over and played with us da. Luo Qingxue scratched her head. I didn't get it at the time. Looking at it now, they wanted me dead too. The 3 of us fell silent. Yi Wanqing broke it. Why isn't mine like that? My roommates weren't subtle at all. They just came right out and said they were going to kill me. That's because they've got a fucking grudge against you. Luo Qingxue said, exasperated. Oh, right. I shrugged. It'd be nice if the dead students could give up more information. Too bad they can't. I muted Li Jian and Huang Tian, then scanned the school-wide chat channel. Apart from idle chatter, the channel was mostly people trading intel. There's nowhere near enough survival supplies. Water's way too expensive. 0.3 ghost coins for 500 milliliters. I've started drinking straight from the tap. Ration yours, Menda. I've got a kettle. Boiled tap water is fine. It's not unhealthy. Yeah, that's what I figured too. Guys, what if the Heavenly Way cuts the water and power next? No way that happens. Why not? First they sealed us in, then they killed the internet. Next it'll be water and power, then tap water costs ghost coins, then AC and washing machines cost ghost coins. Honestly, that actually sounds plausible. This is rough. My dead girlfriend keeps telling me to jump off a building and join them. Says it's heaven over there, and once you're in you don't have to be afraid of dying anymore. I've been thinking about it. Buddy, has it occurred to you that going over there is dying? Holy shit, why didn't anyone say so sooner? Most of this school is dead people at this point. Saya. Any of you been to the campus hospital? Damn thing got renovated too. Unreal. And can it actually treat injuries? Yeah. 3 ghost coins for minor wounds, more for serious ones. They can even reattach severed limbs or regrow other body parts, but it's insanely expensive. 30 ghost coins minimum, sometimes 50. Wait, so there's hope for my little buddy. Opie, you've clearly got a story to tell. I closed the channel. Yi Wanqing suddenly got curious. Pingsheng, how was the gym today? I ran through the whole thing. The moment she heard the water was free, her eyes lit up. Once we've saved up enough ghost coins, I'm trying that too. The 3 of us talked on and off. Luo Qingxue liked the mood. All she wanted was to stay alive and to stay with me. Well, plus Yi Wanqing, she supposed. A little after 10, I went out with Lin Ruiyao to hunt for treasure chests, same as always. Luo Qingxue, that little schemer, hadn't gone to sleep. A sly glint flickered in her eyes. Yi Wanqing was already snoring softly from the other bed. The perfect moment. She crept out on tiptoe and felt her way to my bunk, only to stop dead. I wasn't there. Not long after, I got back from the chest run. 3 chests this time. One was a black iron-grade machete, useless against vengeful ghosts, so I gave it to Lin Ruiyao. The other 3. Translation: the ghost coins were mine. Counting what I already had, I now had 11 total, mostly because I'd blown 5 on a weekly pass. Back at the bedside, I froze. Where the hell had this little slip of a girl come from? And she wasn't wearing anything? The next second, Luo Qingxue tackled me down onto the bed. You went out again. I sighed. Yeah, looking for treasure chests. Relax, my talent makes me really hard to kill. I'm not going to die. You, though, what are you doing in my bed? Luo Qingxue huffed. Gu Pingsheng, you know how I feel about you, right? Forget it. Saying it out loud is too corny. Whatever. I like you. I blinked for a second. I hadn't expected her to confess now, of all times. But thinking about it, all these years, what Luo Qingxue felt for me probably really was more than just childhood friend affection. I couldn't help laughing. You want to start dating me? At a time like this? I'm not asking for some normal relationship. She reached up and touched my face. I know we could die at any moment. That's exactly why I don't want to leave anything unfinished. I'm scared that after I die, I'll end up like your roommates, like mine, and by then, I won't be me anymore. So, Pingsheng, let's just let it all out, right now. Nobody can promise we'll survive in this hellhole. Pingsheng, you don't want to die with your first time still ahead of you either, do you? Never in a million years did I expect words like that to come out of Luo Qingxue's mouth. Had she been holding it in that long? Half an hour later, Luo Qingxue lay limp in my arms, cheeks flushed, eyes hazy. Pingsheng, I finally got you. As long as you don't regret it. What's there to regret? I've liked you forever. I've literally dreamed about it. Besides, this cursed school is so stressful. This is the only way to blow off steam. The more she talked, the more worked up she got, her voice rising without her noticing. She seemed like a completely different person. I reached over and flicked the tip of her nose, smiling. Wanqing's still asleep. Keep it down. Who cares about her? I'll do everything I can to protect you, Xiaoxue. She nodded, her eyes going soft, and was about to say something else. I'm already awake. Yi Wanqing's voice came from the other bed. We both went rigid on the spot. Luo Qingxue flinched. Great. She'd heard everything. Luo Qingxue finally managed. Yi Wanqing, you know, this would have been a good time to pretend you were asleep. Yi Wanqing immediately started fake snoring. The 2 of us. Early the next morning, all 3 of us got up. Right in front of Yi Wanqing, Luo Qingxue playfully planted a kiss on my cheek, like she was making a point. Yi Wanqing just smiled. You 2 look really happy together. Luo Qingxue froze. At the end of the day, she was the one in the wrong. By the time we got to the classroom, everyone was there, and the new day's assignment had arrived. Wednesday. Class President Gu Pingsheng, please select today's assignment. Assignment 1. 5 female students chosen at random must hold a handstand for 2 hours. No leaning on walls, no assistance. Failure, lose 1 arm. Assignment 2. 5 students are chosen to play basketball against freshman finance class 4. Winning counts as completion. Failure, lose 5 constitution points. Assignment 3. Wang Gu, Li Jian, and Zhang Weiwei play as ghosts. Wang Jianya, Lu Hua, and Li Jie play as humans. Game. Ghost tag. The ghosts receive an enhancement. The humans get a 10-minute head start. A tag requires 3 full seconds of contact. Failure. Lose both eyes. Assignment 1. Most of the girls in class flat out couldn't do it. A 2-hour handstand pushes your shoulders and triceps to the absolute limit. I wasn't even sure Yi Wanqing could manage it. Assignment 2 looked the easiest. Lose, and you just drop a few constitution points. Assignment 3 looked the most brutal, but Li Jia messaged me on his own initiative. Class President, pick Assignment 3. I can handle it. I asked, you sure? The ghosts get buffed. I'm strong too. I thought it over. Given Li Jia's ability, I trusted him. Honestly, if I didn't have my talent and skills, even with a constitution nearly 4 times a normal person's, I might not beat him in a fight. I chose assignment 3. Only assignment 3 was left on the blackboard. Wang Jianya's face changed instantly, and he fixed me with a dark stare. He couldn't be sure whether I'd done it to target him, but his name was on that list, and he'd been dragged in. The truth was, I hadn't given him a second thought. He didn't see it that way. Heh. Wang Jianya let out a cold laugh, deliberately raising his voice. If I were class president, I'd never have picked assignment 3. Li Na turned to look at him. Mr. Wang, what do you mean by that? Wang Jianya stood up, a sneer on his lips. Exactly what it sounds like. Assignment 2 was obviously the best option, and yet a certain class president went and picked number 3. Was assignment 2 really that hard? How do you know how many ghost coins the reward was if you don't even try? Maybe everyone would have walked away with 3 or 4. But our esteemed class president didn't even bother trying. Nobody has to die in assignment 2. In assignment 3, people will die. His crony Zhao Fan jumped right in. Yeah, picking a ghost tag assignment like that, that's cold-blooded. No conscience at all. The two of them played off each other, and a few people close to Wang Jianya started whispering. Some of the former class 3 students who already resented me looked hesitant too. Suddenly, a guy I didn't recognize stood up, finger trembling as he pointed at me. Gu Pingsheng, I'm talking about you. Drop the act. You're trying to get me killed. I turned my head. Who are you? My name's Lu Hua. I nodded. Okay. Noted. He froze. He'd probably expected me to argue with him. Zhao Fan seized the opening. So you admit you're the new class president for all 3 classes? Then why the fuck didn't you pick assignment 2? Everybody, weigh in. Does he even deserve to be class president? Nobody backed him up. Former class 1 was on my side. Class 2 was enjoying the show, and only part of class 3 stood with Wang Jianya. And right then, 3 pale figures materialized out of thin air in front of the blackboard. 3 vengeful ghosts appeared beside the lectern, skin ashen gray, eye sockets hollow. They swept the classroom slowly and locked onto their 3 targets. The assignment had begun. Lu Hua's pupils shrank. Realizing this was not the time to settle scores with me, he spun around and bolted for the door. 5 white slashes appeared out of nowhere, crescent-shaped, all aimed at Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan didn't even have time to look surprised. Head, arm, shoulder, chest, abdomen. 5 bloody lines cut through him with perfect precision, and he was sliced into 5 pieces on the spot, the cross-sections as smooth as if a scalpel had done the work. Blood exploded outward, splattering across the face of a girl behind him. She stared blankly for 1 second, then screamed. An instant later, a wave of girls. Translation, the screaming. But nobody dared run. Who knew if they'd be next? Wang Jianya's pupils shrank to pinpoints. He froze where he stood. Did I really just do that? He couldn't believe it. Other people didn't know how strong Zhao Fan was, but he did. Constitution starting at 20 points, a B-rank skill, and an Azure Spirit grade weapon. And now he'd been dropped in a single move. He hadn't even had time to scream. And I actually killed someone in front of the whole class? Even I wouldn't have the guts to burn a bridge like that. Everyone stood rooted in place, staring at the pile of body parts on the floor. Nobody dared move. Nobody dared make a sound. Hands behind my back, I walked slowly up the aisle between the desks toward the podium. As I passed the 3 vengeful ghosts, I turned my head and gave them a glance. Li Jian rasped, "Nice work, Pingsheng. You do class 1 proud." Wang Gu chimed in, "Gu's our class president. Of course he's strong." I ignored them both, stepped onto the platform, and turned to face the room. Quiet down, everyone. My tone was flat, like I was running the most ordinary homeroom meeting in the world. The classroom went dead silent. Lu Hua didn't dare bolt anymore either. He'd cursed me out just a minute ago. What if I came after him once the assignment was over? He wasn't willing to gamble on it, so he stayed put. My eyes swept across every face. Aside from the original class 1, nobody dared meet them. Wang Jianya was still standing, every trace of color drained from his face. His mouth opened, but not a single word came out. Just like Zhao Fan said, "I am the new class president," I went on. "But that also means I'm the one with the right to choose our assignment. I'll pick whatever I want, and you can't stop me. You don't have the ability to stop me." My voice rose with every word. I paused, then looked at Wang Jianya. "I don't want anything like this happening again. Isn't that right, Wang Jianya?" His face was ghost white. He looked down at Zhao Fan, sliced into 5 pieces, and his terror hit its limit. "Wang Jianya, look me in the eyes." I barked suddenly. "Stop staring at that disgusting pile of meat. Look at me." He snapped upright like a soldier at attention, jerked his head up, and started stammering. "Why you can't do this? I didn't do anything wrong. I'm the advisor, don't kill me. I only suggested you pick assignment 2. I was wrong. Gu, I swear I was wrong." He dropped to his knees with a thud and started knocking his forehead against the floor. "What about the rest of you? Class 3, Class 2. A guy shot to his feet immediately, practically groveling. Gu, you're our new class president. We support every decision you make. What's your name? Luan, originally from class 2. From now on, I'll hang on your every word. A chorus of agreement followed. Mr. President, whatever you pick is the right call. That idiot Wang Jianya. How did he ever have the nerve to challenge you? We'll follow your lead from now on. Even if you want me to warm your bed. That from a fairly good-looking girl. Mr. President, me too. Get lost, dude. You're a guy. What are you volunteering for? Good. I checked the time. 5 minutes had passed. The students taking part in the assignment may now run. 3 people, 5 minutes to get away. But I had faith in Li Jie. Wang Jianya hauled his fat frame out the door in a panic, Lu Hua right on his heels. Li Jie, on the other hand, left at an unhurried pace. Everyone else, you're free to go. The classroom reeked of blood. The students filed out fast. Nobody wanted to share a room with that pile of remains. Pingxing, that was so badass. Luo Qingxue sidled up to me, eyes shining with admiration. Yi Wanqing offered a warning from beside her. You should be careful, though. What you just did is basically showing your whole hand. I believe in your strength, but things might get complicated from here. I nodded. I know. Backing down forever gets you nowhere. It's only when you bare your fangs that the idiots think twice about coming at you. This might actually save me trouble. Lu Chong came over. Pingxing's right. I've hated Wang Jianya's guts for ages, always putting on airs like he's some kind of mentor. Li Na walked up too, watching me with a complicated look in her eyes. I couldn't tell what she was thinking. Yi Wanqing, Luo Qingxue, me? It felt like all of us had changed. Then again, of course we had. In a survival school this brutal, it's the only way to protect yourself. 5 minutes passed. Li Jian lifted his head. Those hollow eyes swept the classroom, and when they met mine, there was nothing behind them. Very cool, Pingxing. With that, he started toward the door, his stride steady and unhurried, shoulders tilted slightly forward. If you ignored the ashen face and the lifeless eyes, he could have been any ordinary student walking out for a break. The other 2 vengeful ghosts fell in behind him, all 3 moving in eerie unison as they silently pushed open the door and stepped into the hallway. Their targets were clear, Li Jie, Wang Jianya, and Lu Hua. I pulled my gaze back and followed them out, leaning against the door frame, tracking those 3 silhouettes. The hallway wasn't just our class. Students from other classes were milling around too, some coming back from the bathroom, some chatting by the windows, some comparing notes on their assignments. But when Li Jian and the other 2 passed right by them, none of those students reacted at all. No, not exactly. It wasn't that they didn't react. They couldn't see them. A guy from another class walked straight toward Li Jian, then stepped aside and went past. Neither acknowledged the other, and the guy's eyes never once focused on him. I filed that detail away. Thinking back on everything so far, I genuinely never run into ghost classmates from other classes in the hallways. Everyone I'd encountered on campus was one of our own dead, either that, or the truly terrifying kind that roamed at night. I formed a preliminary conclusion. While ghost classmates were carrying out assignments on school grounds, they didn't appear to students from other classes. At least not at this stage. It was a rule-level concealment. Footsteps behind me. Huang Jiahao came out too, stopped beside me, watched for a few seconds, then spoke. Other classes probably get assignments like this too, the kind humans and ghosts do together. I didn't answer, but I agreed. If our class could draw an assignment like this, there was no reason the others couldn't. His 3 followers came out behind him and started theorizing. Those ghost classmates probably get rewards when they finish an assignment, same as us living. Rewards? Like power. Could be. If the living get it, no reason the dead wouldn't. The group fell quiet. I frowned slightly. Something about it didn't add up. If turning into a vengeful ghost and doing homework was all it took to get stronger, then dying was basically a free power-up? Where was the line between life and death, then? The living risk everything on these assignments while the dead level up in comfort. That logic didn't hold. Heaven's law wouldn't set up rules that lopsided. I shook my head. There had to be a catch. For all I knew, ghosts from other classes were watching me right now from somewhere I couldn't see. I pulled my thoughts back and let it go. Li Jie walked down the campus path, unhurried. Running wasn't what he wanted. He'd rather test himself against a vengeful ghost. If he got lucky and killed one, his homework score wouldn't be bad either, even with how much the assignment buffed them. At this hour the campus was dead quiet. Not many living people left, after all. A hoarse, flat voice came from behind him. Li Jie. He stopped. You didn't run? Li Jie turned around and saw Li Jian. There was a smile on that ashen gray face. The corners of the mouth stretched much too wide, and it was deeply wrong. 2 hollow black pits stared at him. Li Jian had been his childhood friend's roommate. Not close, but not a stranger either. How's Huang Tian? Li Jie didn't answer the question. He asked one instead. Huang Tian was his oldest friend. They'd known each other since they were toddlers, same class through elementary, middle, in high school. Huang Tian never shut up, always dragging him into pointless conversations. Li Jie barely talked, but he never once got tired of him. Now Huang Tian was dead. Afterward, Huang Tian's account started posting in the class group chat again. Li Jie added him back. The tone was exactly the same as when he was alive. He'd even ask how Li Jie was holding up. Li Jie replied a few times, but he knew something was off. His friend was probably gone for good. Huang Tian's doing great. Li Jian's voice pulled him back to the present. The smile on that gray face twisted. He misses you. Li Jie said nothing. Not just Huang Tian. Me too. Li Jian took another step forward. Most of the class misses you. Misses me. Li Jie laughed. You mean you can't wait for me to die? He tore straight through the fake warmth. Pretending we were close when you were alive. You think that still makes us classmates? You're vengeful ghosts wearing human skin. That's all. Li Jian was quiet for a moment, then rasped. That's up to you. I can be the ghost you hate, or I can be your old classmate. At least Huang Tian and I still remember you. Isn't that something? The next second, Li Jian reached out. That pale arm turned rotten black in an instant, stretching longer and longer, sharp nails pushing out from the fingertips. Come keep us company, Li Jie. The black ghost hand shot forward, clawing straight at his face. Li Jie didn't back off. He stepped in. He clenched his fist, and churning black chi surged up over his knuckles, coiling around them like a living glove. He swung straight into the ghost hand, and the two collided hard. Li Jian's arm snapped backward, a deep fist-shaped dent left in the ghost hand. It jerked the limb back in pain, fingers twitching. Li Jian locked eyes on him, and the ashen face bared the raw viciousness of a ghost. Damn you! Before the words finished, the ground under Li Jie's feet moved. Two pitch-black hands burst up out of the concrete and grabbed his ankles, one on each side. Li Jian had buried them there at some point. The fingers clamped down. Li Jie lost his balance instantly and pitched forward. But he reacted faster than the hands could hold him. Right before he hit the ground, he caught himself on one palm, turned the other hand into a blade edge, and chopped down at the hand on his ankle with black chi trailing behind it. The hand blade landed on the wrist. Two currents of ghost chi ate into each other with a shrill hissing sound. The hand let go. Li Jie rolled backward, opened up the distance again, and came up on one knee, head raised. Li Jian was already on him. The ashen face was inches away, both empty sockets aimed at him. Ghost hand raised high, fingers pressed together and driving down at his chest. Li Jie pushed off the ground and sprang up. The hand grazed his back and speared into the concrete, sending chips of stone flying. He hesitated. Li Jian had gotten a serious buff from the assignment, and with those two hands that could erupt from any angle, going toe-to-toe would cost too much. Actually, cost too much was generous. He just couldn't win. Li Jie turned and ran. Don't you dare run. Li Jian shrieked, heavy footsteps slamming the concrete, the ghost hand tearing through the air toward the middle of his back. But black chi churned up from the soles of Li Jie's feet, wrapping his calves and ankles, and his speed exploded. He blurred into an afterimage. Every time the hand stretched out it came up just short. It simply couldn't catch him. He kept changing direction, and every cut landed perfectly in the gap between thrusts. Damn it! Venom filled Li Jian's eyes. The gray face contorted, the mouth splitting all the way to the ears, exposing gums and the black cracks between the roots of his teeth. He chased Li Jie down the entire road. Heaven's law had buffed him. His speed and strength were far beyond what they'd been in life, and he still couldn't bring him down. That infuriating back stayed a few steps ahead the whole way. Farther, even. Which meant one thing. At their normal strength, with no assignment buff, Li Jie was flat out stronger than him. Before long, Li Jie was gone completely. Li Jian stopped, seething. That was when Zhang Weiwei strolled up beside him and sneered. TSK. Li Jian, you've got no dignity left. All that power, and you still can't take down a student from your own class. Class 1 really is trash. Don't get cocky, Zhang Weiwei. Class 2 only has the most ghosts because you were the most useless and had the most people die. You mock Class 1. Aren't you mocking your own old Class 2? Li Jian shot back. Just wait. Once Li Jie and Brother Gu are dead, we'll see how loud Class 2 and Class 3 still are. Heh, talk to me when that happens. Zhang Weiwei gave him a contemptuous look and spread her hands. She'd been standing there watching the whole time without lifting a finger, and the reason was simple. She didn't want Li Jie dead. Li Jian had picked up on that too. Fail the assignment, and you lose an arm. You're not like me. I've got plenty of them. I'm not worried. So what? You actually expected me to do your dirty work? Don't be stupid. Class 1 is the bottom of the food chain. Unless your people start dropping dead right next to us, you'll be under our heels for good. With that, Zhang Weiwei turned to leave, and a ghost hand appeared out of thin air. Clamping around her throat and hoisting her off the ground. Zhang Weiwei thrashed, glaring at Li Jian. What the hell are you doing? You're trying to kill me? Don't forget, I can't die. Kill me, and I'll just come back stronger. Stronger? Wouldn't know. Maybe. Li Jian's voice was flat. But die enough times, and you'll die for real. People die and turn into ghosts. What does a ghost turn into when it dies for good? Couldn't tell you. I was wrong. Li Jian, put me down. I get it, okay? We're on the same side. You can't do this to me. Zhang Weiwei's face went bone white as she begged. Not that it hadn't been white to begin with. Li Jian let the ghost hand release her. Zhang Weiwei hit the floor, rubbed her throat, shot him one terrified look, and bolted off to hunt down Wang Jianye and Lu Hua. Lu Hua was the one she wanted dead most, though. According to what the insiders from Class 3 had said, Wang Jianye used to be Class 3's monitor and had a talent. So to keep Class 3 from getting any stronger, Zhang Weiwei would go after Lu Hua first. At that moment, Lu Hua was crouched alone in a bathroom stall, shaking. He wanted to stick with Wang Jianye, but Wang Jianye had shoved him off and called him dead weight. I am not dead weight, Lu Hua grumbled inwardly, and then the fear crept back in. Wang Jianye was Class 3's former monitor, and Li Jie was the second strongest in Class 1. Both of them were powerhouses. Him, aside from 17 points of constitution, he had basically nothing. No abilities, no weapon. Odds were good he'd die on this assignment. Just then, footsteps echoed at the entrance. Lu Hua swallowed hard. Regular student or a ghost? It didn't take him long to work it out. Going by every hack plotline in every novel and movie ever, it was almost certainly a vengeful ghost, and he'd get cornered hiding in the bathroom and torn apart. No way. Time to run. Lu Hua climbed up onto the window behind him and jumped from the 3rd floor. Inside the bathroom, a random guy midstream jerked at the sound of someone leaping out a window and ended up hosing down his own pants. Which dumbass just jumped out the goddamn window? He snarled, storming off. Lu Hua had already hit the ground. If not for those 17 points of constitution, a landing that sloppy would have snapped both his legs. Try and catch me now? Your boy's long gone, he muttered to himself. And right at that moment, Wang Ge happened to walk by. He spotted Lu Hua, and his mouth stretched into a friendly grin. Meanwhile, Li Jian and Zhang Weiwei were closing in on Wang Jianye. All 3 vengeful ghosts on the ghost side had a tracking ability, but for balance's sake it only gave a rough area, never an exact location. Hide in the library, and the reading was the library. Hide in the boys' dorm, and it was the entire dorm building plus a few nearby. The area also shifted as the student moved, and it only lasted 3 hours, all of it designed to keep the ghosts from being too overpowered, so the 3 human students still had a shot at winning. Even so, the ghost students held an overwhelming advantage, because the power they'd been handed was immense. By now Wang Jianye had holed up in the administration building, in what used to be his own faculty office, eyes darting around as he searched for somewhere to hide. The office was well furnished, couch, wardrobe, desk, and bigger than 2 student dorm rooms put together. Hiding in the very place he used to work was dangerous, but the more dangerous the spot, the safer it tended to be. He just needed to make it to the end. And, of course, don't burn the talent unless it was absolutely necessary. At the entrance of the administration building, Li Jian and Zhang Weiwei had already arrived. I remember this place. Brother Gu got jerked around by one of the admin staff right here, Li Jian said, memory drifting backward. Aren't counselors technically admin staff too? Zhang Weiwei said. Is Wang Jianye really stupid enough to hide here? The reading puts him right here. Heh, he's actually pretty clever. If we didn't have wide area tracking, we might genuinely never find him. Who'd guess he'd hide in his old workplace and wait for us? Li Jian chuckled softly. Humans are so fragile. A human needs a talent just to stand a chance against a vengeful ghost. But when the ghost has a talent too, humans don't stand a chance at all. The 2 ghosts split up and began sweeping the building. Wang Jianye huddled inside the wardrobe, trembling. Before long, the office door was slammed open, and through the crack in the wardrobe door he could clearly see a swarm of pitch-black ghost hands combing every corner. With those hands at work, being found was only a matter of time. One of the hands closed around the wardrobe handle and pulled it open. Wang Jianye stared, ashen-faced, at the hand reaching in for him. Found you. Finally. Li Jian drifted closer, the ghost hand going for his throat. In that instant, Wang Jianye vanished, leaving behind nothing but a pile of clothes and a pair of yellowed XXL underwear. Li Jian blinked. Gone. Damn it, a talent. A moment later, his senses picked the target up again, in a brand new area, the cafeteria. There was an inconspicuous black X marked on the cafeteria roof, and almost the same instant, Wang Jianye appeared above it, stark naked. All that pale, doughy flesh caught the red light and practically gleamed. Wang Jianye exhaled in relief. This was his B-rank talent, Anchor Teleport. Set an anchor point in advance, and he could teleport to it unconditionally, no distance limit. But the cost wasn't small. 2 anchors max. 1 hour of duration, no canceling once set, and after both anchors were used up he had to wait another hour before he could place new ones. On top of that, nothing came with him through the jump. No clothes, no gear, which was why he always kept a spare outfit in his pack. Those restrictions were exactly what kept the talent at B rank. But in a game of hide-and-seek like this, it was genuinely excellent. He pulled his clothes on and kept running. The ghost can track people, he thought, so all I can do in this game is keep running. Just don't get unlucky and stumble into one. Elsewhere, Ligeia was strolling around campus without a care in the world, treating the vengeful ghosts like they were nothing. And the 3 ghosts didn't dare touch him. If even Ligeia, the strongest of them, couldn't kill him, holding on for a full 3 seconds was out of the question. In fact, Ligeia's ghost hand had grabbed Ligeia earlier. Unfortunately, he couldn't hold it long enough, so it didn't count. The 3 hours ran out, and the assignment ended. Ligeia, Wang Gu, and Wang Jianya have completed the class assignment. Reward: 4 ghost coins to every student in the class. Assignment grades: Ligeia, A, Wang Gu, and Wang Jianya, B. The 3 received doubled ghost coins. Ligeia receives an additional ghost-seeking doll. Ghost-seeking doll, bronze, mid-grade. Upon use, reveals the trail of the nearest vengeful ghost for 2 hours. Shatters once its duration ends. Ligeia took. Translation: I stared at the doll for a second, a one-use item, then tucked it away for later. The grades actually make sense when you think about it. Sure, Ligeia could beat Ligeia into the ground, but that was with the assignment buffing him up, and Ligeia still got away in the end. That's a lot better than Lu Hua, and way better than Wang Jianya, who just bolted. Wang Gu only killed Lu Hua and never found the other 2, so AB is fair. Wang Jianya ran the whole time and never traded a single blow, also AB. At 3 in the afternoon, I took Luo Qingxue and Yi Wanqing to the gym. With Li Jia finishing his assignment, everyone in the class got 4 extra ghost coins, so the 2 of them finally had enough for week passes. I was up to 15 myself. The second we walked in, I saw a ton of classmates there. Makes sense, you can get water, take a shower, and train both physical conditioning and sanity here. The value's honestly hard to beat. Good timing. Prices go up tomorrow. The vengeful ghost, the one that's only half a body, was sprawled on the floor grinning up at me. Compared to how cocky it was yesterday, it was downright polite today. Ugh, this ghost is disgusting, Yi Wanqing said flatly. The half-ghost shot her a vicious glare. Out of everyone it had run into these past few days, she was easily the rudest. How much tomorrow? I asked. 10 coins. Too many people ruins the experience. Gotta raise the rates. I bought them both week passes, then headed for the sanity training room first. Somebody was still inside, so we had to wait. Every so often a guy's scream came through the door. Sounded pretty familiar, actually. Are we watching a horror movie in there? Yi Wanqing asked hesitantly, tugging on Luo Qingxue's sleeve. Luo Qingxue gave her a look of pure disdain, the kind that said, "How are you an even bigger wimp than me?" I explained, basically, you have to face a vengeful ghost head-on to build resistance. We'll each take a turn in a bit. We're not going in together? Luo Qingxue asked, curious. I shook my head. No point. Watching a horror movie alone versus watching it with company. Completely different vibe. The door opened and Huang Jiahao walked out, white as a sheet. Oh, you were the one in there. Didn't think you'd get scared that badly. Yi Wanqing looked him over, pale face, still shaking. Huang Jiahao glared daggers at her, then stumbled off without so much as acknowledging the rest of us. Why's he in such a bad mood? Yi Wanqing wondered. Probably because what you just said sounded like you were laughing at him, Luo Qingxue said. Now I was a little curious myself. Huang Jiahao's usually pretty ballsy. Otherwise he wouldn't be running a crew of thugs pushing classmates around. Whatever's in there scared him that bad. I pushed the door open and stepped in. It shut behind me on its own. Pitch black inside. Couldn't see a thing. And right then, a ghastly white face shot straight up against mine, an inch away tops. I stumbled back several steps. I've seen plenty of ghosts lately, but a face lunging at you out of total darkness still sends your heart rate through the roof. You know that feeling. You turn off the light to go to sleep, and the second you look up there's a ghost right there. Or you're washing your hair with your eyes closed, you open them, and it's pressed against your face. That exact feeling. Your sanity has decreased by 3. Current, 18. The face vanished. I scanned around, still black. Then I turned my head and my heart lurched again. A vengeful ghost with its neck bent at a full 90 degrees was right up against me, wearing this twisted, hideous expression. Oh, so we're doing a pincer attack now? Your sanity has decreased by 2. Current, 16. I was getting annoyed. These ghosts had exactly one skill, and it was jump scares. I reached back behind me, ready to open the door and get out. Groped around for a couple seconds. Where's the handle? Your sanity has decreased by 0.5. Current, 15.5. The handle was gone. Pitch black all around me. I couldn't find the door at all. Damn it. Don't tell me I'm trapped in here. Admin. Is the admin around? No answer. The panic started creeping in. I felt around wildly, sanity ticking down point by point. I even used my hidden void talent to float up and look for an exit. Still nothing. Nothing for it, but to cancel it. And those ghosts kept taking turns scaring me, from behind, in front, under my feet, every angle imaginable. When my sanity hit 13, I finally found the handle. It was right in front of me the whole time. I shoved the door open and saw Luo Qingxue and Yi Wanqing looking at me curiously. Finally out of there. I let out a breath and was about to tell them what it was like inside, when Luo Qingxue's mouth suddenly split open into a gaping maw, and she bit one of my arms clean off. Yi Wanqing crouched down and started gnawing on the other one. Arms finished, the two of them exchanged a glance. Then both sets of eyes drifted toward a certain area. No, not there. I screamed, but neither of them cared in the slightest, and all I could do was watch as these two vengeful ghosts stripped me down to nothing. And then the scene vanished in an instant. I found myself standing in a room, face bloodless, chest heaving. In front of me was a female ghost in a grayish-white top. She had delicate features, and she was watching me with amusement. Awake? Didn't expect a student with this much sanity to show up. That was quite the meal. I glanced around. The door handle was right behind me. Still dark, but at least I could see now, not like before when all 5 senses were stripped away. I touched my own face, my own body. The image of Luo Qingxue opening her mouth to eat my face was still burned into my head. My voice came out hoarse. What the hell was that? Are you the admin? She nodded. Indeed. Your sanity is down to 5. All of that was to train it. Training, sure. Isn't it really just for you? You literally said you had a good meal. Best of both worlds. Your sanity gets trained, I devour a portion of it. The more of that you experience, the stronger your resistance becomes later. Which, actually kinda made sense. I asked, how do I know this is the real world right now and not another illusion you cooked up? The ghost looked at me like I was an idiot and waved a hand. Get lost already. There's a line outside. Fair point. It was a stupid question. If she actually wanted me dead, why go to all this trouble? I pushed the door open and stepped out. Luo Qingxue and Yi Wanqing crowded around me. The images from the illusion flashed back, and I instinctively took a step back. What's wrong with you, Pingxing? Luo Qingxue asked, puzzled. My face was probably about as pale as Huang Jiahao's. Not that bad. Honestly, worse. You'll find out when you go in. I didn't explain. The illusion was probably randomized. Even if I told her, she wouldn't necessarily go through the same thing, and spoiling it in advance would just ruin the effect. I did feel like my resistance had gone up a notch. A few more rounds, and it'd probably improve even more. Yi Wanqing squinted at me suspiciously. Is it really that terrifying in there? Not long after, Luo Qingxue pushed the door open and came out, face dead white, shaking all over, eyes full of terror. Wah! I honestly thought I wasn't coming back. She threw herself into my arms and cried. No need to ask, she'd definitely been through something awful. I patted her back and murmured a few comforting words. Yi Wanqing's turn. She took one look at the situation and swallowed hard. One person, fine. 2, okay, but all 3 coming out like that? It had to be genuinely horrifying in there. How about I just skip it, she said, shrinking into her shoulders. No way you have to go? Pingsheng and I both went. So you're going too? Luo Qingxue said. I nodded. Right. Otherwise it isn't fair. Yi Wanqing. She gritted her teeth and went in. A few minutes later she came down wearing the same terrified expression, except there was actually a hint of excitement in her eyes. Scared out of her mind and loving it. Her eyes were red, like she'd been through a lot. Luo Qingxue eyed her suspiciously. What kind of reaction is that? Don't tell me she's a pervert. No, scratch the don't tell me. She's a pervert. After all that, none of us were in the mood to work out anymore. Sanity and stamina are 2 different things, but it was obvious we'd need to go back to the dorm and sleep before we bounced back. Sleep restores both sanity and stamina. 8 p.m. I opened the pre-merger class chat channel. These days, 8 p.m. was one of the few forms of entertainment left for my classmates. Watching our dead classmates trash talk each other in the group chat. It used to be creepy as hell. They were all ghosts, after all. But now, watching ghosts bicker with ghosts, I actually found it kind of funny. Li Jian, damn it, failed my assignment. Lost an arm. Long Hai, what are you whining about? You've got so many arms, what's one less? Huang Tian, Long Hai, are you stupid? Just handing over intel for free. Li Jian, doesn't matter, the intel's already out. I used my talent right in front of Li Jia today. The whole class is going to know what I can do sooner or later. Lin Yao, look at you, so impressive. Wang Ge, hee, I completed my assignment at Li Jian. Mad. You mad? Li Jian, keep running your mouth and I'll pull your intestines out through your ass and stuff them down your throat. Wang Ge went quiet. Probably scared him off. Looks like my former roommate was doing pretty well for himself among the ghost students. Li Jian, heh. And to all of you still breathing, stop dragging it out. Come down and join us. You might even pick up a new talent. Not even pretending anymore. Straight up recruiting in the group chat. Lina, at least Jian, enough of your nonsense. Lina, everyone, don't listen to a word these vengeful spirits say. As long as you're alive, there's always a chance. Once you're dead, you have nothing. Remember that. As our academic advisor, Lina had been coasting this whole time, but watching dead students egg the living on towards suicide in a public group was more than even she could stomach. Huang Jiahao, MS, Lina is right. At least Jian, don't waste your breath. We're never falling for it. And Long Hai, stop demaying me. Seeing that wall of messages from you makes me sick. Long Hai, boss, don't be like that. Boss, I just miss you. Huang Jiahao, go screw yourself. Long Hai, boss, you'll come down and join us eventually. All us little brothers miss you. I'm going to shower. Early night for me. I'm exhausted. Luo Qingxue looked completely drained, probably still chewing over that illusion. Oh, right. Snow, what exactly did you see in there? Your face really didn't look right. Yi Wanqing leaned in to ask, then turned to me. Picheng, why don't you go first? Let's all three share what we saw in the illusion today. I hesitated, then told them about the dream, the illusion flipping on me, the whole Inception layers thing, and how the two of them ended up gnawing on my body at the end. Yi Wanqing blinked. Oh my god, that sounds delicious. Me? Luo Qingxue was giving her a distinctly unfriendly look, too. Luo Qingxue spoke up. Mine was actually pretty similar to Pingxing's, except mine lasted longer. After I got scared out, I was still inside the illusion, and then I went back to the dorm with you too. And then, Yi Wanqing pressed. And then, that night I was supposed to be sleeping in the same bed as Pingxing, but then I saw Yi Wanqing was there too. Luo Qingxue's tone was getting more and more off. Yi Wanqing's mouth twitched. Hold on. This sleeping, it's not a verb, is it? And then I watched the two of you finish, and then you ate me. Bite by bite. Me. What about you, Yi Wanqing? I asked. She shook her head. You two weren't in mine. I dreamed about my grandma and some classmates who were bullying her. I ran over to stop them, and my grandma grabbed hold of me. All of them were ghosts in disguise. The whole thing was bait to lure me in. Luo Qingxue and I fell silent. Hers really was the worst of the three. Even though I knew that room was for training sanity, it felt way too real. Like it could reach into your head and drag out whatever you're most afraid of. Yi Wanqing sighed. Then, why were you grinning like you were having the time of your life earlier? Luo Qingxue asked, curious. Was I? Yi Wanqing blinked. Luo Qingxue and I exchanged a look. Silence. After a moment, Yi Wanqing took a sip of water. It's getting late. I'm going to shower and turn in early. Pingsheng, don't go out tonight either. Your sanity's too low. I nodded. Honestly, it stung a little. I could have gone treasure hunting with Lin Riao tonight, but I burned through my sanity too early, and heading out now would be dangerous. My sanity still wasn't back up to 10. Who knew whether I'd run straight into a few wandering, vengeful spirits the second I stepped out the door. Soon enough, Yi Wanqing gathered up her pajamas and went into the bathroom. The instant she was gone, Luo Qingxue slid over, wrapped her arms around me, and blew softly in my ear. What are you doing? Come on, hee. Wanqing's in the shower anyway, so we could totally. Thinking about it, she had a point. The day had been way too stressful. I needed some kind of release. Before long, we were kissing hard enough to forget where we were, and Luo Qingxue's little hands started getting restless. Oh, I forgot my underwear. Yi Wanqing came running out of the bathroom, already dressed, and caught the two of us right in the act. We both whipped our heads away. Hey, I didn't see a thing. Yi Wanqing clapped a hand over her eyes and went for her underwear, while peeking at our faces through the gaps in her fingers. Damn it, Luo Qingxue muttered, her face twitching. A little after 10 that night, Lin Ruiyao messaged me. Lin Ruiyao, Gu Pingxing, where the hell are you? I've been waiting forever. You jerked. Me. Oh right, forgot to tell you. I'm gonna sleep. That's when it hit me. While Yi Wanqing was in the shower, I'd been busy with Luo Qingxue the whole time, and totally forgot to let her know. Lin Ruiyao, sleep my ass, get up. Aren't you looking for treasure chests? I told her about the room at the gym where you can train sanity, and said my sanity was too low for me to go out. Lin Ruiyao, there's stuff like that? I'm checking it out tomorrow. Me. You still hunting chests tonight? Lin Ruiyao, obviously. I'm already out the door. Me. Cool. Split whatever you find with me, 50-50. Lin Ruiyao, are you F#% ing kidding me? I could just picture her over there, mouth twitching. Split it with you? The nerve on this guy. The treasure radar pointed to a little corner behind the school on the back hill, not the villa district. On the way, she ran into all kinds of freakish, vengeful spirits, one with 3 heads, one with a face on the front and the back, a row of them holding hands with no features at all. Why does it feel like there are more and more types of these things? She mumbled. She found the chest quickly. Just as she was about to open it, a voice came from behind her. Doesn't look like that guy's around, huh? A guy in a tank top with a cigarette dangling from his mouth stepped slowly out of the dark, eyes locked on her the way a predator locks onto prey. Lin Ruyao's stomach dropped. Who are you? What do you want? Cut the crap. Hand over the item that finds treasure chests. I've been watching you two for a while now. That guy protects you the whole way, or you get on your knees to drive off the ghosts. You've got no real power. You're dead weight. The tank top guy sneered. I don't know what you're talking about. You want the chest? Take it. Lin Ruyao played weak. He looked her over. Quit the act. You two definitely have something that finds chests. TSK. Not very tall, but nice body. And short hair, too. Absolute knockout. How about you be my girl? I'll protect you, and you hand over the item. Or you can say no, but then things get ugly. Lin Ruyao shook her head. I really don't have any item. And even if there were one, that guy would be holding it, not me. I don't buy it. If you didn't have an item, how'd you find a chest this easily tonight? That guy'd have to be an idiot to leave something that useful with you instead of taking it. Fine, I have it, okay? I'll give it to you. Lin Ruyao shouted. But I'm scared you'll hurt me after you get it. Back up. Once I put it down, you can come get it. And why can't I hurt you and take the item? He grinned, leering. Fair point, actually. Lin Ruyao froze for a beat. Then her mind kicked into gear. In that case, while you're walking over here, I'll just trade the item to somebody else, or list it on the market for one loaf of bread. You'll never get your hands on it. With power like yours, what woman can't you get? The item's what you're after, isn't it? His eyebrow twitched. Seeing the finality in her expression, he thought it over, then took a few steps back. Not enough. Farther. Swallowing his anger, he kept backing up until there were dozens of meters between them. Lin Ruyao sighed, faked a look of reluctance, tucked the chest into her backpack, then crouched down, set something on the ground, and bolted. It was dark out. You could just barely make out that it was an item of some kind. He didn't try to stop her from taking the chest. As long as he had the treasure-finding item, there'd be plenty more where that came from. He sprinted over and saw, lying on the ground, a Dove chocolate bar, just sitting there quietly, like it was laughing at him. Enraged, he snatched up the chocolate, shoved it in his pocket, and took off after her. You little bitch, don't run. I'm gonna kill you. Oh sure, I'll just stand still and let you kill me? Moron, I can't believe you fell for that. Ha ha. Lin Ruyao yelled back over her shoulder as she ran. Right then he genuinely felt like the world's biggest idiot, played, and hard. He didn't even care about the item anymore. He just wanted that short-haired girl dead. They tore across campus. Lin Ruyao was clearly slower, and the gap kept shrinking. Her heart sank. She was scrambling for a way out when a flickering street lamp appeared up ahead, and beneath it stood a woman with her back to her. No, a female ghost. The ghost wore a black suit, her skin dead pale, black leather flats on her feet. Lin Ruyao's eyes lit up. She charged straight for her. Seeing this, the tank top guy refused to give up and watched coldly. He knew her ability was banishing ghosts, and once she drove this one off, he could keep chasing. Gasping for air, Lin Ruyao reached the ghost's side. She hadn't knelt yet. The ghost could kill her at any second, but this was the only gamble she had. The ghost slowly turned her head and stared at her. Your sanity has decreased by 5. Current sanity, 6. Was this a joke? A spirit that drained 5 sanity? She steadied herself and looked closer. The ghost's other side was also her back. Long hair, heels, shoulder blades. From every angle, all you saw was her backside. She had no front. Lin Ruyao's breathing turned ragged. She could feel her bangs growing longer, her features burning hot, like they were about to be taken from her. Wolf ahead, tiger behind. If the spirit hadn't already closed in, she could have just knelt and banished it outright. But she couldn't. Banish the ghost, and she'd still have the guy on her tail. So she needed to redirect it. The banishing had to point toward him, so the ghost would go after him instead. Body rigid, she knelt in front of the ghost, bowing her head in the direction of the tank top guy, and cried out, "Don't kill me. I was wrong. You're my dad. You're my mom. You're my whole damn family." She begged, and finally it worked. The ghost cocked her head, staring at her in confusion, then started walking in the direction she'd indicated, turning toward the tank top guy. She had no front. She had no eyes. And yet she knew exactly where he was. Oh hell, it's coming. His hair stood on end as 5 points of sanity vanished in an instant. This was hands down the most terrifying spirit he'd ever encountered. Lin Ruyao felt her features slowly returning, but her bangs had clearly grown out, hanging down over her eyes, and they weren't going back. Probably because the ghost went for the bangs first. That's when it dawned on her. This spirit's method of attack was. Here's the English translation. Her method is assimilation. Anyone who gets close gradually turns into her. Bangs first, then facial features, then the front of the body. By the time your chest disappears too, your front side has completely become a back side, and it's too late. She felt her chest. Okay, good, hadn't shrunk. She let out a breath. She scrambled to her feet to size up the situation, ready to bolt. The female ghost closed in on Tank Top Guy step by step. His eyes were full of hate, but all he could do was watch Lin Ruiyao walk away. Then he just lay down flat on the ground. His body went rigid, his skin turned pale, his lips purpled, his eyes slowly closed, and livor mortis blotches spread across his skin. He went from a living man to a corpse. The female ghost froze where she stood, staring at the body. From her point of view, Tank Top Guy was already dead. She slowly turned away and went back to her spot under the streetlight. Lin Ruiyao had gotten clean away, but she'd seen every bit of Tank Top Guy's play-dead defense before she ran. There's actually a talent that weird out there. No, wait, I'm hardly want to talk. Wonder if he's a class president. If he is, maybe I can egg Gu Pingxing on into killing him. She muttered to herself. She knew she'd made a permanent enemy of Corpse Guy. The only way out was to kill him. Early the next morning, I saw that Lin Ruiyao had sent me 3 ghost coins. Me? So obedient. I tell you to send them, and you actually do it, duh. Lin Ruiyao, brother Gu, do me a favor. It's in your interest too, duh. Me, what is it? Nothing too hard. She told me everything that happened the night before, start to finish. I frowned slightly. So you're saying you couldn't even beat a guy whose only trick is playing dead? Lin Ruiyao. Ahem, his stats are higher than mine, and I don't have any way to attack. You know my talent is just exorcism. Me, useless. Lin Ruiyao. Me, I'll go ask around. Describe what he looks like in detail, duh. Lin Ruiyao. Male, wears a tank top, kind of ugly, chain smokes, can't open his mouth without cursing. Absolutely disgusting, duh. I forwarded the description to Huang Jiahao right away.